diamond designation. Nice dead on there for Kai. Sits back. Spark is going to run them over.
That is how you make a statement. What? What did I just see?
Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of Rocky.
There's the pin.
Oh, absolute
Oh,
filth.
they didn't see that one coming.
That is clean from Merit.
Toronto to fight are going to be your back-to-back-to-back champions.
This is all they needed, claiming victory in EMEA.
Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Hello and welcome everybody to stage 4 of the 2024 Overwatch Champions Series. It's the last day of decider matches, actually. Last day of groups. Hey, we got 3 more matches. It's gonna be a lot of fun, of course. Just being me by myself, it's not fun. So I have 2 friends here with me for all the action. For EMEA, we got our beautiful casters. We got Jack and Scott joining me.
What's up,
Danny, we miss you. Hello, hello.
You didn't hear at the very start of the top of the stream because we were in the little ad break thing, but Danny was just doing his best British accent. It was terrible, but he's been working on it.
Can you demonstrate, Danny, a little bit of
give us a
British
little
accent for us?
It's pretty nice, isn't it? Hey.
Yeah, pretty nice, isn't it? Yeah, lovely. Yeah,
Love
that's
a
pretty
love a
much.
cup of tea in the morning.
That's a good 6 out of 10, Danny. You're
Yeah,
getting there.
Hey, I'm improving. I'm improving.
That's growth.
You know, all right. I mean, I gotta brush up on my British accent, I guess. But hey, I know what you guys want. I know you guys always ask for this. I'm here to give you the answer. Yes, drops. We have drops. So, continuing from yesterday, we got more drops for today as well. We got a brand new name card, sprays, and skins as well. So all those 3s, all you guys have to do is link your Twitch account to your Battle.net and then start watching. 2 hours, you get a spray. 6 hours, 4 to 6 hours, you get the owl skin. Oh, not owl skin, OWCS skin, and then the name card for 5 hours as well. All 3 of them could be yours. Just watch the games.
Yeah, just watch.
That cut deep, Danny. That cut deep.
Hey man, it's been a year already since Overwatch League ended. But now, anyways,
Yes, in chat.
make sure to follow all of our beautiful co-streamers as well and follow along the action all weekend long. We had CB-chan yesterday. Today is the day of Ski SD. We'll be rating her after the matches, so go say hello to Ski SD. And yeah, make sure to follow all of our co-streamers because they're amazing.
Yeah, true.
True.
Facts.
Yep.
True.
Facts.
Better than all 3 of us.
Oh yeah, no, well that's
Actually,
a low
no.
bar that everyone has to jump over.
Actually, no. Please have me back.
Also, if you guys want a shot at joining the illustrious ranks of our co-streamers, apply today. The link will be provided right now, right there. On the lower third, it is bit.ly/OWCS co-stream. Apply. You might become our next co-streamer for the next OWCS season as well. Exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that our turn? Is that our
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
super
all you guys are
exciting.
saying right now is
exciting stuff. Yeah, let's
Yeah,
go.
well, Danny, you're doing a great job. You know, we don't have anything to add. You know, you're doing phenomenally.
We just wanted you to let you roll with it, Danny. See how far you could go.
That's all I have. I'm out of animal. I'm gonna chill now. I'm gonna chill now. It's all yours.
Okay. Well, up next is. I guess we look at the
Schedule.
Yeah. Let's bring up the schedule.
Let's go.
Yeah, look at that. Wow, this is so sick.
Yeah, I mean,
look at that.
yeah.
DreamHack, Danny.
DreamHack Dallas was a lot of fun. Stage 1, 2, and 3 are already over. Time flies by. We're in stage 4, groups week 2. We only have main event left, and then Scott for the grand finale. What do we got?
Dreamhacks.com, baby. My
Let's
birthday,
go!
November 22nd through to the 24th. It's gonna be an amazing time. If you're not
That's your
there,
birthday.
you're missing out. It's for my birthday.
From the 22nd to the 24th, you take a few days.
Yeah. Well, you know, if you're doing an event, it becomes like a birthday event, you know?
Wait, that's
okay,
your
that makes
birthday actually on 22nd? 22nd is your birthday?
Yeah.
Yeah? Happy early
Yeah.
birthday.
Thank you, Danny. What are you gonna get me?
Oh, just what I wanted. Oh.
That was very, very sarcastic.
Oh, what?
All right. I mean, yeah, the DreamHack Stockholm is coming up. As you guys saw, was November 22nd to 24th. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We're all gonna be there. So buy your tickets. You can purchase them right now. So get your tickets before they sell out, and they will probably go by pretty quick. So get it.
We had to add extra seating last time in Dallas. So get them now while you can. DreamHack.com/Stockholm.
Yep. And talking about, I mean, DreamHack Stockholm, there are going to be probably the best teams from OWCS. And talking about teams, we're going to talk about the teams that have already qualified for the World Finals in Stockholm. You're seeing them right now. Of course, in NA, it's going to be Toronto at number 1. They already qualified for the Worlds. They will be at Stockholm. I think they had over 1,200. I think it was like 1,200 points. So yeah, no surprises there. And also for Asia region, we got Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoons as well. They also had an amazing Stage 2 finals just yesterday. If you guys missed it, I highly, highly suggest you guys watch it because that match was crazy.
Hey, like, just these 3 teams is enough to book your ticket to DreamHack Stockholm. These 3 games are gonna be awesome. There's gonna be more teams coming in. Be there.
Yep. And just a reminder, the winner of this stage will automatically lock in the spot at Worlds as well. So there's a lot to play for the lot to play on the line. You're seeing on the screen as right now as well. You get some money as well, and you lock in a spot. You're like automatically locked in to go to Stockholm as well if you get first place. So yeah, you really want to win if you're a team.
Yeah, make sure you lock that in. I think Toronto being there, and this is going to be kind of a revenge in a way for them because North America just did not do well in Dallas at all. Like EU did better. Obviously, Korea didn't lose a single game, like or a single map even to any of the teams. So like, yeah, this is time for Toronto to prove that they can.
It's fine.
Punch up to the big dogs.
Dallas was a lowest point for Toronto, and then they did a little bit better in EWC, and they're maybe for Stockholm.
I'm ready for it.
Maybe Stockholm.
I like it. Stocks on the rise.
Yeah, stocks. Yeah, Toronto stocks are on the rise.
Stockholm is on the rise. Doesn't make any sense.
All right, we're jumping into the last day of right, let's talk about the EMEA group standings. We're talking too much about NA. Let's focus more on the EMEA region because that's where we're at. These are the groups. Of course, we finished our first decider match yesterday. Vendetta getting the win against Quick Esports. We have 3 more left, and 3 more main event spots left, which also translates to 3 more EMEA main event spots left to grab. And
yes. Group B, C, and D will be decided today. That match yesterday, Quick Esports vs Vendetta, was an extremely fun one. These games today are going to be on the same par, I think. I think with how close a lot of these squads are. Team Peps versus One Man Army, especially, like, yeah, it's an absolute banger.
Yeah.
Well, also like SRP check, they're going to be playing Reinhardt. Like, what more could you ask for? And then we go to Negative Mental Attitude, Twisted Minds rematch. There's so many good matches today.
Rematch, and I think all 3 could be very close. We're taking a look at the Group B bracket, of course. Again, Virtus Pro, on top, waiting at the top. Why do I keep saying Virtuous Pro? I'm sorry, guys.
Because you got it in your head on
Virtus
when
Pro.
we're doing rehearsals.
Yeah, in rehearsals I said Virtuous Pro, and I just can't get that out of my head. Virtus Pro. They're waiting for their second place in their Group B to come up for the main event, and that is going to be either a one-man army or Team Peps. Let's take a look at one-man army lineup, guys. What do you guys have to say?
Oh, I mean, this team is just absolutely cracked. The big benefit for this team, too, is that Top Dragon and Donghyun are in, I think they're in the Netherlands. They are in EU, which is the most important thing. So they're not playing on some crazy high ping. I think Ice has also been a standout. Thematic, very good on the main tanks, very good on the Winston. Ice has been a very good flexible player for them, but it really has just all been about Top Dragon. Guy's an absolute monster in the server, and the flexibility too in a meta that has been changing over the last few weeks, going from different tanks, but also the DPS is kind of fitting around that is incredibly important for the team right now. Top Dragon and Arvo, I think Arvo's been an incredibly consistent hit scan. It doesn't matter what he plays, like Cassie, Ashe, or whatever. It's been ridiculous, and Top Dragon can just play it all. And I mean, the clips speak for themselves, really.
Yep.
Yeah, and then on the other side, you got Team Peps. This is a team that I guess is like one of the most storied contenders teams throughout like the history of Overwatch scene. They've been doing well in OWCS, didn't play last stage, so now trying to punch a ticket to the main event. And there's a lot of names that, you know, stand out. Obviously, FD God, Pax, Delios. Honestly, these guys have been around for so long. And then you got the legendary Roadhog and Crocs.
Let's go,
like,
Crocs!
That we saw just recently. Like,
Yeah,
look
Crocs!
at this hook. How do you deal with this? How do you avoid this? I don't know. And they're gonna have to figure it out.
Also, I feel like Crocs also in their last match, if I remember correctly, he really popped up on that Junker Queen as well on Clash. I think it was Throne of Anubis. And yeah, as we're seeing right now, he's also a really great Orisa as well, which is, you know, a hero that's turning out to be really meta right now. So I mean, I don't know. I'm rooting for Team Peps. I don't know about you guys. And I also remember we had an interview and Crocs was wearing a crown with like sunglasses. You know, this guy got it on.
Yeah, he looked pretty
MEA is
stylish.
different.
Yeah, he's definitely built different. I feel he's funny. He's got the skills to back it up. I honestly think it's gonna be a very close. Yep.
That is the closest prediction I think we've ever
51
had
to
from the
49.
viewers.
I agree too. Yeah, I think it was. This might be the closest one for viewer predictions. You know, Jack's a Top Dragon fan. I'm a Crocs fan.
Dragon.
Scott,
I'm an
versus
Overwatch.
Jack.
I'm an Overwatch fan. You know, I'm just here
Of course
hoping we
he's
get.
taking the neutral man.
I'm a fence sitter as much as I can be. Okay. I hope we have a good game.
Good game.
Wow.
I hope so as well, guys. Let's get into the action. Jack and Scott, go ahead.
Thanks, Danny. Yeah.
Hey.
Are we going to see Hog? I think Danny hopes so. I think we will. Just a little bit. Honestly, Scott, that game was ridiculous. Like, Crocs is hitting so many insane hooks. I'm like, oh, is that Jumpin? Is that the French Jumpin?
The French Junbin has been running amok in the server. And honestly, like having a player that's like being able to flex to Roadhog, that's like a scary thing to play against because like at any moment they could just throw strategy out the window and play Hog. And Hog can be a very impactful hero in like the short term if you don't deal with it correctly, right? So, you know, I love having that pocket French Roadhog in your back pocket, you know, like it's one of those things.
Yeah, hey, the pocket French Hog. Who knew? Who knew? One-man army. They're going to pick Ilios.
Not
Well,
Unco.
I hope they don't go to well, because the Hog is going to come out. That's for sure. We'll have to see how one-man army have also kind of adapted to this meta. Same with Team Peps. I mean, it tending towards Orisa. I don't think there's a point now where Orisa, the weapon has been used. It can no longer be shelved again. It can no longer be put in the box, right? We've used the Orisa for too long at this point. Is the Crocs Junker Queen going to reign supreme? It doesn't feel like it as we jump into our first map. And the last series they played against each other, it was a 5-map series.
Yeah.
It went all the way to map number 5. One-man army did end up winning out. The last map being Gibraltar, which was FD God playing this Life Weaver. It was a little bit unconventional and they got full health. So we'll see if the same, I think we'll see
So you
probably
think
another Escort map that's not Watchpoint Gibraltar this time if Peps have any control.
maybe we table the Gibraltar and the Life Weaver, you know?
Exactly,
The Orisa
that's
can
what I'm
stay, but apparently not. Like, they're coming out on the Junker Queen. I agree with you, Jack. I think the Junker Queen can be difficult against the Orisa. She has a lot of tools to be able to deal with the threat of Junker Queen, but hey, let's see how Crocs can pull it off. As Top Dragon's going to go down first, bad sign for a one-man army.
Yeah, super bad, especially as you've got a Widowmaker as your other DPS. Now there's a second body shot there, so it has to hit the recall. Slowly but surely, Arvo trying to find a pick, but Team Peps really aren't giving Arvo an opportunity to click ahead.
Widowmaker is such a staple on this map throughout the history of time. They're really challenging Arvo to hit a shot here. Crocs is going to fall. Just the pressure that Arvo's putting out is sort of stopping the support for the rest of Team Peps. So Crocs overextends, and now they're going to have a window to step onto the point and flip this quickly.
Oh! FD God, mess with the best, die like the rest. Arvo takes his head clean off, my word. Alright, well, Crocs has switched over to the Monkey. I think this seems like the better pick here. Arvo a little bit more scared of someone like the Monkey versus the JQ. Top Dragon dead again. Wow, I don't know what happened, man. Maybe I cursed this guy. Might be.
Well, Pac was just like hiding in a corner, listening for the footsteps. As soon as we see Top Dragon turn the corner, gets hit with the Hinder Grenade, and then from there, there's nothing they can do. And we're going to see another flip of this point. I really like the Winston swap from Crocs here. I think it's really going to put a lot of pressure on Arvo. I think they're going to be able to play more aggressively. And I think that's going to give them the best opportunity, because now they can just sit on this high ground, as you can see them setting up. And how does a one-man army step up into this?
Wow, they are just inting into the spawn. FD God flying straight into Arvo's Hinder Grenade. They end up using this orbital rain. Zerion pushing it all the way up to the spawn. I don't mind it too much. But One Man Army now have got one of their own. It feels like more often than not, you don't want to use it like that. You want to like match or like fight near the point, but I'll have to wait and see if that's a big difference maker. Top Dragon sending Stelios pretty low. Hunting for someone with a pulse bomb. He's got recall, so can play aggro here. Doesn't want to get caught out by another Hinder Grenade. Here comes the Ray, however, but FD God ends up taking down Alpha, and Crocs are kind of Goomba stomping Dongu. This is a one-man army. Before they even really got the fight going, they ended up all falling, and then the Orbital Rain came out. One-man army, they're in final fight territory now, Scott, with only 20% to fight for.
And a one-man army just used their support ultimates, but they just weren't on the same page. They're just getting completely split. Eisenom trying to take down the Juno, but it took so long to happen that they weren't able to get any value, and now they're in desperation mode. Over to the Diva, just trying to find any touch, but it's going to be a difficult fight to win, Jack.
Pulse bomb, maybe the Deadeye, that's about it, but FD God's got the Sand Barrier. Surely this is just a win here. Almo does take down Pack, however. Crocs uses this Primal Rage in this very small room. Alpha didn't really stand a chance there, even with the Brick Healing coming in. Overtime has been triggered to One Man Army, and there goes the High Noon, but there goes the rest of the team. Unfortunately, Arvo on his own little tropical island here on the edge of this Greek city. As One Man Army, they do cap, but
They have a flip.
it's inevitable here for Team Peps to get the reflip.
Yeah, a one-man army, that gives them a little bit of extra time, but it's just going to be so difficult to keep this going. They have switched to faster characters. They might be able to get on top of it. Anything's possible in these kind of situations. We've seen crazier things happen, but they're going to need to keep juggling the point. As you can see, Top Dragon doing a phenomenal job, but they're hacked. That's different.
Manual hack on the Tracer. Top Dragon dead. Yeah, there it is. Now your point presence going to about 50% power right now. Now you're just looking and hoping the Diva does get the juggle. Pulse bomb in the hands of Stelios. Doesn't go too aggressive. Waits for that whip shot first. FD God does end up going down to ice, and there's no retouch. Arvo in ice actually coming out with kills there on Stelios and FD God. Maybe that was winnable, especially with a remake for One Man Army, but a slight misplay there. Misstep. One Man Army don't get the like 5th, 6th, 7th touch for OT, as now he goes to the next round.
Yeah, honestly, anything could have happened there. Ice did get the bomb coming up, but just not enough at that moment. But Team Peps looking very comfortable so far in this round. They just felt like they had all the tempo after they were able to sort of stabilize a little bit. And now we can see Crocs hovering.
We're going well.
French Roadhog.
All right.
This is the most ranked thing ever of, hey, we're unwell. Sorry, man. Have to play Roadhog. Gotta put him in the pit.
You know you can hook people in the pit? Yeah, it's pretty sick. You should
watch this.
Watch this, yeah. Well, it's going to be tough to hook a lot of these comps, to be fair. I mean, Dong and Alpha are going to be playing super far away. Maybe you've managed to find Arvo. Crocs with the Omega flank, got walled off by his own teammate. Ooh. He's hunted, he's searching. Arvo ends up going down. Pack claims the Frenchman. Looking for a hook, goes wide, but it's all good. I mean, you've killed Arvo already, so see if One Man Army managed to get out alive. Looks like Crocs wants to pay them a little visit on their side of the map. These walls are going to be rather annoying to kind of deal with. And a nice hook actually onto the Diva. Ice super low, loses mech as well. And Pep claiming the point.
You can just see how much of a threat this Roadhog is. You have to put so much respect onto it because they can just walk at you and put out so much pressure. Let's see if our one-man army are going to make any changes. FD God is... their team is very far ahead, but FD God is just running back from spawn, back and forth. You know, the FD God special, you know, full aggression. But hey, it's working for them right now, so you can't knock it too much. But now Top Dragon almost looking for FD God coming back.
He's got a pulse. Actually, yeah, Top Dragon's done so much damage already. I mean, you kind of expect that when you're against the Hog, to be fair. Well, they've got the call, no hook. There's the stick. Good damage from Top Dragon. FD God and Crocs end up going down to the pulse bomb. Suzu went out, and unfortunately, Top Dragon was wet in there with a pulse. Maybe not expecting Top Dragon had done so much damage already. Now they're going to put pressure on the points. Just trying to get rid of Stelios. Stelios, though, not using that pulse bomb, so Team Pep's going to come back with quite a wealth of ultimates.
Yeah. Just great play. Recognizing Crocs is overstayed. They'll welcome just that little bit more. Puts out a ton of pressure and a great pulse bomb. Able to open that one up for them. And now the ultimates start coming online. We got the Casino Rush for Team Peps. That's going to be difficult to deal with. I don't see Pack able to get any value with this Blizzard, but, you know, I could be wrong. But right now, you're walking to just so much sustain of a one-man army with both support ultimates.
Rather aggressive rush here on the point. FD God dead again. Dongan gets the flail shot onto him. Crocs is super low. He's just getting bashed by Dongan, just trying to get the perma stun, so he cannot heal. The rest of his team is unfortunately falling around him. I mean, as soon as the hook has gone out, like, you're waiting, what, another 6, 7 seconds or something, right? And just, okay, maybe we'll get another hook. If you're going to go in with Rush like that, you're going to get hooks more often, but one-man army, and with the rally especially, like, the hog just turns just into a squishy ball of ult charge.
But that's going to happen again as they step up, where they're going to get the orbital ray from the Juno in their face. Oh, wow, Avo's going to go down early to Zerion. Maybe this might be able to be turned around for Team Peps.
Well, there is the Blizzard being thrown out by Pack as well. It's going to separate the team, one-man army. Now getting back to the point, if that hook landed, that would have been one dead D.Va. Self-destruct available still. And the staying power here is going to be quite immense from Team Peps. They end up using this sound barrier. Crocs finds a hook and a shot onto Dongen as they end up flipping.
I have no idea how Avo was able to get picked off so early in that fight, but from there, one-man army just trying to find anything to do, and so we're going to see a quick pause come out.
Might have been a kunai or something.
Yeah, it looked like it was definitely a headshot kunai, but, you know, how does that happen as an Ashe? Is that a double dink across the map? Like, it does happen, but very rarely at this level.
Yeah, not sure, but Crocs, you got a double kill at the end, and that's what counts. Humongous W.
We are not
fans.
We are not applauding the Roadhog, okay? We are not giving the Roadhog their flowers, okay?
At what point are you just like, do we just go Ana as well? Juno Ana kind of angle? Although Brig is just too powerful on this map with the rally. Maybe it's not worth. Plus they have Cleanse on the other side, right?
So the Suzu really invalidates a lot of those like hard counters that you usually see for Roadhog. Generally just having like consistent damage is the thing that's going to turn it around, right? And like, it's important to note as well, the way Team Peps are playing, because they're playing the Lucio instead of, you know, something with more healing, there's actually not that much sustain for Crocs, especially with FD God just running it down into the backline almost on cooldown. So it's like, you know, really, if you're able to put enough pressure and damage onto Crocs, then you can bring him down, and that's maybe why we see Top Dragon move over to the Echo. Get him below half health. The focusing beam will potentially give them the opportunity to bring him down.
Yeah, this change, a small swap here from Top Dragon's really nice. So hard to pin down too. I mean, maybe you get the icicles right. I mean, Tracer historically has been pretty decent at kind of farming the Echo, but with the D.Va as well, Top Dragon is so free. And you are, like I said before, a squishy ball of ult charge if you're the Roadhog, so this copy is going to come up very quickly. Nice little hook. Doesn't end up going into the pit though, and dodging out of the wall as well. Bob does get deployed from Arvo, so it's going to be Team Peps trying to fight up against this. You know what? No idea. Oh, he's in the corner by Kane. Oh, he got Stelios. There he is. He's right there. All right, he called his name, and there he is. Oh, good D-mech actually onto Ice. That pig pen there from Crocs making sure that Ice is down the well. Team Peps in OT. I mean, Top Dragon not nearing this ultimate, unfortunately. This fight has just lasted too long, and Crocs, his ability to stay in these fights as the fights do end up breaking down. It's just hard to remove him from the point. Ice jumping over to the Doomfist. Top Dragon does get the duplicate off. Has changed into the Roadhog, but how long can you survive is the real question.
He's surviving pretty long right now. Top Dragon's letting potentially Mike get the Hog.
Oh, the Hog as well. Oh, the duplication runs out just in the nick of time, but Crocs is met with the sharp Peacekeeper there from Arvo. A double kill for the Cassidy as one-man army secured the point, stabilizing after that duplication.
And all the credit needs to go to Top Dragon there. Huge duplication onto the Roadhog. Doesn't even find a pick, but gives him the staying power to just stay on the point, let the rest of his team reinforce. And now they have both support ultimates. They're in a great place to take this round.
All right, Blizzard available. It's going to be very hard to get this comp in the Blizzard. Speaking of which, though, Ice does end up getting frozen on the edge of it, unfortunately, but Stelios is already dead. Sound barrier comes through from Team Peps. It's a 1-for-1 trade with Alpha still having that Ray. It's going to be up to Team Peps now to try and stall this point out. Crocs is looking for somebody. he's found one. Avo managed to get the Magne kill off on Zerion already, however, but look at this damage coming through now from Top Dragon. It's going to be something to fear. He's hiding up in the high ground as well, making sure he doesn't randomly get hooked. And Stelios goes down from the spawn, insta-killed by Alpha as Ice almost lands himself in the pit. But now, without any healing, the Hog met his demise, and with one-man army cleaning up Team Peps, they're going to be able to get the reflip at 99 with only Zerion to touch, but it is all one-man army this round.
Some questionable ultimates from Team Peps there. I feel like
they had Crocs looking for. He was like, where did everybody go, bro?
And the sound barrier from FD God before that as well. I feel like they thought a one-man army was going to fight into that Blizzard a lot more than they actually did, right? So as soon as the Blizzard went down, a one-man army just disengaged, let Ice fall. but Team Peps used the sound barrier and the whole hog trying to chase them down, and they found ghosts. So without those ultimates, they weren't able to close out that fight and ended up losing the round. So maybe a little bit of a mistake from Team Peps, but a one-man army doing a phenomenal job of playing the game their way and forcing mistakes out of Team Peps.
All right, the hero roulette wheel was landed on ball. This one, okay. Crocs on the wrecking ball. Oh, we mentioned it. Extremely flexible player, will literally play anything. Doesn't care, doesn't ask questions, and doesn't listen to the answers people try and give him. Slam onto the high ground, and this is going to be the big point here for One Man Army. Can they get Avo on this high ground? Perma. If they can get him up there, just dishing damage out, it's going to be very tough for the board and the rest of the team to actually dislodge him.
And Crocs is doing a great job of applying pressure. Oh, David did.
Oh, we're good.
I thought she might have panicked a little bit, but like Crocs is just putting pressure on so many different players right now on the lobby. On the Ashe, on the Brig, on the D.Va, everybody is getting some form of pressure, and that's forcing so much reaction from a one-man army, and that's going to cause the Team Peps to get the first flip.
Got to hit Alpha real quick. Pack actually the first to fall here. They might trade Ashes though, and they do. FD God, no more Lucio. It's on the Juno now. Another speed characters. You expect FD God pretty good at that. Dongan going down to a focusing beam from Stelios. Team Peps, they got the point. One-man army, they need to resell. 5 pigs. Top Dragon is finding them though. As soon as I said that, Pulse Bomb available already from the Tracer, as well as that Orbital Ray from Alpha. Look at the difference in damage and healing coming through from One-man army squad. FD God's 50% towards ult.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. FD God might have got picked early, but that Orbital Ray ends up being the nail in the coffin for Team Peps. They just weren't able to deal with the extra damage, the extra healing that they found on the point. So the flip does come through, but the silver lining for Team Peps, they got almost 40% on this round just because they capped so early in that fight. So if they can go in with ultimates of their own, they could be in a very good spot to close out this map.
All right, see if Alpha can maybe even lap FD God it. Rally comes out. Pretty early one from Zerion. FD God takes to the skies, looking for some torpedo target. As Krogs is putting pressure on the points. He really is everywhere all at once. 180 health though. Has to back off real quick, get these mini packs, but more than happy to distract the rest of one-man army while the rest of his team do the rest and get the cap.
Yeah, Crocs is putting on a masterclass of how you want to play the Wrecking Ball into these kind of compositions. He's not getting the picks, he's not doing the most damage, but he's just being so annoying to play into, right? And now with FD God coming up to an orbital ray of their own, it's going to be difficult for a one-man army to find any position to step up and get on this point. And we're at 60% and counting. Oh, into the moon.
Into the moon and back down again. Well, here comes the orbital ray from FD God.
So early.
Quick disengage, yeah. Dongan does end up going down. They trade him for Crocs. No pressure on the point for one-man army right now. But Arvo is extremely low. Actually sends Bob to the point, but it's all Top Dragon once again. Arvo's Bob picks up one, and that being FD God as one-man army get the cap with the help of the Bob. Top Dragon just going, once again, just nuclear.
They need him to do such a thing as well. Top Dragon really able to just sort of put a lot of pressure around the map. Now a one-man army having to hold on. No ultimates in the bank, but not many for Team Peps either. Only Stelios with the duplication. I guess you can throw that onto the D.Va. Double D.Vas flying in your face. That's pretty difficult to deal with.
God, Crocs is just getting hounded down by Top Dragon. Here's another ult battery for Top Dragon to charge off of. Point control here for one-man army. Good sticky bombs onto Arvo, hits the roll though as soon as they detonate, so gets that damage reduction. Duplication comes in on the Cassidy, but it's Zerion that goes down first. They're trying to make something work here with this duplication, but it's just getting perma-matrixed, so there was nothing Stelios could really do in that fight. The Hydra Grenade too, halting Crocs' advance, and even with the mines, wasn't able to deploy them as one-man army looked to FD God near those spawn doors. And now is final fight territory for Team Peps, and Zerion, he just spawned, and now he's straight back in the spawn.
And that's going to put a pretty big stagger onto this next fight. So now all of a sudden Team Peps, they're not going to be able to step up as much as they would like to, not be able to put as much pressure onto the point. And you can see Pac trying to put some early pressure, force them back, but he has to recall super early. That's a big problem here. Who else is going to touch?
Now Top Dragon can just focus him. Top Dragon does end up recalling himself, but I mean, Scott, that's it. Fight's already over. Rally came through from Zerion, but, well, what's a better ult than Rally right now? It's Orbital Ray, probably the best ult in the game. Instantly killing the backline as one-man army. Don't even have to deal with the mine. Shrug off that pulse bomb as well. That was eaten by ice. Self-destruct in a high noon just for victory fireworks as one-man army clean sweep almost, it felt like, on that last round. They take the first map off of Peps.
Yeah, and a one-man army after that first round, they looked just a lot more comfortable. As you said, Top Dragon starting to take over the game a little bit. Ice feeling very confident playing the D.Va. Maybe just like a little bit of, warm-up in that first round, but as we expect to see things moving on, they're adjusting very well to the just the sheer amount of different tanks that they're going up against. They played against the Roadhog, they played up against a Wrecking Ball, they played up against, what was even in the first round, the Orisa? Like, there's so many different options that Peps are throwing at them, but they seem to be adjusting quite effectively.
They're chilling. They're chilling.
Big chilling.
Top Dragon gets online, they're big chilling. Guys farming. And a lot of the time too, this has been historically the case as well. Avo is an exceptional hit scan player. Really, really clean, precise aim. And a lot of teams kind of know that. And then they target Avo. They're like, okay, we're going to int on you. And we saw a lot of the time Crocs on the ball, like going for these slams, like hanging around Avo to make sure he can't go for an aggressive peek, can't get any damage in because he's too scared of the ball. And then it's like, okay, we just leave Avo, we send a few packs over to him, a little shot of healing here and there, and then Top Dragon just does the rest. And the guy is a carry, but it can't be understated how much Avo is doing too in drawing a lot of aggro. I mean, that was just...
That's unlucky.
That is unfortunate for FD got there, but that looks so funny.
Gets hit with a whip into the pulse bomb, so you never expect. But yeah, and that was like an interesting thing that we saw throughout it. It's surprising to see FD God playing as much Lucio as we have seen, because Lucio has generally been a lot less prominent ever since people have moved over to the Juno. We saw obviously FD God play Juno in this round, but it does feel like they're still willing to play that aggressive style with the Lucio where they can, and maybe that'll be indicative of the next map that we see chosen. Maybe put themselves in a situation where they can play a Lucio, play faster, and just full out aggression into the opposition.
It is kind of funny. Before Juno got released, or as she was released, it was like, oh, speed ring. That's like, finally another form of like speed up for the rest of the team on a support character. It's like, is Lucio, in my mind, was either going to be never played or like close to never being played, or like perma played with Juno, so you could get like double speed. You're hitting speed cap obviously, but you could time them in a way. You like use speed ring first or use amp and then kind of go in. But teams are like, you don't really need Lucio anymore. You can just have a Brig and the speed ring kind of does it all for you. If you need someone to go in, you have the like nuclear bomb D.Va meta where she has a bug where like she just goes over speed cap and one-shot somebody with the thrusters. Yeah, light speed D.Va. But it's been interesting to see different teams, especially with like dedicated Lucio players, like Space Station, to be fair, or now with Team Peps and FD God, how they've adapted. I don't think I like the Lucio at all in these comps, and I much prefer them running the Brig and running FD God on the Juno.
One of the big things that Juno really fills a hole that Lucio's always had is that Lucio's always been great for that speed boost, and I would say that Lucio's speed boost is more effective than Juno. You can do it in a bigger radius, but if Lucio is providing speed boost, he is doing so at a cost of being able to provide healing. When you're amping it up, if you're amping speed, you're losing a lot of healing and you're leaving that on the table, where Juno can provide the ring while also putting out the ridiculous amount of healing that you need to as well, plus can heal from range. So I think Juno just, I wouldn't say is even better. I would say it's just different. And that's one of the cool things that we've seen about Juno compared to Lucio, is just a different look at speed, because that's something that's been so, I guess, unique to Lucio for so long, and why he's been prominent in the metas since Lucio the game released.
Been perma meta almost forever, because speed is so important in Overwatch. Of course, we've had like Ana Brig backlines, but at some point we're always going to back to the Lucio. Here's the map pool on your screens. Of course, we've had control already. And to remind you of what maps were picked in the series previous: Kings Row, Esperanza, New Junk City, and Watch Point Gibraltar in their 5-map series in the opening matches. That was a week ago or so. So it is now up for Peps to decide. And last time they took us to Kings Row after losing control as their first map.
And generally teams, they'll consistently keep the same maps that they've been scrimming, right? Even if you do lose on a map, you have a lot of practice on it, you can make adjustments. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Team Peps trend towards maps that they lost at last time, unless they genuinely don't believe that they can counter whatever was done last time. So it really is so many different options of what they could go for. It comes down to their comfort, especially with how much diversity they have. in their compositions. They look like they're more than willing to play so many different things. Some teams just want to play meta. They're just going to play the Orisa, Brig, Juno, and they're just going to get very strong at that one thing. Other teams, like Team Peps, it seems, is willing to throw curveballs to catch their opposition unaware. So the world is their oyster, honestly, right now with this map pool.
All right, we'll have to wait and see. Peps' choice. As yeah. I'm not sure I didn't hear that call. As we go to a sub. Oh, a sub. My bad. It is Gogo. Okay. So now we're having. So with FD God being in here, it feels like we maybe are going to and trending towards this Juno. For Team Peps, which I'm really happy with. I think Juno Brig right now is just so powerful. It's like with the packs as well, especially. It's so easy to heal the Juno, and Juno flies at like light speed, and getting the Juno out of situations using a pack is really nice. And here we go into a clash. So a game that we didn't end up seeing in that series. So Peps really turning this series on its head, and maybe throwing One Man Army a little bit of a curveball here, especially with that sub coming in.
Yeah, and we talked about it yesterday, how generally when new maps and modes come out, teams aren't as, they don't want to put as much time into it. They don't want to really learn a completely new map. They're willing to just sort of stick to the comforts that they have. So maybe Team Peps having some unique idea of what they would like to play here. We talked about the double speed earlier on in this broadcast as well, the Lucio and the Juno. Generally the speed, that double speed isn't super valuable, but we could see it done. Maybe this is just a double speed to get out the spawn doors. We'll have to keep an eye out, but going back to the Junker Queen against the Orisa is an interesting choice.
I really don't like the JQ.
It does struggle pretty heavily.
Double speed, yeah. So they are, well, technically they're Team Peps right now playing double main support. With FD God obviously being a Lucio player as well. I thought it was going to be Brig. I mean, we've seen Gogo play Brig before. All right, this is more of a Korean meta style as well from One Man Army. Proper as well, which has been so good on the Genji. Same with Heesang as well, actually saying that. So One Man Army, very much like in what feels like one of the strongest compositions right now in the meta.
Yeah, this is what I would consider standard right now. It's your ability to move around, you have the healing with the Brig, and the execution with the Genji. And you can see Team Peps really just trying to run them down, and they're eventually going to find him.
Good little reflect there as well by Stelios. Oh, Dragon and Ice still coming out with kills though somehow. Backline hit for Team Peps. I'm not sure. That looked like a 1-5 from Team Peps for sure, but Ice is pretty low still, and the sustainer from the Queen cannot be understated. It's top Dragon versus 2 now, but I think anything can happen, to be honest with you. Well, maybe not anymore, especially with an Ice Block being a thing. Delio surely gets this kill on top Dragon.
Maybe not.
Surely gets this kill, maybe not. Prox is pretty low too. Dongan ends up getting back to the fight and instantly going down to FD God, and there it is. Okay, finally a clean wipe from Team Peps.
Yeah, the both healers being lost on One Man Army, that was just a huge deciding factor. They didn't have enough healing to be able to just top everyone up, so they're just slowly bleeding out in that fight. And as you said, Jack, the sustain of the Junker Queen just able to keep them in that fight. Now, Team Peps get the first advantage, heading over to the next point. This is such a difficult point to assail because of that defensive high ground that you can see a One Man Army is already set up on. It can be very difficult to be able to approach top Dragon getting so low.
Yeah, good knife actually coming through from a Crocs. But here's where the Queen ult is going to suffer a little bit, I think. Nice pull onto the... Oh my god, Gogo got destroyed. I thought for sure maybe he survives that. High Noon from Arbo instantly deleted by FD God. Just sitting in that orbital ray. And this is going to be out. I mean, Peps, they're going to get a late kill here on Ice. They're going to be able to claim this point, Scott. And look at the ultimates they got for last. Maybe they get a tick. The last point is incredibly slow and also hard to cap. But you do get a point for every single tick that you get. So even if they get one, they're going to be more than happy with that. And they got 4 ults to do it with, Scott.
And I'm looking at the Team Peps composition, you can start to realize, hey, this is just an all-in composition. They're going to shout, they're going to amp speed, they're going to use the ring. And they're just being able to just run through the rest of the one-man army and get onto the back line. So Alpha and Donghan have been really struggling to be able to get into this fight. As you can see, there goes the ring, there goes the shout, and they're just layering them all on top of each other so they can close the distance.
Blade popped by Stelios, same with Top Dragon, but who can get the damage done first? Alpha and Donghan already dead, and looking at Stelios. Looks like he's coming up with the numbers required. 3 kills for the Blade from Team Peps, as well as that Blizzard. Team Pep's choosing this map too, and maybe you can see why. Even subbing in Go-Go as well, giving them this different style, different amount of tempo play with this double speed. Top Dragon now jumping onto the Venture, but one-man army, they've lost a tick on the point already. So Team Pep's 3-0 right now as Dongan deploys the rally.
Yeah, the rally comes out. It should give them sustainability. Plus, all the players able to group respawn. Huge rampage load.
Rampage as well. Dongan super low. Easy cleanup there for the Lucio. Spawns are still pretty close, though, for a one-man army, so they should be able to stabilize, only giving over a single tick to Team Peps. McCrox is playing right up against the spawn doors and easily takes care of Alpha. That Carnage swing hit him, and even though he was in the skies, even Pack coming up with kills. A very late ultimate here from FD God, but clearly thinking they can win this fight. No Ice Block available from Pack, however, meaning his life was cut short quickly. One-man army, they lose a tick. They're down 3 points. They're going to at least get this one, so they're not out of this just yet.
And you can just see how much of a spawn advantage the defensive team has on Clash, especially with once a tick is reached, they get a cooldown reduction of their respawns as well. So one-man army able to respawn, get back onto the point, and Team Peps are just going to have to walk away with 1 point. But you take those, right? 3-1 in the advantage right now.
Oh my, oh, what?
Was that off the map?
That was off the map.
Oh my god.
Ice just hit the longest range, like Olympic level javelin I've ever seen on Crocs. We'll get a replay of that one, that's for sure. That's over by the tree over there, the left-hand side of your
Yeah,
screen.
that's like, he just dodged all the trees and all the rocks that end up falling off the map.
He
They
is
will
the
get another
sniper now.
contest though.
They will indeed.
Oh, never mind.
Maybe not. Okay, take it back. Blizzard being invested here by Pack. Okay, that seems like a mistake.
And now all of a sudden things start to snowball away. It's now 3-2. A one-man army is coming back into this pretty quickly, especially with ultimates being used from Team Peps in losing fights. All of a sudden, a lot of their advantages that they gained from the start of this map are starting to dwindle away, and Crocs is getting pushed in.
Yeah, Crocs being handed a kill there potentially by Top Dragon, who is flung into the back line of one-man army. Well, the Venture Ultimate is going to make sure he doesn't get too much else done. Nice little stun on the Genji, and oh, Top Dragon just drilled a hole right through the center of him. There's the Terra Surge as well. His satellite vectors are coming in. These orbital rays crossing on at the point, and everybody trying to make good use of it.
Five-man.
A five-man rampage from Crocs. That should be the end of it. A five-man rampage through the orbital ray, Scott. How much damage is that per second? Probably like 2 billion or something?
Yeah,
like,
no, I think 3 billion once. Let me do the decimal points real quick. That
yeah?
was ridiculous how well done that was by Crocs. They're playing the Junker Queen very, very well. It's a difficult matchup, as we talked about, but Crocs is doing a great job of pushing and pulling and utilizing all the speed boosts they have, and a one-man army just not able to hold up, and now we're on match point for Team Peps.
I mean, hey, maybe that's why the Queens get into the Juno, right? Everybody's trying to group up, trying to benefit from that ray as much as possible. And then you just hit the Q real quick. Top Dragon spotted there on the sidelines. Crocs, don't go off the map again. Don't go off the map again. Okay.
Not like this, not again.
Not like this, not like this! Okay, he's all good. He's surfing USA right now, just managed to get out of the way in time. Played popped by Stelios as well as that Blizzard from Arvo, but has not found anybody as Dongan and Ice end up going down. Team Peps 1 point away. They only need to cap this and the map will be theirs. Top Dragon unburrows and then sent to the stratosphere, maybe to meet Juno and Mars, not sure. Team Peps, they're still holding on to this Blizzard as well as one-man army. Desperation time as they try and get back to the point in time to cause OT.
Oh, the Blizzard's on the point. What do you do now?
Oh, I think absolutely nothing. Alpha does end up killing FD God, but Stelios is going to get reset after reset after reset as Team Peps take us to Hanaoka and give us a masterclass on how the map is played.
Hey, you know, we questioned it. They came out with the double speed and we're like, not in love with it. But honestly, they're making me a bit of a believer. They played around it so well of just like running down every, like the slow backline that they wanted to play with. Queen Crocs.
Oh, there he is. Okay, I thought you just
Am I alive?
frozen in shock.
It was a moment in time. No, I'm
Oh my
back.
god, they did so well with the double speed.
Yeah.
I was that surprised. That Crocs playing the Junker Queen as well. Like you said, hey, didn't think the Junker Queen was that good, especially in a meta that was tending towards the Orisa. But if you're hitting rampages like that, like there is nothing you can do. You don't receive the healing from the orbital ray either. So like, you're just sat there like, we have to kill people in maybe a second or we just die.
Yeah.
So yeah, fantastic play from Team Peps. 5-2, a pretty dominant scoreline as Clash goes. And now it's up to One Man Army to choose our next map as we jump into some highlights. Hopefully we've got that nice spear off the map as well. That was kind of funny.
Yeah, and like as you can see, Donghun's just running for their life, and that was pretty much the entirety of the map, just because of how fast they were able to go with all of this. And just honestly great play all around with their ultimates. I actually really like how they fought the final point as well. Sometimes, there's obviously that argument of like, is it worth committing resources to that final point? But after they use this blade from Stelios, get a couple of picks, they're able to sort of drag out that extra point, and that just gives them such a huge advantage moving forward. And all of a sudden, a one-man army having to commit so many ultimates to just get back into the fight. So very clear understanding of how they wanted to play Clash.
Yeah, really nice play all around. It feels like committing a lot of ultimates in these last fights is worth it too, because you're in a situation where you... Oh, is that off the map? Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh, he was on the stairs as well, so it was like you couldn't even touch the ground again. Oh, that is super bad. Oh, and here's the rampage as well from Crocs. I mean, everybody's so grouped up. It's a queen's dream, really, to have everybody lining up like that, and the triple kill. Everybody dying at the same time to the rampage is just... Oh, it's beautiful stuff.
I wish I understood exactly how the orbital ray with the Junker Queen ultimate works. Like, does it work through application? I would assume so, right? But it was a billion damage. That's what we can be sure about. And you can actually see the damage dealt
differential
between both of these were actually very similar, but the big thing was the healing. And that kind of goes to what I was talking about with how aggressively Team Peps was playing into the backline of a one-man army. It really felt like the Juno and the Brig were the people that were falling first, so they just didn't have the opportunity to heal their teammates.
Hey, double speed, it's working out for Team Peps. I wonder if they keep Goku in now is the big question for me, because yeah, I like what you said. Like, Donghun was under so much pressure that probably had very little healing in that game as things go. 13 deaths to 30, a 2.3 KD. Peps looking at home in Hanaoka, apparently. One-man army, it's their choice where they go next. Hey, are we going to watch Point Gibraltar? Hey,
yo, FD God, play Lifeweaver.
Play Lifeweaver, get full held again. Yeah, cool. It was an incredibly good series. If you didn't manage to catch it, you can go back and watch the replay.
It is worth noting, like, I would be surprised if you see a one-man army go to a map that they can play Go-Go again, right? Like, you just lost to the Queen double speed. In my opinion, you're not going to a map where they're going to be able to pull something like that off. And with Zerion coming back in, I believe you should expect something similar. Maybe it is a map like Watch Point Gibraltar, which has a lot of high grounds, and you can't really just run at your opposition, and there it is.
There it is. You already had a whole lot of confidence after full holding them. Why not do it again? Here we go. Is FD God going to come out on the Weaver like to boost the tanks up? Because that was the main game plan last time. Just get Weaver in, boost the tanks up into the high ground over and over and over again, and then just run over the opposition. But one-man army just had a heck of a game and managed to clutch out that map number 5.
I don't think it's worth playing the Weaver for that exact nation. I would assume Team Peps probably went back to the drawing board and came up with a different solution. Right. But hey, you never know. Maybe they were confident and they just didn't play it right. But I love this pick from a one-man army. It's a map that you know you've beaten Peps at. It's a map that you know that Team Peps probably don't have a lot of experience playing. Whatever, they're either playing a composition that you think is inferior, or they have less experience playing a composition that they haven't played as much. So go to what your strengths are. Obviously very confident coming to this map. Now we get to see how this one plays out.
All right, let's rock and roll, shall we? Watch Point Gibraltar. Had many a highlight reel, big clip from this one in Overwatch history.
FD God, no. Okay, thank you.
No. All right, Zerion running. Okay, so this is one of the only maps really that we've seen some teams stray away from the Juno, and it has been to go to a very default dive backline, which is the Brig and the Ana just supporting Stelios and Crocs on the Winston.
Yeah, and this is just such a great map for Ana. The long sight lines, your ability to heal your teammates. Also, you're not really going to find a lot of value with a hyper ring in this situation. You're not rushing to a lot of positions. It's more about controlling high grounds. And now you get to see what a one-man army is going to come out playing. And they're just going to play a very stock standard dive with the Diva, the Brig, and the Juno. But Arvo on this Widow is the person you're going to need to keep an eye out on. going up against a Hanzo, a Winston, and Tracer is going to be a lot of pressure from many different angles. It's going to be hard to find angles to shoot, but they're going to need him to find the picks.
Yeah, Pac and the rest of Team Peps, they know that Arvo is going to be playing the Widowmaker here, so it makes sense to jump towards a Hanzo.
Oh, there it is.
My God, well, there's the pick. You'll love to see that. You can hear the Winston above him, right?
Hello.
It's all good, though, because you got the backup. Ice is there. And here it is. I mean, this is going to be the big issue for Team Peps, because they have no, like, pure... Well, I guess Hanzo is, like, a sniper, but, I mean, like, Widow. When I say... I was going to say pure sniper, but, like, I just mean Widow. Because you have no Widow on the other side. The pressure there does end up mounting with every single inch the Widow gets, and every single second the Widow gets as well, for free.
Why is there a Sonic Arrow in the roof? He's not up there, guys. I've cleared the roof. But
Yeah, they're not hanging from the ceiling like Spider-Man or Paul.
You never know. Ooh. And as you said, Jack, like, Arvo is going to have the advantage in this sniper matchup. Pac can obviously pump out a lot of damage, but it does. You can see as soon as Arvo picks their head, Pac has to respect it, and disengage. So Team Pep's kind of playing on a timeline right now because Arvo is going to find a pick eventually, but you can see Crocs jumping into the backline trying to put some pressure on.
All right, Zerion's got Nano already, so they can use that whenever they so choose. And they're going to Nano onto the back line. Good speed read, though, from Alpha. He knew that was coming. Instantly getting out of there. Post bomb on the ground. FD God puts up the plasma screen TV. Does end up blocking that one, and they end up killing Ice in the process. A pretty easy fight win. No way one-man army end up staying in this one. Although I say that, Top Dragon still comes up with a kill. But FD God there with the flail.
Yeah, that's a good trade back. So that should slow down this push from a one-man army, but Arvo is still struggling to find any more follow-up picks because Team Peps have just bunkered down in the server room in the right. There's just no sightlines that the Widow is able to take where they are not exposed to the Winston. So great plan here from Team Peps. And now, as you said, Crocs has the Primal Rage. He's going to be able to play aggressive. And every time Ice tries to step up, he's just taking so much damage.
Well, Arvo pops the sights and instantly killed. No more walls available for one-man army to use. Here comes the Ray, though, and the kills. They're going to be filling the kill feed in just a moment. Top Dragon and Dongen in that close range proximity. Yeah, it's pretty tough to survive. Rally being popped from Dongen to make sure Crocs doesn't guarantee himself a kill. Alive. Somehow keeping Alpha alive, too, as Crocs falls to the brig.
There's just no way. That was like the highest value rally we've seen in an incredibly long time. Just caught in that small room. You can see Crocs is punching everyone around, just wasn't able to do enough damage, and one-man army doing a great job of eventually breaking that hold. And now it becomes that second point challenge of how do you hold the high ground? Whoever has the top of the ship ends up being the king. And you're gonna see Team Peps really fight for this position.
Empty God already using flail there. Dragons deployed by Pac, just clearing people off of the left-hand little platform. On fire right now. I heard a pulse bomb stick, and it was must have been on Crocs there. Yeah, little torpedoes finishing Alpha, finishing Crocs even from Alpha. And this is the point where it's painful for Team Peps, right? I mean, coming back in through these doors while the Ashe is on the high ground, while the Diva's on the high ground, it's going to be tough. But they got a couple of support ultimates to maybe crack open the doors.
Yeah, it looks like they will be able to get another fight into this as Pac switches over to the Sombra as well. And with Top Dragon going down just before, they might not have enough damage.
Good damage.
So low.
Yeah, here comes the rally. Oh, Pac actually going out onto Ice, who ends up getting antied as well. FD got nano boosted with a rally, an actual raid boss being sent into the back line of one-man army. They're getting these manual hacks from Pac. They're quite good at locking down Ice, but the only problem is these Sombra hacks, they just don't last long enough for you to kill a Diva realistically.
Yeah, and as much as that's a good hold by Team Peps, the rally and the nano boost are such important tools that they have in their arsenal. How are they going to stand up against this orbital ray, especially because they're giving so much position to a one-man army? There's going to be a fight on the point, and this is going to be where the orbital ray gets the most value.
Ice is going pretty low, though. Hacked and then instantly antied on top of that one. Oh, has to pop the self-destruct. Rather unfortunate, but it's going to create a lot of space, that's for certain. And now Crocs is finally going to join them on the point as Alpha just scoots out of there, using that speed ring to get some distance between him and the Winston. Ice now paying attention to the Tracer, who's pretty much out of this fight. And look at the support positioning right now. The Dynamite's too good, and Zerion was the only one there for Peps to actually touch, so quickly dealt with by Top Dragon. Team Peps, they're going to lose this point, but still burning a lot of time off the time bank. There's one man only had a minute and 30 in there. Oh, minute 24. We'll call it exactsies. 2 minutes and 50 seconds now as the door's open.
And you're going to see Zarian switch over to the Juno. I wonder if you're going to see a swap from Crocs back over to the Mei, maybe going to a more, I guess, less focus on the high ground composition. But One Man Army have so many ultimates in their arsenal. They have the Bob, they have the Rally, they have a lot of tools to be able to get through this third point, especially considering they have 2.5 remaining in the time bank.
Pulse Bomb in the hand of Top Dragon right now. Got the Rally too. It's going to be a hard-fought dive for Team Peps if they want to try and go for something here. Top Dragon just trying as he might to push Stelios off of high ground, and he has succeeded in his venture. Oh, here comes the Bob, straight
That's a good
deployed
Bob.
in the center. Yep, and it's going to be a hard-fought ask for Crocs to deal with that one. He does bubble it, but it only covers a little bit of it. Rally ends up coming in, and looks like Dongan just way too aggressive here. And you can see Peps trying to punish him with FD God's Rally. There's a Pulse Bomb onto the break though, and Top Dragon comes up with another kill. There it is, FD God going down. Zarian's going to be a little bit more vulnerable now as the single support for Team Peps. And even Pack too, feeling the wrath of the Diva. Slowly but surely now, a one-man army are moving this payload, looking towards these spawn doors for kills.
Both orbital rays come out, they're crossing each other, but Crocs is already down. They might not have the damage to be able to get through this.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, they've swapped sides right now to try and benefit from the orbital ray as much as possible. Pack is already dead, and look at the positioning right now from Team Peps' backline. They want to benefit from the orbital ray, but they just put themselves in a position where they're just so easy to shoot at. If you're Arvo, a minute and 20, make that a minute and 18 for one-man army as they find the completion.
Yeah, you can see Team Peps, their composition not really making sense at the end there. They're playing the Winston, but also playing with a Mei, and the ultimates of One Man Army just able to just continuously push them back, push them out, and that gave so much freedom to Avo on the Ash to shoot. We haven't really spoken too much about Avo, but Avo's just kind of existing in the back, and every time Team Peps seemed to fall on the back foot, Avo was just getting all the space to be able to shoot, hit big dynamites, and that's really giving them the edge in some of these team fights.
Okay. Let's see what they do on the offense here. And now this is where the Weaver came out for FD God. Like you said, Scott, I think looking back at the VOD, they probably are going to opt away from that. If not, just a quick petal platform maybe to get people places. But learning from your mistakes is what's important, especially if it's a decider match. The winner here does end up going through to the main event. And I like what I see from One Man Army, though. They've got Arvo back on the Widowmaker, Top Dragon on the Tracer. It's comp. It's just, it feels so at home for them.
And there's been a lot of back and forth over like Winston versus Diva in a lot of these matchups. Honestly, I think you can plug and play both depending on the strength of the tank player that you have. Ice has just been doing a great job on the Diva, just like putting out so much pressure, diving it in, and it really feels like Crocs has been struggling to move around on the Winston. But now we're going to see Puck picking up the Widowmaker. So it's going to be the Widowmaker versus Widowmaker. Taylor's old as time on Watchpoint Gibraltar, honestly. And if Pack is not able to find picks here, it's going to be really difficult because you're walking into the defensive sightlines of Arvo. So needing to work in collaboration. Oh,
Yo, Alpha, 1 HP.
that was fortunate for
That
Alpha.
Widow nerf, if that Widow nerf didn't come in, that's one dead Juno. And again,
Where's Arvo? We haven't really seen Arvo at all. Just to see what sidelines Arvo's actually holding, but oh, there it goes over to the lowest
wow,
there.
so defensive. Yeah, just looking through car wash. Kind of a default spot sometimes to the Widowmaker on defense, but there's a kill. There's two body shots.
Body shot bandit.
We'll take it.
Oh, look at how much damage
Steve
that
is okay. I'm gonna say it.
No, don't say it.
I'm gonna be the brave one. Diva's still stupid. Diva's still insane.
How can he say something so bold?
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm so brave for that one.
The Diva's just so strong, and the ability with the micro missiles, if you're able to get people in a small room, and that's one of the big strengths that Diva has against the Winston. If you can just put all of it into him, you see Crocs jumps up for half a second and just loses his entire health pool. Yeah. And now Ice has the Diva bomb as well. Like it's just very difficult to fight into, and you can see Pac really struggling to find angles to be able to shoot, and Top Dragon's going to win the Tracer duel.
Yeah, a little differential there from Top Dragon. See if Arvo and Pac can kind of spot each other. Now Pac's problems have just multiplied as Arvo rips FD God's head clean off.
Yeah, and that's going to be It's going to be another reset coming out for Team Peps. You just haven't really had any space to work with. And the Widowmaker from Pipe. Wait. Turn around.
Yo, corner checkers.
Don't know. Pepe
The corner. They don't know, apparently. No, he hasn't got a pulse bomb, luckily, for one-man army, so... They definitely know where he is now. Pulse bomb. Oh, Top Dragon. There goes Zerion. This is a reset, Scott.
Yeah, as you said, Jack, Top Dragon is just...
Oh, nice headshot.
Honestly, it really feels like a DPS differential so far on just this defense. It feels like the Arvo's getting the best of these Widow duels. Top Dragon's just running rings around the opposition. And this is the frustrating part of First Point Gibraltar and why a lot of teams don't like to move towards this map is it's so easy for things to just snowball away from you. Just a couple of picks really deciding all the fights before you can even really get into it. They've been hoarding ultimates. They've got 5 now for Team Peps. Early walls to be able to give them a little bit of space.
Well, here comes the engagement. Server room control now for one-man army, but Peps are trying to turn that one around. Rally comes in, Red God. I don't know if he wants to get out of there. The orbital ray deployed. Setting those servers on fire. Need a new cooling system after that one. There's the nano boost onto Croc.
Great whip.
Instantly flailed though, yeah. The whip shot sends him reeling. Still got Primal Rage though, but here comes the damage initially. Alpha in a whole lot of trouble, but I think the rest of your team's already dead. Yeah, Croc's is looking around like, where has everybody gone? Where did everybody go? Will we not win this fight?
They're just ignoring Crocs. Crocs is just standing on the point alone like, guys, how's it going? And it's the rest of the team just gets decimated.
These are the big doors.
Gets Arvo twice.
Okay, that just... Okay, come on now.
Is he going to commit the Primal? He is going to commit the Primal to this.
Pulse bomb misses from Top Dragon, though. Rare swinging and misses for the guy, and Crocs trying to boot Dongan into the rest of his team, but Dongan with a swift shield bash away manages to slip past the Primal Rage and Winston, and Top Dragon comes up with a kill. Pack now down. It's only up to Stelios for Team Peps on the DPS side of things, and Arvo wants revenge, and he wants revenge right now on the Winston. He's swapped off the Widow, he's going Bastion and determined to melt the monkey where he stands.
That was the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen to a Winston. It's like, yeah, well, watch this. And he just goes into turret form.
I played Bastion now.
Oh, melts it down.
This is so silly. There he is onto blue box. Oh, one-man army getting a full hold against Team Peps, exactly like they did in their series previous. And you can see why they picked this map, Scott.
I'm starting to think that Team Peps aren't a Watch Point Gibraltar kind of team, you know, really struggling to close it out. But honestly, it really plays into the strengths of a one-man army. They like to play that standard composition. They like to play that diva, and showing exactly why. Just honestly clean play across the board from the entire team.
Looking good. 3-0, not 1-0 this time. There you go. Improvement from one-man army. You can get more. You can improve more than this, to be fair, as you do hold Team Peps in pretty much the exact same spot too. All right, map number 3 done and dusted. Map number 4 coming up soon. That is Team Peps' chance to pick. That was a nice shot by Arvo. And this as well, Scott. This play here. The Primal Rage in this small room is like good luck, but somehow Dongan had the packs and the damage to not only kill Crocs, but also keep Alpha alive, which was some sort of miracle I didn't expect to see happen. That could have been a very different fight too for Team Peps if they managed to get those kills.
Yeah, Croc's just really struggling on this Winston to be able to... Honestly, I don't even think it's Crocs. It felt like the teamwork wasn't really there. They were on a very different pages. Just the aggression from a one-man army really slowing things down. Wait, what happened here?
Oh, he just got rolled. That's what happened.
I thought Pac was going to win that. I'm like, how does the Pac win that? Great catch on the pulse bomb there from Donghun. Donghun's honestly played a very solid Brig game throughout the entire of the day as well. Like, you're on this never-ending tightrope when you're playing Brig in these situations of trying to play aggressive, get value, get as much Inspire uptime as you can without being punished. And you can see it can be very difficult to do at certain times, but the real disrespect came out from Arvo on that Bastion swap.
42 deaths to 11.
Oh my.
42 to 11 is a crazy diff.
It didn't feel like that. Watching it, it really felt like Peps were in that more than they were. But, you know, as you think back and you look at the numbers, that's a very dominant map from a one-man army.
Yeah. That is obscene. Only 11 deaths. Almost in the single digits is absurd from one-man army. Now, where do we go? Because Hanaoka, which is where Peps ended up taking us for that second map, their game plan was, we killed Dongan. But as soon as Donghyun kind of stays alive, has that space, like we saw it there, right? Making sure Alpha stays up with the rally, with the whip shot, with the bash, the cookies, everything. They're unable to really capitalize on the fact that their backline is still alive. Where are we going, Scott, before we jump to break?
Oh, we'll have to find something. You want something horizontal with a lot of speed, where you can get a lot of running them down. Some of those maps are already out of the map pool, so it's going to be interesting.
It's going to be interesting indeed. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Give players a couple of minutes. We'll be back for map number 4. Welcome back. It is King's Row time for Team Pep. So, Scott, you wanted a very linear map, like very flat, nothing crazy. We want kind of aggression as well, maybe from the Queen again. Is King's Row the map pick for Peps? Is this what you anticipated?
Not really. Like,
okay.
Because you can, right? Like, obviously there are situations where you're going to be able to do the push-pull, you're going to be able to run them down, but in certain situations, you can get defensive players on high ground, you can play long sightlines, and it can get very difficult to play the Junker Queen with the double speed. I wouldn't be shocked to see Team Peps really try and lean into that style and try and make it work, but I think it's going to be more difficult on King's Road than we did see on Hanaoka.
All right, let's load on in. They found success with the Queen on Hanaoka. The double speed as well, the Juno and the Lucio. And the maps, they're not playing that. It's looked like it's all one-man army. All top Dragon landing pulse bombs. Arvo with some crazy headshots and ice. And Donghyun just living, just existing to serve the rest of the team. All right, let's have a look at the defense then. One-man army, just kind of what I kind of expected as well. Just Avo on a long-range hit scan, top Dragon on the Genji. Very much a comp that is not only meta, but extremely strong for the team. I love that Widow skin, by the way.
It's a cool skin. It's a really
Real. It's got the sound.
FD God, get out of the way.
No, play it. Move, Crogs. I can't see the Widow skin, bro. It's got the sound effect too. When you shoot, it sounds like her arrows from WoW. There
Yeah,
we go.
it's so sick.
It's pretty cool.
Okay, so we're actually going to see Team Peps coming out. Wait, FD God. Wait.
Weaver. Wait, hang on.
Wait, he's not swapping. Well, okay. Well, I was going to say a pretty standard composition here from Team Peps, but apparently not. So it seems like the idea is they use the pedal platform to be able to get Crocs onto the high ground quickly to be able to fight Ice for it. Don't know if that makes it worth playing Weaver, but we'll have to find out from FD God.
God, it's just a battle to end all battles when two Orysas look at each other and use Spear Spin.
Yeah, look at them.
Now
They're shooting at each other.
Is Overwatch. Now this is just two fortified Orysas. Good kill onto Zerion though, from Ice. Caught him lacking a little bit.
So, like, here's where you have to, like, answer the question of, like, the composition from Team Peps, right? So, obviously, FD God is... Okay.
This is so stupid.
Okay,
He's
so...
not moving. He wasn't moving. Crocs was just standing still, bro. He took his hands off the keyboard.
So we're going to see them actually try and push through the hotel, or they're actually going to use the pedal platform to be able to maybe flip the map. But Pac getting a huge pick on Arvo is going to give them a window into this fight.
I think Pac up the high ground too is kind of annoying for Ice to deal with. Oh, end up blocking straight onto the little phone box there.
Oh my God.
These pedal platforms are just wild. No longer are we playing just a 3D Overwatch, we're playing 4D. We're jumping around, we're going in all dimensions. All
Really cool to see them use though, like the way the changed pedal platforms really getting used to a high degree. Whether or not it's as effective as you'd like it to be, I'm not sure.
Stelios just accidentally killed himself with a rocket.
Looks
Not
like
sure.
it.
Not sure what happened there, but there we go.
Tree on the
How much
point.
Z-axis can we get now? FD God's got the tree. You can even pedal with the tree if you really want. There's the pedal platform. Z-axis used rather efficiently there. Dongo taking infinite damage from these rockets. Stelios is back, looking for revenge potentially on himself. Oh, he's dead. Avo ends up taking the kill, and Zerion ends up going down, and there you go. Both of the rays have been used already. FD God trying to escape from Top Dragon, but I take... Oh my differential. I'm sorry, Top Dragon. And he switches. He switches too.
Yeah.
Oh no, FD God switching again? Oh no, just waiting for the aristocrat. Okay.
And that's actually a really big kill because Top Dragon might be a little late to this fight, so that should give them a window to be able to get in here, and they only need one tick as well. Avo's very aggressive with the Bob.
Oh, good shield bash though from Zerion. Doesn't actually get knocked up with the Bob. Bob deploys from above Ash too, so if you're too close to somebody, you cannot get that knock up. Blade being popped from Top Dragon here as Crocs ends up going down to a shield bash from Dongan. And everybody now forced into this small corner as they are just now fed one by one by one. The Top Dragon Genji. Nice little kill onto Zerion again. It's Team Peps. They got 2 ticks on the point, Scott, but they only got a minute to go.
And there's just so much swapping going on from Team Peps, so just trying to get back onto a reasonable composition. They had to switch their supports, they have to switch Pac to the Cassidy. There's so many different moving pieces, and they only have 50 seconds remaining, so one more round of ult cycles they're going to get, but how do they dislodge Avo from this high ground? It's going to have to be on Stelios on the Genji.
One more fight to maybe end it all here. One-man army, one map away in this decider match to going towards that main event next week. Team Peps' chance is slowly dwindling. Terror Surge kills Top Dragon, nice stuff, drags him out of hotel with a clean kill, but they end up trading Stelios, who was on a Genji of his own. Team Peps in a 4v4 now, but a good spear onto the high ground. Crocs easily dealing with Arvo, and now they're relying on the support and tanks to do the damage. No more DPS available for one-man army. Top Dragon will be arriving in just a second, and with this Terror Surge as well, as long as they can survive, they might be in for this win. Or at least this hold here on this first point. Nice eat there on the spear as Crocs tries to get an angle on the back line. Ice with no little cooldowns left has to escort himself to the hotel, but they can't get off the point, not for a moment longer. 95% and building, they can't quite get back. Can't quite trigger OT as Ice ends up going down to Stelios.
Yeah, unfortunately there's just too much pressure on them, they couldn't get to the point. A very back and forth fight there, but Team Peps just able to hold on. Honestly, just a great play from Crocs at the beginning of that fight, using the Terror Surge to isolate Top Dragon. That really gave them a window into the rest of the fight, and now they're able to hold on to some of their ultimates. They've stabilized on the composition that they have now. They've got the Genji ultimate, they've got the High Noon. They should have the opportunity, but on the opposite side, Blade coming up for Top Dragon, Bob for Avo. It's going to be DPS versus DPS ults.
At the risk of sparing each other. Now this is Overwatch. Yeah, both DPS ultimates available from One Man Army in just a moment. High Noon popped from Pack first. Look how speedy
He's moving.
Nasty is. Schmoving. Ends up hitting the Bob for maybe 1 damage. Top Dragon pulls the blade. He's in trouble too. Luckily though, saved, or not for a moment though. As Ice does end up using the Spear Spin to save Top Dragon for 1 more slash worth of damage before the Terror Surge was there to finish him off. Ray deployed by Alpha too. Only Dongan left to really utilize it as Team Peps find a team kill.
FD got charged up his orbital rate very quickly there, and that really was the big advantage. Top Dragon pops the blade, tries to go aggressive with it, but finds himself in the orbital ray and just falls. Now, all of a sudden, Team Peps, they're rolling through this second point. It's going to be difficult for a one-man army to be able to recontest this. Duncan does have the rally that might be able to give them the sustainability to live through it.
Yeah, they got the Terror Surge too in 10%. They're going to be good to hold on to this one. I think Team Peps know it. They end up backing off.
Disengage.
You know, they've got 1 more fight. They want to build up to a rally of their own to at least match. Zerion just getting it online now as Dongan pulls the trigger. Ends up just pushing all the way forwards. And Peps end up recoiling. Top Dragon finding a little off angle here. A nice little spear landing onto Zerion. Zerion is super low. The Terror Surge is absolutely ginormous. Zerion for half a second, turning his back to look at Top Dragon, speared, and then a Terror Surge finishes him off. And now Team Peps with 20 seconds to go have to run from One Man Army. They need to touch, but who is there realistically to do so?
It's going to be very difficult for anyone to touch Stelios, you would assume, maybe on the Genji, but look at how far away he is, 9 seconds.
Already used dash as well.
Yeah, and they're just going to be gatekeeping all of these windows. Every single avenue to the point is just going to be held off.
2 seconds to go, 1 second, anybody to touch? No, they are not. What a perfectly timed fight there from One Man Army. That was all Zerion looking at Top Dragon. That was the mistake, the crucial one, turning the shield away from the Orisa. And that's what ended it all, as we now switch sides. Team Peps with only 1 point on the board, and One Man Army with a clear win condition to see themselves in the main event, coming 2nd place here in Group B.
And this would be a real disappointment here for Team Peps if they weren't able to make it out of groups in this. They're a very storied team throughout the history of time. I know they have big expectations for themselves, but One Man Army honestly just playing very well. They understand how to play in this meta. They feel very comfortable. And Team Peps, I think they almost getting a little too cute for their own good in some of these situations. Like we saw the Roadhog on Well, we saw, you know, the Wrecking Ball on Lighthouse, like then we saw the Lifeweaver here. Like, are you really getting the value out of Lifeweaver? Yes, the pedal platform is great for getting your wrist on the high ground, but you know what else is great? A Brig, right? Brig is just useful to have for packs, for the healing, for everything. The rally is a huge ultimate. So, you know, I love seeing some, you know, different strategies and some unique things, but it has not paid off for Team Peps so far in this series.
Well, no Weaver on the defense, Scott, so you got your wish, I suppose.
Yeah, and just playing a very standard composition, you know, and this is what I want to see from Team Peps, right? I think they can stand up against a one-man army. They're able to play straight up.
Father sits on the Widow. Going to Ashe, probably. Yeah, there it is. There's a swap. Maybe even waiting for a call.
Sees the Genji. I wonder if the Genji is what's going to trigger the swap. Stelios on the Genji. Hey, let's not play Ashe. Let's play the Cassidy. Something that can fight for themselves a little bit better.
And also protect the backline too if Stelios goes in aggressively. That Magnate's so powerful against Genji. All right, Team Peps. We'll see how One Man Army does assail this point. Top Dragon, in a rather cheeky spot, has basically claimed this high ground here. And they don't know he's there either. Nice little Hinder Grenade, a bash as well, but at least the deflect is going to be there. Pack 14 HP, almost falls out the window.
All right, well, that would have been a very sad death there from Pack. It really felt like they had Top Dragon dead to rights. Oh, now we're going to see Zerion
just dead.
Caught in a room alone.
Where is FD God in this mix? FD God's almost got the Ray, mind you, but no way near his Brig at all. And that would be One Man Army just steamrolling over first. Not even a single ult used in that fight.
Felt like Team Peps just a little bit too defensive, ends up getting caught. And now look at the golden box of victory. They have 5 minutes to get to that exact spot. Oh, Brox didn't back spawn.
Okay. How are we dealing with this?
Should be okay, yeah.
I mean, it is an Orisa, so you're good. No surprise factor. Came out pretty early.
And now. You can see just like poking and prodding, both Genji's trying to get these blades up. It's going to come down to when everyone uses the ultimates, as we talked about in the past. Orbital Wraith early is usually better.
Oh, that Terror Surge is unbelievable. Terror Surge, Orbital Ray, then Top Dragon just dashes through them. That's a quickest team kill I think we've seen in the last couple of days. Team Peps all getting that group respawn together. The one-man army, Scott, what? Maybe a single fight here before we see them take the victory. As you see Top Dragon's POV, instant kills, getting the Ghost Dash all the way back through. Sublime stuff.
Yeah, beautiful play. Just the Terror Surge really giving them that extra advantage. High Noon popped very early by Park. Great disengage. Great disengage from a one-man army. Now they can come in with their own High Noon. It's going to create so much space that Team Peps can't afford to give.
Oh, we're getting bash. Good roll away there. Good shield bash, but here comes the blade. Straight on the backlines area, 1 HP, instantly reset. The Genjis, they are down, but Top Dragon's done enough damage. Only FD got down to heal for Team Peps. As Crocs is in a bit of an awkward spot. Has to play super far up, but can't do so. There's just not enough healing, not enough sustain. And one-man army are just going to steamroll over Team Peps here on King's Row. They're going to take this map and this series main event spot secured as they complete Group B.
You just love to see our one-man army honestly playing that series to a T. The old cycling, the understanding of how to play around the orbital rays, the Terror Surge is honestly huge every single time we saw Ice drop one. Very deserving for a one-man army to move on to the main event.
Beautiful stuff. It was a 5-map series previously between them and Team Peps. And it was one-man army again taking King's Row too, so Peps took us to a map where they had already lost to one-man army. And so yeah, 3-1, pretty decisive, Danny.
You know, I mean, what can you do? It's like Scott and Jack, you guys were talking about. Yeah, I feel like one-man army had better teamwork. They were way more coordinated. On top of that, I do also believe that they had the better DPS too. And Top Dragon is just, Jack, you're right. He's a GOAT.
Clean, man.
Clean. That Genji and Tracer, he's getting so much value out of those. Every time it's just, like, whether it was a pulse or just getting that pick. And just like making the team making the team win a lot easier for one-man army. It was a sight to see.
Yeah, and exactly. But you know, we talked about it a little bit. But Avo, I think, was the unsung hero of this series as well. Maybe not as flashy and getting all these big picks, but just the consistency, being able to stay alive, be able to pump out damage, did a phenomenal job. And you know, as you said, Danny, teamwork across the board. I can't fault really many of the players on a one-man army. Really, just playing to a T.
Playing nice Overwatch. I mean, this is Hanaoka, right? This is the map that Peps ended up winning. They sub in Gogo as well, and they end up taking it. Like the double speed comp with the Queen too. This was an unbelievable rampage. Like, I don't think we've seen like a 5-person rampage in quite some time. I remember a Queen meta way back. It was like, okay, they hit the rampage, guys. Like it was, but now it's kind of hard to do so. But I guess with Juno, a bit easier with the orbital ray. But Crocs played really well on that map.
Filthy. And this is Crocs just in a hell. In a room, he thought he had the advantage, but he just can't bring anyone down.
Can't kill him. Alpha was like 1 as well.
Yeah.
1 HP.
Just nice shots all around the board. Yeah, I honestly, it's hard to speak too much to it because honestly, I can speak highly of all of these players individually, right? Like, we didn't even talk about the backline of Donghan and Alpha playing very clean throughout it all. Like, I think Donghan did a phenomenal job on the brig.
Yeah.
And on the side of Team Peps, we talked about it a little bit. Yeah, obviously had some good moments, but really unable to string these fights together, especially in this kind of meta. Maybe not as comfortable as they would have liked to be. Oh, this is what happened when Zerion ended up getting isolated, just bashed the wrong way.
Yeah. Really
quick shout out to Crocs though. I'm still a fan. You know, he pulled out the hog. You know, he played. I mean, his wrecking ball I think on the first map was actually really good too. But yeah, the win goes to one-man army, and we're seeing right now the man, the myth, the legend, our player of the match, Top Dragon. Man, this guy, he's something else.
He is very good, extremely good. A 2.2 KD after that one. I mean, his trace is really clean. And I mentioned it at the very start of the series, like, you need flexibility in this meta from your DPS. And Top Dragon just brings that. Like, his Genji is top tier, his Tracer is just sick. Pop on the hit scan if you really want to do as well, right? Like, he can do it so much, so much. And Danny, you said it as well. Finding picks, pulse bombs, just random Tracer kills, Genji kills like this. Like, it's a lot of heavy lifting Top Dragon's doing sometimes, but this series as well, it didn't really feel like it. I would say in the series in the past, it was like Top Dragon really just kind of popping off, but everybody from One Man Army, I feel like it's leveled up around Top Dragon, and I think they're the most exciting team coming out of the groups, I think. We know the top dogs are good, we know Ensign Space Station are sick, we know VP are sick, but I do think One Man Army, they're going to be punching upwards. I'm excited to see how the team evolves.
I mean, with this level of, I guess, the plays that we've seen, I think if they keep this up, I mean, they do have a chance to be one of the top teams in EMEA. And with that being said, everybody, it's time to do a post-match interview, a special one. I think this is the very first Korean interview. We got the player of the match, Top Dragon, with me for a quick after-match chat. Top Dragon, hello. Big congratulations on getting the win. I just want to start off this interview by just asking, how do you feel right now? You made it to the main event. Or are you excited? How are you feeling? 자, 오늘 승리 너무 축하드리면서 탑드래곤 선수 일단 메인 이벤트로 이제 들어가시게 되셨는데 일단 소감 한 말씀 듣고 싶습니다.
일단 저번에도 메인 이벤트는 갔어가지고 메인 이벤트에 대해서는 큰 감흥이 없는데 일단 첫 번째 목적은 달성했고 이제 저번에 5, 6등을 하게 됐는데 이번에 4등을 목표로 하려고 하고 있습니다. 그래서 되게 기쁩니다 지금. 일단 성공해서.
Definitely very excited to be making it to the main event. Of course, last stage we also made it into the last event, so this isn't something new. Last time I think our goal was to make it into main event. We made it. My goal right now is to go a little bit above. Last time we made it into 5th or 6th place. Now we're going for at least minimum 4th place. All right. I think another question that I have for you is, how is it like playing with your team, One Man Army? Are there any like communications issues? I don't know how good your teammates are in Korean, or do you guys usually talk in English? How are the vibes in One Man Army? 자, 두 번째 질문으로 일단 이제 탑드래곤 선수랑 이제 팀에 대한 좀 질문하고 싶은데, 아무래도 제가 또 그 원맨 아미 쪽이 한국말을 하시는 또 다른 분들이 얼마나 있는지 몰라서 좀 이제 뭐 커뮤니케이션이나 아니면 좀 이제 뭐 게임적으로 이제 소통을 할 때 좀 문제가 없으신지, 좀 어떠신지 지금 팀적으로.
일단 한국인은 동훈이 저희 팀 메인일로 동훈이가 있어가지고 동훈이가 이제 영어도 되게 잘하는 편이라서 동훈이가 되게 전반적으로 잘 도와주고 있는 것 같고요, 저를. 그리고 저도 어느 정도 영어를 할 줄 알기 때문에 이제 팀 브리핑이나 오더 그런 거는 이제 영어로 대부분 하는 것 같습니다.
All right, definitely another Korean player that we have is Donghun. Donghun is actually really good at English, so he does help out a lot whenever I do need some help. But at the same time, I do speak a little bit of English, so there aren't any issues. Most of the times, whether I need to do some briefing or here and there, then I do speak a little bit of English. All right, Top Dragon, one final question. Do you have anything you want to say before we close out the interview and before you go on to the main event? 자, 이제 메인 이벤트 전에 그리고 또 이제 마지막 질문으로 탑드래곤 선수 혹시 하실 말씀이 있으시다면 지금 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
일단 이번에 한국에서 못 뛰고 유럽 와서 약간 저 자신을 증명하겠다는 느낌으로 이제 유럽 온 건데 나름 잘 이루어지고 있는 것 같아서 기분이 나쁘지 않고, 이제 저번 시즌엔 5, 6등 했으니까 최소한 그거보다는 더 높이 올라가서 끝내겠다는 마인드로 하겠습니다. 계속 응원해주시는 팬분들 너무 감사드립니다.
Thank you to all the fans for all the support and love. And I'm not in Korea right now. I came to Europe to sort of prove myself and to become better. And I think I'm sort of on the right path. Of course, we made it into 5th and 6th, around 5th and 6th place last time. This time we're gonna aim for higher, and I'm gonna try my best to do a lot better this time around. All right, Top Dragon, thank you so much for the interview. Again, big congratulations on getting the win. 자, 승리 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
The whole squad
the team is coming in at the end. They're like, yeah. Yeah, that was Top Dragon. It was really great to hear from him, and I think he seems very motivated, and I'm looking forward to him and also One Man Army in the main stage.
Yeah, I mean, last time around, they ended up going down to Twisted Minds in the lower bracket quarters, and that was a 3-0. So, I like the mental attitude actually coming through from the team there from Top Dragon's perspective. Like, we wanted to make it in the main event, but now we really want to push. Like, we know we can guarantee ourselves at least a spot because we are a strong team, and now how far can we really get? I mean, hey, all to play for. That series against Twisted Minds was very one-sided, but TM, they're on a small slump right now, so this is One Man Army. It's their chance to already rocket up in the standings.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, we're looking at the Group B bracket. Virtus Pro, One Man Army, Group B is done. Nice.
We did it.
Alright, everybody, when we come back, we're done with Group A. Group B, it's time for Group C, everybody. Our match number 2 for EMEA is going to be another decider match, Ex Oblivione versus SR Peak Check. Stick around.
피아노리 슈도리 켜동 얼반 이크노리 캐스
플레이 완벽하시잖아.
나이스
Wait, not finish.
피니쉬
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for EMEA match number 2, decider match Ex Oblivione versus SR Peak Check. I'm excited for this one. You guys all know why. Hey,
Let's go.
to go Cloudy, Ryan. That's what I'm talking about. I do believe. I mean, Jack, you just mentioned this when we were on break. You know, they did play before in the opening matches, and you know, unfortunately, SR Peak Check, you know, did lose. It was a 3-0. Sort of a 3-0 action, but maybe that was last week. This is a new week, new day.
So true.
100%.
New Ryan.
Yeah.
New Rhine.
I think Cloudy said he's going to use his shield this time. I've just heard a rumor. You know, this time he's like, I actually might decide to use my shield. But you know, like anything can happen, right? Like it's always interesting when you have these setups. As you can see, the lineup from Ex Oblivione. Ex Oblivione know what to expect. They've already beaten it before just last week, so it's about coming in and just sort of reciprocating the same thing you did last time. But now, if you're SR Peak Check, Do you change things? Do you come in with the same strategy but try and execute differently? There's so many different like mini games that happen when you have back-to-back series between weeks.
Yeah, 100%. And it's funny because I think for the team that is like one-tricking a comp, I think it's, especially going into this match, it's a bit easier for you because you're like, okay, we have these pieces. How do we arrange them so we win? Like, there's got to be a way, there's got to be a different kind of style of play that we can do in order to find more success. Because the way SR Peak Check have been playing, like you look at the match against Hypnos with the highlights on your screen, the way they were navigating around the map with Danid on the sim, like that won them the series. Like that won them these games. He's so clean on the Symmetra. And then Phi too, just being very flexible on the junk, on the Tracer. Replicating that against a team that you probably, that is probably going to be a little bit more meta. I feel like your preparation, I don't know, it feels like it's going to be easier in a way. Like you have the pieces, you just need to arrange them correctly. Although saying that, the last series they got full held on Rialto, I don't know, man. I want to root for SR Peak Check so bad. And so 50-50.
Let's go SRP.
Dude, chat is popping off. You guys are the best. We had a 49-51 in the last series, now a 50-50. All right.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Hey,
Danny,
I mean,
there you go. You're the 51%, Danny.
There you go. Yeah, 50.
Yeah.
More like, honestly speaking, it's probably like 50.001%.
Wild. We'll round it up for you.
No, yeah, Danny, you count as 1%. Okay, you're that important to us.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you. You guys are too nice. But I mean, yeah, everything's on the line for both of the teams. SR Peak Check. I am going to root for them, but I do believe it is going to be a tough battle for them because of all the reasons that you guys were talking about, guys. I think the players are ready for their match. Let's jump right into the match, guys. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I want to continue that thread I was just speaking about, Little Ghost Scott, because like I think for the one trick team, especially losing that game in a 3-0 fashion, like for the other side of things, EXO, what do they need to improve from that series? We don't need to improve that much because we just kind of rolled them. Although saying that, the Runasapi, the push was pretty close, 99 meters to 91, like a pretty close affair. But if you're SR Peak Check, you can look back at that and go, okay, this is how we lost every fight. This is how we lost this fight. This is how we lost this fight. So, I don't know. It feels preparation-wise a bit easier for SR Peak Check, but it's yet to be seen how well the series goes. Control is going to be our first map. It was Lijiang Tower in their match in the opening maps, and it was a 2-0 to Oblivion.
It's an interesting thread that you're kind of pulling on there, Jack, because I agree with you to some degree, but at some point there's a limitation of playing Reinhardt, right? Like you're going to run into an issue of like Reinhardt isn't the strongest hero right now. He can struggle in certain matchups, especially if the team knows how to play against it, which EXO has already proven in the past that they know how to do. So I agree, SR Peak Check can definitely come in refreshed with a couple of new ideas and some adjustments of how they want to play it. But the big question I have is, are there any adjustments that SR Peak Check make within their compositions? Maybe they don't switch to Reinhardt, but change some other things to sort of fill in some of the gaps. You know, there's so many mental games that are always happening as we're heading over to Lijiang Tower, as we always do. It was nice seeing Ilios in the last series, but back we go. Cool. Yeah, no, back we go.
Honey, it's time for your mandated Lijiang Tower of the day. Yes, honey.
First of many.
First of many, yeah. I don't mind it. I like Lijiang. It's a fun map. All right, here we go. Let's load on in. Oblivion versus SR Peak Check, a decider match for Group C, who will advance alongside Space Station to the main event. The audience pretty split, 50-50. That is, I said in the previous match when it was 51-49, that was the closest we've ever seen, and they proved me wrong. This is the closest we've ever seen the audience be. And I think a lot of the vibes are coming from SR Peak Check. They're very much a vibes team, so I can understand the votes.
I almost wonder if there's collusion going on in the chat, you know? People aren't betting, people aren't predicting with their hearts, they're predicting for the 50-50, okay, chat? And I want to, if you guys are hearing me right now, stop that, okay? You know, this is a scientific matter, okay? So now
wait, how is this a scientific matter?
Hey, don't worry, didn't ask. LH Cloudy coming out on Reinhardt again.
Facts. Okay, SXJ. Playing on the far, no real shock there, to be very honest with you. Quick teleport to the point. No Junkrat, unfortunately. Maybe if we go to Control Center, we'll see a little bit of Junk. Just on the Tracer instead.
So let's see how we're going to see SR Peak Check play this, right? They know they're against the Pharah, the Winston. They know it's going to be very difficult to TP on. So how do you choose a window? Symmetra TP goes out, goes onto the window, running down the Ana, but they're getting a little lost.
Yeah, SXJ as well, pretty low. There's a SR Peak Check. They're trying to flip the map on Oblivione. They do trade, but it'll be going down. A lot less healing available. Ghost, we know, loves to do damage, of course.
Oh, wow, he's out.
Somehow Cloudy gets out 1 HP. Just Cloudy things, I suppose, but now Ghost is in a lot of trouble. Believe on the outside right now, but the backup has arrived. Luckily, there is a Tracer there for SR Peak Check to at least claim a kill. Extremely messy fight so far, Scott. A bit all over the place, but you expect nothing less when you see SR Peak Check play. Cloudy ends up going down to Camp Crash, and with Daned struggling to get some time on the point, looks like he's going to let it go.
I cannot think of anything worse than having to play Symmetra in this matchup, right? Like, obviously it's useful for the teleporter to move LH Cloudy around, but you're playing a Symmetra against a Winston Pharah. Like, it's just going to be very difficult to get any individual value where you can pump out damage and you can get that value. If anyone can do it, it's going to be Daned, but you can see him really struggling. Like, SR Peak Check, that went about as well as they could have hoped. You know, LH Cloudy was able to get out. They were able to get a trade between Ghost and Zoro, but even then it wasn't enough. And now they have to find a window. How do we get back to the point without getting absolutely minced meat? They're going to TP back onto the point, and honestly, I'm surprised Oblivione aren't as prepared for it as they should have been.
Well, there's the Nano. This is going to be a big problem for them. Big thorn in the sides. Same with this Ray, too. Good luck against the Winston in this. Daned trying to get out of there. Use that teleporter, but here comes the Primal Rage on the edge of the map, no less. Fire ends up falling. Same with Daned, and the Primal is going to handily dispatch of Ghost. His SXJ actually gets the little boop kill, and there it is, team kill for Oblivione.
That's really the issue SR Peak Check are running into. As much as it was a great play to teleport onto the point, it's so, I guess, obvious at this point that that's what they're going to do. Oblivione, as much as they weren't there to stop it, they were ready to react, and now they're reacting very early, going super aggressive into the spawn, throws the bomb, and now they're just following up to spawn.
Look at the Ray positioning coming through from SR Peak Check. Almost no one was there to actually benefit from it as SR Peak Check decide they want to try and once again just trade backlines. But a quick barrage from SXJ nets a kill, and Oblivione, they're on 1 fight before they end up taking the round.
They don't have any ultimates anymore, so it's going to be harder to stop them from getting to the point like you can see here. Big Dynamite might slow things down though.
Oh, good shots from Ghost though. Needs to be dealt with at some point. A wall and a window. They've constructed a house on the point, and they end up capping as well. 96% for Oblivione.
There are more things in a house than a wall and a window, Jack. Just want to clear that up. Yeah, just letting you know. But you're gonna see Cloudy coming out of the window.
Captain Fresh goes to sleep, and Danny takes care of him. We'll wake up in just a minute. Skytor still in this fight. He's got Primal Rage, a couple of percent. Does he actually commit? No. Zoro down. Skytor not committing that. Oblivione, they're going to go again.
I think they recognize they just need to get their ultimates up, right? Yeah, if Skytor uses the Primal Rage there, what are you really going to accomplish in that setup? So just wait for the Nano Boost, just wait for the Orbital Ray, you go in with the Primal Rage. It's going to be difficult for SR Peak Check to be able to do it. I don't think they know SXJ is here. They do now.
They do now. Daned TPing away. It's rather tricky with the teleporters, but now he's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. SXJ with a clean in and out kill. Look like 007 out there. My word, no one saw that one coming. Or Agent 47, you know, don't you think? LP ends up falling over. LH Cloudy, yeah, there's nothing you can. The Rhine really showing its pure strength there, unfortunately, against the Winston. He's just booped up into the sky. Oblivione with a very clean final fight. They got ults to spare too, and that will be the round.
Clean play by Oblivione, just playing it correctly, just waiting them out. You see SR Peak Check just aren't able to stop Oblivione from taking space with the Pharah, from being able to move around them, and they're doing a good job of mitigating the threat of these TP pins and like LH Cloudy running down your backline, right? The only person who really needs to be careful is Zoro and Captain Prash, right? And I think they're doing a good job of moving around together so that they're not getting individually picked off.
Well, Cloudy obviously is going to play the Rhine here, but I mean, we saw Junkrat last time, but I don't know if they want to play it against Oblivione because I think the Cabra team compared to Hypnos is a lot stronger for Oblivione. I don't think the Junkrat's going to work against them, so it looks like SR Peak Check going to run out of the Tracer instead. But same kind of comp here from Oblivione, no shocker. gonna be once again a tough battle for Cloudy.
And you can just see how much pressure SkyTour is putting on. Oh, wow. And with the Dynamite, it's just too much damage. And it's interesting looking at the difference between the two teams we've seen SR Peak Check play in the last 2 days, because like SkyTour is doing a great job of like dropping down on SR Peak Check, and they don't want to be committing resources and trying to apply pressure to the Winston, so they're just trying to find windows to TP to the backline, but they're not giving them that opportunity, and that's actually going to result in Darned switching over to the Venture and not, you know, sticking on the Symmetra where they can utilize the teleporters. So it's going to be harder for LH Cloudy to get value, but I like the Venture pick.
Yeah, I really like it too. Holding this high ground's a priority right now for Exoblivione. Fly with a clean kill onto Zorro. Turns his attention now towards Kuno. Here come the kills for Cloudy. All right, okay, they're on the board. Our SR Peak Check. I like the Venture pick, actually. It makes the backline just like kind of second guess themselves in terms of positioning. It's tough to take down the Venture at the best of times, especially with when they have Burrow up. So Exoblivione, while they are still in the fight, technically, they aren't in control of the point, sadly. SkyTour's on a heap. Doesn't dash all the way back, and look at that. He's not receiving as much support as he would if the Venture
he's alive.
Good kill, though. But even better ones coming through for SR Peak Check as SkyTour and Zorro go down.
And you can see why the Venture is adding value. Even though Darned isn't doing a ton of damage or getting a ton of picks themselves, they're just forcing the rest of the Exoblivione to turn around and help, and that's freeing up V, and that's giving also LH Cloudy actually a lot more room. Even though he doesn't have the teleporter as much, he just has freedom to be able to run down the opposition.
Pulse Bomb connection. Forcing the Primal Rage from SkyTour. He's in the back line already. Move people away from that Ray, but already 300 HP. Has to back up. And here comes another orbit on the points. That was a good nade, actually, onto SXJ to keep him up for a fraction of a second longer, but unfortunately, the damage did not connect. That Sleep Dart definitely did, though. Good stuff from Camp Crash so far. They can even re-engage into this fight with a Nano Boost.
Yeah.
They got it. And it's SR Peak Check aren't at full strength either.
Yeah, actually, good presence of mind not to just force that nano. Now you can wait. They drop the window, and now the nano boost is even more effective. And you can see there is just no answer that SR Peak Check has. They've managed to stay alive, but they're just so split from Cloudy, and that should end up being the flip here for Exoblivione.
Yeah, Cloudy for the longest time there was just on point, just hoping the rest of his team could win that duel. They do end up stalling out to, what, like 81%, so not too bad.
And now you have to deal with the threat of the shatter from LH Cloudy. It's so difficult to mitigate this. SkyTour has the bubble, has the jump, but you know, if Captain Prash ends up finding a Reinhardt in the face, there's nothing they can do to stop that shatter from going down. And that's why you can see them positioning on this outside area, just trying to avoid LH Cloudy on the Reinhardt as much as they can, and Cloudy recognizes it.
Fight's just trying to hunt for people right now. Camp Crash really low, no Sleep Dart. There's the shadow, hits the floor. Where's the damage follow-up? SkyTour still alive, but no, one final hammer swing there from Cloudy does claim his life. Exoblivione still in control of the point. SXJ straying a little bit too close. That mythic weapon ends up falling over, and with Vice Pulse Bomb too. Okay, I was gonna say maybe he could turn this around, but Cloudy ends up going down. Zorro just hugging this pillar, making sure they stay alive, and Exoblivione now back at full strength as SR Peak Check look for a reset.
I need to shout Captain Prash out again. They've had some really high value sleeps and nades throughout this map so far, just really hitting the important ones. LH Cloudy getting set there completely puts that halt. Now you're gonna see SkyTour going very aggressive, has the Primal Rage even though they do get pinned. But is there gonna be any follow-up now? Because the Orbital Ray is just doing too much damage and healing.
An absurd amount of damage. Fire Strike with the Orbital Ray. That's a one-shot right there for Cloudy. All right, Exoblivione at 95%. Make that 97 as SR Peak Check end up getting that point. Exoblivione now in one fight territory. 5 forced to recall there as SXJ landed a direct. But where's the touches? Is the Nano Boost onto SkyTour. It's going to pop down the window, though, is Ghost, but Ilpi's already dead. This Barrage doing an immense amount of damage. Luckily, though, for Ghost, a crack shot as SXJ does end up falling. And with no staying power for Exoblivione, this might just be the round going over to SR Peak Check. I mean, Cloudy is still chilling on the point with the shatter as well.
Yeah, you can see they're just, yo! Darned stays alive.
Never worried.
I was very worried. I don't know what you're saying. And you can see SR Peak Check really showing some adaptability playing this composition. I really like the adaptation of Darnet over to the Venture. You can see how that almost just fractures the fight, right? All of a sudden the game's a lot more chaotic, and Oblivione are getting a little split and unable to isolate targets like they were in the first round.
Okay, round number 3. Let's go. I mean, SR Peak Check, the last time they played this map was against Hypnos the other day, right? And that was a pretty easy affair, especially with the Junkrat. Some insane highlight plays. A little 2-0 over Hypnos, that was.
That's some silver lining, though, worth mentioning. Control center of Lijiang Tower is by far Reinhardt's best map. You can see as we head over here to Gardens, this is going to be a lot more difficult for Cloudy to find value with just how much open space there is. You can see he's just being harassed from all angles right now.
I like the control of this small room here. It's super easy for Venture to hold this room. Stops the setup, gonna free a bit of ult charge as well. Good pin from Cloudy there. Skytor as well being pushed into that small room by Danid. They're doing getting a trade kill onto 5, but where is the additional ones? I mean, with your Winston dead, it's so hard to create space. Cloudy is just holding this bridge.
Yeah, and you can see, I don't know how Cloudy finds these pins time and time again. He's got something. He's got a third eye where he's able to always find it. Darnet is going to get punished, though, for going a little bit too far, and now that's going to give a window for Oblivione to get in, and yeah, there's just not enough follow-up for the rest of the team.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. Ryan's just kind of the hold. He's the rectangle man. Just holds the rectangle. That was almost a pin. Like, if SXJ was a couple of pixels down, that was a pin.
Yeah, but it unfortunately isn't going to pay off. Darnet a little bit of stall, but that is going to be the flip coming back up. 30% to SR Peak Check. So now, how do they get back into this fight, right? They don't have the Symmetra teleport to be able to get LH Cloudy over the bridge. Do they go across to the white room on the right? Do they try and get over the bridge? This is where it really starts to get difficult.
Okay. Oh, window available from Ghost.
Or pin, that works.
Pin, that works too. Shadow available as well. Oh, straight on top of his head. That's just sleeping me like 6 times in a row. Nice little pin too. Oh, straight the bomb off the map. Dude, Cloudy a little bit freakish on the Reinhardt. Actually, my goat. Shout out Reinheads out there. Uh-oh. No!
Oh, no, no!
Oh, you're gonna hit the Deathbox. Yeah, goodbye. Goodbye, Tekuno. Oh my god. He tried.
The flip does go through, but Orbital Ray from Ilpi very late in that fight, maybe thinking it could have been flipped, but potentially wanting that one back, because now Oblivione coming back with a nano boost, they have a primal, all the tools to be able to get back into this fight. You can see they're just sort of routing around, going over the left side.
Ghost. This tectonic shock could be quite irritating for Oblivione to deal with. But oh wow, Ghost just deleted by Skytor and Zoro there. Cloudy also ends up going down. Yeah, that's a quick and clean fight from Oblivione. Don't need to invest anything else. Daned with no burrow, no draw dash, easy kill. Just stall now for SR Peak Check. Didn't use anything though, so I guess that's a plus.
Yeah, you know, honestly not bad play, all things considered. It's just very difficult to deal with that Nano Winston. Felt like Ghost really getting caught on the rotation. But anything's possible at this point. Last time I said this is going to be difficult for them to get over, and then LH Cloudy just pinned somebody. So, you know, just do it again.
Just do it again. Keep doing it. Cat and Prash is not exactly out in the open, but, you know, you can arc the pin. Oh, he's going for it. Cloudy's going for it. And you can see 5 strikes then to the back line. Look at the quick trades here. Land deployed by Ghost. Cloudy on the point. Pins back towards that bridge. No, his team's in trouble, but with this Primal Rage and LP dead, yeah, that's Tekuno and Skytor filling the kill feed with blue.
You can see the issue with what happens when LH Cloudy doesn't find anyone or find any value. What happens is Skytor just jumps past them and they just mitigate the risk of LH Cloudy, run away, and then the team is just so disconnected from one another. So now, 81% and counting. SR Peak Check needs to find value. Pulsebomb goes wide with B on the other side of the map.
All right, okay. Tectonic Shock, Bob, but Tekuno's Orbital Ray is going to be the big problem here for SR's Peak Check. They got one there soon, but a very early engage. Look at that, Bob deploy. I mean, Zoro
going
right in front of Cloudy. Like, I do not know. Overtime has been triggered, however. Shadow on the corner. Does land on Cam Crash, but unfortunately, there is heals there to back him up. Full HP already. Arthur Orbital Ray was thrown in. And now Danid looking for the kill. Finally, they take down the Ana. But what war have they got to give in this fight? Looks like Skytor might end up meeting his maker there as Danid finds the kill. But look at this. I mean, it's so hard for Danid right now. He's looking for targets, but everybody's just dashing around him. SRPJ do end up claiming the point, but their staying power there is just not apparent. Eventually, Cloudy ends up making his way back to it, but Exflavione, they're going to be at full strength in just a moment.
Both sides are going to be in full strength. This last fight is going to determine who wins this first map. You can see SXJ just hovering, waiting for a barrage. It's not great.
Damage is decent, though. SXJ does get taken down. Cloudy and Danid end up falling. That barrage did absolute heavy lift in there for Exflavione. Takes down Cloudy, and Danid was fought to, what, sub 10 HP as Takuno ends up, you know, fell off the map at one time, but it's all good. You put up the kill feed numbers at the very end as Exflavione will find the first map.
SXJ just able to live way longer than I would have expected with that barrage, and as you said, Jack, the damage was done. And that was a very back and forth map, though, you know, giving me a little bit of faith in the SR Peak Check heads in chat. You know, I'm starting to believe a little bit, especially if they're able to go to maps where they can continuously play like this. I like the look of the Venture, maybe something that they sort of cooked up recently to be able to give them the edge, but this could honestly go either way with a map like that.
Ooh, I mean, hey, it's getting exciting. That's what I like to see. They didn't go down 2-0, right? No, hey, they looked at the Hypnos game. They were like, we got confidence here. We know we can take them to the very end. Map number 2 coming up in just a moment. SR Peak Check's choice, and it's definitely the best position for them to be in. Obviously, losing a map's not great, but
Doesn't
you get
sound
to pick
like
a map.
the best position to be in.
It's not, but you get to pick a map that Ryan's good on, you know? You know?
Yeah, the silver linings, you know, and that's absolutely true, right? There's a lot of maps where, like, Reinhardt is really going to be at their best. Obviously, they would have loved to have closed out Lijiang Tower, but just some little things going by the wayside. And honestly, SXJ's Pharah is something that, like, I was very impressed with, right? Showing the movement that you're able to get away with and being able to play alone is very difficult in some of these setups, especially playing against a Juno, playing against a Baptiste. Like, the backline can do a lot of damage to you as you're in the air, but you know, Ghost 91 just not really getting that freedom as much as we saw from him in the last series against Hypnos to be able to pump out damage.
Yeah, we spoke a lot about that actually yesterday. Ghost basically just doing damage. Like, that was it. It was like, well, you know, hopefully my team can get healed by the Juno, because I'm out here just slaying people. That's just unlucky. No shift. Sad
You
stuff.
know, it happens. It happens. You know, sometimes you're just falling a little lower. And this is just, you know, Captain Prash, you know, I talked about it a little bit, the sleeps that they were able to hit throughout that map. Just doing a great job of really avoiding LH Cloudy and the threat that LH Cloudy is bringing to him. So,
yeah, it's kind of the perfect setup, really, for this SR Peak Check team. Probably not a comp you'll be playing against teams like, you know, Space Station, Ants, you know, One Man Army. But the Ana is just so good against the Rhine. It's It feels pretty unfair for Cloudy a lot of the time, it feels like. Here's some the stats from the last map as well. Pretty back and forth, like you said, Scott. 1.7 to the 0.5. 60 deaths, a very scrappy game.
Yeah,
But control is kind of insane, but it makes sense.
It makes sense, just with the way SR Peak Check play, right? They want to get scrappy, they want to get in the mud, they want the game to devolve into chaos, because that's really where they thrive, right? That's where all their individual heroes and their picks are able to deal with. And that's just something that EXO is going to need to try and focus on throughout the entirety of this series, because if you get a little scrappy, if it gets a little messy, all of a sudden you start playing the opposition's game. And if you start doing that, anything can happen, because that's where Reinhardt's really strong, when it's just like he's pinning around the map, trying to run people down, and you're not working together and helping each other.
Where do you want to go then, if you're SR Peak Check? What map?
Hey, obviously, you know, your flashpoints or your clashes, I think, are going to be really good for Reinhardt. You can play very linearly and just sort of like run down the opposition. Anything that doesn't really have too much high ground, but we've seen in the past SR Peak Check have been able to sort of work around that. I wouldn't be surprised if we go to something like a King's Row, because if you're SR Peak Check, you want to get on a mode that has like maybe one good map for you, right? So like Blizzard World and Midtown, maybe not as good a Rhine maps, but King's Row is not bad. So you pick that now so that they can't pick a bad map for you later, if that makes sense. So, because Clash and Flash,
I kind of see that.
Clash and Flash pretty much Reinhardt can function on all of those maps, right? So maybe don't go towards Clash and Flash early because that might be something that the opposition will choose against you later. So I think there's definitely some picks that you can go for. Runasapi, another map that I think Reinhardt is actually quite good at because of how many... Because it's an S, a lot of the maps, you can actually... You can cut through a lot of spots with Reinhardt and sort of catch the opposition off guard, even though there are long sightlines in this map.
Yeah, it's an S. It's more like, I think it's more like a W.
No, you know? Well, okay, yeah, but W is just an S on its side, kind of, you know?
What are you saying?
No, 100%.
W
get
is an S on its side. Everybody right now, by your desk, take a bit of paper, write an S on its side, right?
Okay, yeah.
Tell me that looks like a W.
Oh, well, actually, I'm moving my keyboard around to sort of get some angling going here. Yeah, okay, so yeah. So if you flip it 90 degrees and then you get rid of, like, the bottom line, it's kind of just an S with more steps.
I've written it down on my little notepad.
Okay.
Doesn't look anything like it.
Doesn't look. It's like a jagged S. You know those S's they used to draw in school? Those.
The cool S's. The cool S's.
Hey, old heads know what we're talking about.
Old heads. Yo, rise. But there's no emote for that. Unfortunately, there's no. They didn't add that to the keyboard yet.
Can I get your sideways W's in chat?
Can I see your sideways W's? Okay, well, whatever it is, a W or an S. A sideways W, a sideways S, I'm not sure. We're going to Rialto. This was, sorry, Runasapi. This was the map that they picked against Exhibizione before. A pretty close map, actually, 91 meters to 99. So you're expecting, at least from SRPcheck's angle, and what you were picking up earlier, Scott, you're going to try and take these maps away from modes that the other maps are just terrible at. And I think Runasapi is perfect here.
Looking at it now, I don't think it's a W or an S.
It's a W, bro.
I know
it's not really. It's a W with like a... If you flip this around, so it's like the other way.
It might be more of an M, like an upside down M.
Oh, which is a W, by the way.
Yeah, but like with more curves, you know?
Yeah, it's like you know that writing they had in like very, very olden times, like Tudor times, that were very like squiggly and swirly?
You mean cursive?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
And that's a quick fight win here from SRPcheck as we come down to reality, as you guys don't have to listen to our ramblings. But yeah, like, that's how they need to play this, right? They need to play quick, they need to try and isolate a target, and there just really wasn't an opportunity for Exhibizione to get into this fight, and now they've already got 30 meters.
Feeling pretty good. SXJ on the Pharah, kind of the perfect counter for this composition. Taking a fair bit of damage, to be fair. From Ghost, who's going to be the main target to shoot the Pharah. Now this corner is going to be really punishing. Zoro can stand so far back. Scott and SXJ just playing in skybox around the corner.
Yeah. And this is where it gets hard for Cloudy, right? Like, yes, he can hold that corner, but like, as soon as too much pressure comes out and too much power, like, they're just going to have to disengage. And they do a good job with that Symmetra teleporter to be able to give themselves a little bit of wiggle room. And now they can re-engage with the ring pin.
Oh, there goes the window. Just deployed straight in front of SkyTour, who's trying to get onto the back line. Ilby's 1 HP. And Juno almost getting taken down, and here come the turrets. Those turrets are set all the way around that the jump pad, by the way. So, yeah, I don't want to go in there. End up trading, though, as Daned also falls. Tries to go for a cheeky TP play onto Zoro.
Lovely.
Good stuff from Vi so far. There we go. Okay, SRPcheck. The pain point of the map on this quarter. If they get a clean couple of kills, yeah, a very late death on Cam Prash, it might be good for the checkpoint.
And you can see Exhibizione is really trying to get onto the backline of SRPcheck, put out a lot of pressure, but SRPcheck really seems to know what their like advantages are, especially playing around these Symmetra turrets like you talked about, right? Now they leave LH Cloudy on the point, they have their backline on this corner, and they've just set up turrets so that if anyone from Exhibizione tries to step up, they're walking into the microwave. So really great understanding here from SRPcheck.
5 ultimates for Exhibizione.
A lot of ultimates on the board.
1 shatter for SRPcheck. Oh, here comes the orbital ray. That's a whole lot of damage. The little micro missiles there with the ray is just scary. Goso takes down SXJ as Cloudy jumps to the back line. Oh, what a shatter as well. I mean, that'll do it surely. Bob deployed. Cloudy in pain, in trouble, needs help. Full HP almost though. That bomb just tearing through that shield, but more than happy to tank those final shots as both healers are alive for SR Peak Check. Checkpoint gained again, so forward spawns active for SR Peak Check. Eventually, Cloudy falls as Skytor making SR Peak's backline pay for their sin.
Yeah, Skytor is, this is an uphill battle right now trying to get through this backline. Ilby and Ghost are doing a great job of helping each other. Every time Skytor goes forward, he's just in so much pain, and LH Cloudy is sort of drawing the ire of the rest of the team that it really feels like Skytor is doing this alone, because they have Pharah and Ashe, which are both high damage targets, but they're not playing a Tracer, so they don't have that follow-up damage with the Winston. So it's actually very difficult for them to isolate a target. So I wonder if we'll almost see a switch if they end up running into more issues.
All right, now the corner's going to get rounded. It's going to be a big issue for SR Peak Check. Don't really want to play too aggressively, but they've got the wall to counteract this barrage. A pin on the nano-boosted Winston. Skytor's set incredibly low. In fact, it jumps back in as Ghost is behind them right now using that window.
Oh.
Good round from SR Peak Check, and that barrage, barely like 2 missiles came out of that one. This is Oblivione caught unawares, investing ultimates that they definitely regret on using now.
Yeah, that was just a great teleporter play there from SR Peak Check. They flipped the map on Oblivione and they just weren't ready for it. Skytor takes way more damage, even with the nano boost applied to them, and now SXJ is actually going to go over to the Venture. I like this pick. It does the same thing that I was asking for the Tracer. They just need someone who's going to be able to help Skytor apply pressure to the backline, because right now it feels like they're standing tall and unable to be pressured in a meaningful way.
They didn't invest a whole lot of ultimates though, did SR Peak Check, but they've got to this orbital rate again, and they're just going to hold on this high ground. They don't really need to push, they just need to stall time here realistically. No checkpoint acquired from Oblivione. Gives SR Peak Check quite the sizable leads. Another pin, man. Can't crash dead. And with this orbital ray as well, Rakuno is 3% away. You're not using it in this fight unless you really think you can turn it. Ghost ends up falling, so maybe now's the chance. Zoro in a bit of a strange off angle there, holding that mega health bag on the side. Actually appears out of nowhere and just demolishes Oblivione, SR Peak Check, sorry. What an insane angle for Zoro to take. Kind of waiting for the fight to break down and then peeking his head around the corner and taking shots.
Yeah, and that was a really important fight for them to win. He's going to actually swap off over to the Junkrat. So they maybe wanting to deal. I actually don't really understand this pick. That's just mean.
That is a crazy shadow. Okay, Cloudy, we see you.
A little bit of flair on the...
Oh, yeah, I bet he wished he didn't cancel that pin. Probably would have got that kill, but gets it anyway with the hammer swing.
We get some appreciation for the mythic weapon. You know, the flare is pretty cool. The Inspector's pretty sick. Look at that boy spin.
He's spinning. I like the Ana one where you just like perma-hit reload when it's full.
Oh yeah, just spinning that around, yeah.
Dude, that feels so cool, man.
All right, now we're gonna see Oblivione coming back. Obviously just took a shatter to the face now, but so many other ultimates on the board. Dana drops the wall, which is gonna split the rest of the team. Skytor's gonna try and go into this room, but Cloudy's here to help.
He's against Junkrat though, and they got a lamp to deal with. Yeah, you want to get out of there. All right, switching over to Junkrat. A comp as old as time. A Reinhardt and a Junk. Don't fact check me on that one. 3 minutes to go. Checkpoint. Not even acquired by Oblivione. SR Peak Check in such a good spot. They just keep resetting these fights to fight on that corner. They go so aggressive here around the midpoint. It's hard for Oblivione without a clean team fight to get much progress on the bot.
Exactly, because they have these forward spawns. Every time they end up getting advantage, they can't even take the forward spawns back. So you can see all of a sudden they're walking into disadvantageous situation, and now he finds Pharah inexplicably. But there is a return, so there is an opportunity here for Oblivione to turn this around.
Oh, what a shatter as well. There goes Zoro. And Thrash 2, both players laying on their backs, waiting for their inevitable demise. And with 2.5 minutes to go, Cloudy and SR Peak Check are just kind of rolling Oblivione right now. They've not had a clean fight. SR Peak Check, like you mentioned before, Scott, they like to get down and dirty with it, and it's proving that right here. As soon as the fights break down, it's hard for Cloudy not to come up with at least a couple of kills.
Yeah, and it just feels impossible for them to be able to sort of retake and ever find an advantage. An early orbital ray from Ilpi, gonna find the punish here on the Skytor. That's gonna be more meterage on the board as they're kind of flipping the map against each other.
Over 100 meters too for SR Peak Check. Oblivione popped the rally. They haven't got their Winston here just yet, and Cloudy holding this door. And they used the window too, so look, no one can really touch SR Peak Check right now. They cannot peek.
Skytor's dead again.
Skytor down, Fi dead to a bash. But Ghost is coming up with the numbers, he's coming up with the kills. A barrage available for SXJ, needs to be the hero of this fight, surely, but has a shield to kind of stand in front of him. Cloudy could have just jumped up. SXJ unable to get barrages going. Nana's just going to die on the point, but they bought enough time. 1 minute and 30 to go as SR Peak Check on Bruna Sapi, showing us more aggression than we saw previously from it in the series.
They're still in this fight.
That opening match. They still find these trade kills. They're making these fights so long.
This looks so frustrating to play against for Oblivione. They're really struggling to just close out fights, right? Like, they're teleporting around them, they're moving around them, and now, once again, they're managing to push the bot, but SR Peak Check, they get the forward spawns, and now they're going up against another LH Cloudy Earthshatter. It feels like he's had it every other fight. And Fee with the tire as well. There's so many threats that they have to deal with as they step up. Skytor's going to go aggressive, but he's going to be forced to use it early.
Oh, Cloudy was going to lay down the hammer there, but no, not yet, not yet. Little pin. Oh, he's aiming for the Winston. Zorro takes down LP. Ghost dead as well. Okay, support now. MIA for SR Peak Check, and for the first time in this map, Oblivione are going to find a clean team kill and get the bot moving. With 25 seconds to go, they got a mountain to climb, just about 100 meters or so, and they still need to get checkpoint 2, so it's another few extra seconds there they're going to have to wait around.
And they're about to fight into 5 ultimates, and these are big ultimates as well. All of these ultimates have the opportunity to end the fight. There's one out the window as a great kill on Zorro onto the tire.
Tardy going pretty low. Dana dead, Skytor falls though. SXJ once again with a barrage, has to be the hero, but a ground barrage somehow staying alive a lot longer than what seemed to be anticipated there by Cloudy. Zorro with some clean shots too. That's what big. That's 2 ultimates out of SR Peak Check's bank. They've still got Shatter, they've got the window coming up, and they've got Wall from Dana.
Oh, Zorro!
What is that Shatter? Zorro's way too far up. There's only supports now on the point, and now I'm going to have to deal with the wall. Skytor is back in the action, but Scott, that's it. There's no way you fight into that one. There's no way you're winning it. SR Peak Check come up with the dub on Bruna Sapi.
That has to be a miscommunication there from Oblivione. Zorro was in Narnia, just like trying to get a little bit of extra damage on, and he just gets solo shattered by Cloudy, recognizing that, hey, if we take down Zorro, there's no chance they're going to have to be able to take this fight against us. So little mistake there by Oblivione, but at the end of the day, SR Peak Check firmly advantageous on that map. They understood how they wanted to play it. Cloudy getting a lot of value, but also just like the Junkrat, just how they played around the maps, the corners they were doing. Great understanding of how to play Bruna Sapi.
Great presence of mind. Let's go back to the thought before we enter this map, Scott.
No thoughts?
The deciding of the maps. Well, yeah, well, now our heads are empty. Or they should be at the very least. Honestly, Cloudy has just shattered all thoughts out of my head. And at this point, what's the meta? I don't know. Maybe it is the Ryan and the Junkrat. But now we have Oblivione. It's their choice of map now. And you can really target these game types and game type specific and go, okay, we're going to pick the one map on this that is not going to be favorable to you, and then you can't pick that map type again.
Yeah.
So we have, I think, when it comes to the escort maps, there's a couple of very good dive maps there. Of course, we've got Gibraltar, which could be a pretty decent pick. There's Junkertown as well. Where do you expect Oblivione are going to take us? Because I think this is going to be the determining factor in this series, where these maps lead us.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because, like, Junkertown historically is not a great Reinhardt map, right? So it's like, hey, this could be a really good pick for us, but it's also like, does this work for us as well? Because SXJ seems really comfortable on the Barra, and it seems like that's the pick that they want to use to be able to deal with this Reinhardt. But so Barra's, I think, even worse than Reinhardt is on Junkertown. So not only are you trying to play against what SR Peak Check are playing, but you're also trying to find situations in which you can play your own composition, right? On top of that, I think if you're Oblivione, you need to look at that map and recognize some other issues you had, right? Other than just the map and the setup, I feel like there was a pretty big disconnect between Skytor and the rest of his team throughout the entire map. They need to find a way to be able to enable the rest of their team to be able to work together, because almost like we talked about in the end of the last map, it just ended up as a disengage. Oh my god.
That was a pin and a half.
How do you deal with that? How do you deal with that?
That is, despite how that map went, it's a 1-to-1 KD. Everybody just 34 deaths across the board. That's pretty insane, actually.
It's because of what we talked about, where it felt like SR Peak Check were always taking fights in the right spot, right? They always had the forward spawns. Every time they want to fight, they were getting a lot of value. While Ex-Oblivione, every time they want to fight, it felt like they were just pushing the bot back to where it once was, right? So they were never actually getting meterage on the board. And I think that's where, you know, the push and the mental game of how you push and pull and push is really interesting.
Well, we'll have to wait and see where Ex-Oblivione want to take us. Rialto was a map that was chosen by SR Peak Check. Definitely the better of the three for the Reinhardt, for the Escort pool right now. It's Rialto, Junkertown, and Gibraltar, just to kind of remind everybody. So maybe we do see some sort of Escort pick, because when you look at Flashpoint and Clash, Ryan's pretty decent on that game type, and all the modes kind of facilitate that style of play. So maybe you just go to a Watchpoint Gibraltar. Maybe you just go to a Junkertown. Just take that off the board and take Rialto away from the team as well, which is definitely the stronger of the three.
Yeah, there's so many hypotheticals of like what you want to play, because like the counterpoint that I would say to that is like, yes, Rialto's a pretty good Ryan map, but it's also a phenomenal Pharah map, right? So it's like, yeah, there's a lot of different ideas that you can go down, and at this point, do you prioritize, hey, what are we good at versus what do we think they're going to struggle on, right? So it's all up in the air, and at the end of the day, I think it's not even just like the map types, it's about the understanding of how you're going to play against it, because there are some adjustments that SR Peak Check have shown that they're willing to make, right? If you go over to the Junkrat, are they going to play the Symmetra, or are they going to play the Venture, right? Are they going to, like, what type of setup are they going to play? There's a lot of meta games going on in this situation, and I'm just excited.
It is like small meta games and like what's happening. Don't forget the viewership incentives as well. Create your Battle.net account to your Twitch account. Yeah, you can earn some cool drops. Name card after a few hours there, and then you get some Echo skins too. Nice little recolors for you in the OWCS colorway. Yeah, a lot of small little meta games as we wait for Ex-Oblivione to choose where we're gonna go. I want to see more Junkrat from Fi, to be honest. Guys kind of
starting to sound like Jake over here, Jack. Come on, Les. I think you've been spending too much time around Jake. You know, he's like, hey, let's just play Junkrat everywhere, right?
No, Jake's like, you only play meta, that is it. If anybody diverts, I'm #1 hater. That's more like Jake. He's not in it for the fun. He's in it for the pure hard meta. You're only going to play this. If you play wrong, I'm going to call you out.
He's here to win. He's here to win. Hey, we've all played ranked games with Jake. We know what it's like.
My guy
I'm pretty sure
right?
Jake has reported and avoided both of us at one point.
Oh, 1,000%, by the way. 100,000%. We've been reported / avoided. Okay. We're going to Rialto. So we're not going to Watchpoint, which is more of a dive map. Same with Junkertown, more of a long-range map. We're going to Rialto, where Ex-Oblivione did full hold SR Peak Check in their series previous. So kind of the small meta games that we were speaking about a minute ago, kind of being flipped on its head a little bit here. So very confident in their game and how they're going to deal with the Rhine. It's up to SR Peak Check to kind of look back at that map and decide, look and say, hey, this is how we lost this last time. If we play this again, how are we going to win? And it's all in SR Peak Check's court right now, because this is an XO pick.
Yeah, and it's one of those things of, like, as I said, you go to the Pharah. The Pharah is just, the roofs are some of the best roofs in the game that you can play over, right? You can hover over them. There's a lot of high grounds that you can play off of. And you can just also deny the high grounds away from SR Peak Check. The counter to that is there's a lot of really good routes that you can take if you are the Reinhardt team. I wouldn't be surprised to see Darnet play that Symmetra teleporter. You can move your team around very quickly and isolate the backline of Ex-Oblivione. So it's going to be a lot of positioning and how they're going to move it around. But just have to wait and see how it really does play out, because as I said, these teams have played in the past, so they know what to expect from each other.
Yeah, exactly. That's what makes it most fun too, especially a team that is going to hard force one kind of comp. Like, you expect that as well for like Wasp No. You know they're going to play ball. You know they're going to play Junkrat. Like, it's a team that you go into the lobby, you're like, okay, so we're not going to be surprised but maybe we're caught off guard. Maybe we're surprised about how you play those characters. As we load in, Exoblivione, they're going on the defense, so their chance to full hold like they did in their opening match against SR Peak Check. How is Cloudy and the rest of the gang gonna deal with it?
As we see Exoblivione run out, it's pretty much what we expected. This is pretty standard for how they want to deal with this issue, so I don't see either teams really changing their strategy up much. It's just going to come dependent on how they play it. Where Skytor and Zoro and SXJ are currently set up, this is the position that's going to be the most important, right? You're going to want to hold this so that when SR Peak Check move around the map, you're going to be able to spam, you're going to be able to drop on top of them and get as much value as you can, because SR Peak Check, on the other hand, are going to try and move around the map as quickly as possible. And the big question I have is, Dane going to play the Symmetra, or are they going to stick to the Venture?
Sure, we'll have to, I mean, maybe just kind of waiting and seeing what Exoblivione are going to play. So no Widow, it's going to be a Tracer. Okay, so same kind of comps that they've been running with over the last couple of maps, with the Venture this time.
So now
Crash and also put the Thorn side. It's been a very good Ana player so far.
Yeah. The nades are huge in this situation. If you can hit the biotic grenades, there's not a lot of tools that SR Peak Check have to deal with that. So it's going to be about like finding those biotic grenades and then isolating a target. As SXJ is going to find B on the side. Oh, what
a sleep!
So good.
Their coach got up in the air, boom, hit the sleep, and Daned goes down. SR Peak Check, who's both DPS super early.
And you can see the struggles they're having as, like, how do you dislodge Zoro from this spot? B seems to be adding a little bit of pressure, poking and prodding. But they're almost going to just try and avoid it as much as they can. LH Cloudy is jumping up, trying to get as much space as he can.
Okay. There's the sleep.
Another great sleep.
There's the nade. And Cloudy is dead. Get the trade, though.
Yeah.
All right.
Captain Prash has been knocked down to the low ground, so they're in a lot worse position. Ilpi takes down SXJ. We're actually going to see Exoblivione to be in a very bad spot.
Couple shots there, a little bit shorter range than Nano would hope. Good sleep again. Wow, Cam Prash is just a bit... Oh, hello, Cloudy. What the... Wait, what? Okay, that's unlucky, as they say. Nano also taking down the Ana, so Exoblivione no supports, but yeah, neither do SR Peak Check. Cloudy 1H.
And it really feels like another full hold coming close to the horizon. You know, SR Peak Check aren't even really charging ultimates very quickly right now. Captain Prash, just every time it feels like SR Peak Check go anywhere, they're getting slept, they're getting naded, and they're just getting isolated.
He's in the Widow spot too. So far away. And you know that SR Peak Check need to come up these stairs too. They need to get this Ana off of high ground. As we see Cloudy now just pinning away. As they lose their Juno, is slowly getting out of their hands. I mean, they've used Ray, Scott. I mean, SR Peak Check. Did that get cancelled?
That mustn't have gone off. That must have been a cancel. I feel like Ilpi probably taking a little bit of damage, uses the ult as they're alive. Because there's actually a pretty big frame window of how you can lose Orbital Ray.
Nice, tasty Rage X. Is Ghost dead? No. Dana is here. Oh, maybe he's dead now. Primal Rage being popped. So yeah, no chance. Absolutely no chance. Although the lamp does end up coming through. Maybe the Juno saves him. Oh, maybe not. Skytor with a nice little double and somehow killed Dano as well. I mean, sure, why not?
He's going to switch over to the Reaper, something that we haven't seen as much. Don't love this pick, honestly. I don't know what the Reaper is really going to accomplish in this spot, but more importantly, Exoblivione still have 4 ultimates to their name.
Oh, no! Oh!
Just lives to tell the tale. Don't know exactly how.
That was close. Yeah, the Reaper guy is pretty cool. He does have 2 guns.
Okay, that's great. Love that for him.
Pretty epic. Well, there is the Ray, and the Bob is gonna absolutely decimate. Okay, well, I think Fight just went on there. Interesting. I think maybe hitting the reset button there, knowing they've got one last fight. I'm not sure you would intentionally just slip and slide off of the high ground. Or the Mega Health Pack, sorry.
Yeah, and SR Peak Check, they're gonna have to touch the point, which is going to be the worst part here. Oh, nice honk grenade. Doesn't get any picks, but they're gonna have to play around the point, which, as you can see, SXJ is waiting, lurking. They can Nano Barrage. Actually, just gonna go with the Nano Winston instead.
Yeah. Oh, dearie me. Didn't expect the Juno to be up there. Oh, the hammer hits the floor, but Cloudy gets nada. Well, there's the kill from the Reaper, Scott. But the problem is,
Big.
SR Peak Jake are dead. Yeah, there we go. Another full hold for Ex-Oblivione on Rialto. It's the second time they've done it in with SR Peak Check. And yeah, you're expecting Ex-Oblivione to potentially win this map, which would be match point for them in the series. Group C was an entertaining one. Of course, Space Station Gaming with a clean 2-0, 6-0 in map score, end up winning it out. SR Peak Check always bringing in the fans. And 50-50 coming into the series for the viewer predictions. You can kind of see why, especially after the Runa Safi. But SR Peak Check just taken to the cleaners. Dipped right in that cleaning bucket right there and just like give it a little swirly.
There's also a lot of fans of SR Peak Check, just like Danny, where
So
I see
true.
Reinhardt, I cheer for said team, you know? And obviously LH Cloudy is a fun streamer as well that a lot of people like to enjoy and watch as he tries to do the impossible on Reinhardt. But now he's going to do it
do the
again
impossible
right here.
is putting it lightly. Yeah, he somehow. Cloudy must have the highest like mastery on Ryan of any account, unless there's some other like Ryan god out there that I'm unaware of.
I think there are other gods, but not to the same level of prestige. You know, especially like early on in the day, you know, my first mind goes to Fraggy, right? Like Fraggy was
sure,
an original OG Reinhardt player. You know, you go even further back, you go to other Reinhardt one tricks, Reinforced, you know, my boy Johnny.
So true.
They've been out there in force throughout the history of time, but LH Cloudy has held the mantle for so long, which is what makes him so iconic.
Really has. Fraggy competing in Race to World First as well.
Yeah.
As an Invoker, I believe. Oh, what a shot.
Lovely shot.
Okay. Phew. Maybe this is what you need right here. Just the Widowmaker.
So just do that again for 4 minutes, and they're in for a shot.
Right.
Because the Golden Box of Victory isn't that far as well. This is really a one team fight win for Ex-Oblivione just because of how much meterage you get early on in the fight because it's hard to defend. So they're just going to need to try and find a way to route around, dislodge from this high ground. As you can see, Skytor trying to apply some pressure. Does manage to get out, but no value found.
The rockets are really annoying too for the Widowmaker. It's kind of like a hand zone away, you just like fire like random shots. The Widowmaker does take damage, just back up, or at least unscope. Oh, how do you find a pin? Don't know. At this point, I'm done questioning how Cloudy gets pins. I'm gonna be honest with you.
He's doing the geometry in his mind that no one else can really do right now. But you're starting to see the fights break down a little bit. The SR Peak Check are losing some positioning, and that's where it gets difficult, right? Because now all of a sudden Zori gets some angles to shoot, takes down Fee. Ghost has to use Lamp now, and LH Cloudy's just looking for a target.
Round one. Oh, no pin. That was a little scammy. I thought maybe you get Skytor there. Skytor escapes to live another day. SR Peak Check. You can see their health bar is just slowly dwindling in the little HUD there. Yeah, Cloudy's dead. I mean, that is it. I think Scott's sadly an unremarkable defense there from SR Peak Check, quickly dealt with by Ex-Oblivione. Match point as well for the team as SR Peak Check now get their chance to choose another map. They can repeat the same stuff we saw in Runa Sabi. Hey, maybe we go to a map number 5, but yeah, that Rialto was very fast.
Yeah, very smart choice there from Ex-Oblivione. Knew exactly how they wanted to play it, knew how to play against it. And that's just the limitations of playing Reinhardt, although everywhere and anywhere, right? There's going to be maps where it's just not going to work. It can be very difficult. You can make magic happen, but it's such an unfavorable situation that it's easy to get full held. So we'll have to see. Now we saw SR Peak Check, they can choose a map that plays to their strengths, right? They got Flash and Clash that we were just talking about. Do you want to save that for map 5, or do you want to make sure that you're in a good position here to take out map 4? You know, there's so many different options that you can go with.
Yeah, Flash and Clash. I mean, I think both of them are very good merits for Ryan. That was a good sleep. Pretty nice. I mean, Camp Crash, I think in general has been such a standout player this series so far, dealing with the Rhine. Yeah, you're getting randomly pin killed sometimes, whatever, but... Oh.
Okay. Oh, this is the ult. Yeah. I think trying to use that ultimate at the last second, you can see it getting burnt down just a little bit. I think took some random damage as well from a spot that they weren't expecting. That really hurt.
How did that shatter not hit? Like,
Yeah, what is this Reinhardt apologist behavior I've got from you over here, Jack?
Come on, the shatter, like, the hammer hit the ground right next to Skytor's head.
Yeah, but the bubble, you know, Skytor's playing it to a T.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. 2.2 to 0.4 there, only 12 deaths for ex-Oblivione.
Yeah, and that makes sense, you know, that's kind of how the map really played out. Really
Healing
felt
done
like,
is just crazy low, by the way.
Yeah.
But the map didn't last long, so.
yeah, you know, like 7.6k healing in, you know, 8 minutes. It's not the worst thing, but it really, you can tell that a lot of these fights were decided by just like early picks or not team fights. It was just very chaotic all over the place, especially when you have a Pharah and an Ashe on the side of ex-Oblivion. It's just high damage coming from really random sources.
Yeah, there we go. Map number 4 on your screens in just a moment. It's SR Peak Check. Is there time to choose once more? Will we go to a map number 5 or will the series end here? We'll have to find out after this. Welcome back. Ex-Oblivione, one map away from taking that last spot in Group C. Going to the main event. Throne of Anubis is the pick from SR Peak Check. Okay, we're going to a clash. Scott, how do you feel about Throne of Anubis in the right?
Yeah, we talked about it. Clash is going to be a map type that is just conducive for the way that they want to play the map. It's so push and pull. Reinhardt is going to be very valuable here. I wouldn't be surprised if SR Peak Check feel like they have an advantage on this map. For Ex-Oblivione, they want to play the Pharah, and I actually couldn't even tell you what the skyboxes are like here on Throne of Anubis because it's such a new map. But I don't think it's very high, and especially with the first point being stuck inside, I don't think you're going to be able to see SXJ get as much value from Pharah, but they seem to disagree with me.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can hide on the little pillars, to be fair, and there are little platforms on the pillars too. So I don't know. It's an interesting one. Not really seen SR Peak pick up a queen though. I mean, Cloudy's known to play a queen a little bit, but he's gonna rock out with it. It looks like he's gonna. Yeah. Okay. So something a little bit different from the Rhine.
Oh wow! Oh,
I know their backs are against the wall as Cloudy, no, just shouts out spawn. All right, okay, yeah, I should have expected that. I don't know why I expected anything else.
So we're going to see the same compositions from both teams. Like they're going to play it. We are. Okay.
Hello, Cloudy.
Sure.
Oh.
And you can see SXJ, the issue with playing the Barrier here, right? Like has to enter into the room, just takes too much damage, ends up getting punished. And LH Cloudy's just being able to play Gatekeeper on these front doors. That's going to isolate so many targets, and that's going to be a very quick first point cap to SR Peak check.
It's kind of funny because I don't think Exploding want to ever fight in midpoint. It's like we just want to fight on second and third.
Yeah.
Like that's it, right? You want to fight on BD/AE because the ability to navigate this point is a lot harder for this comp with the Rhine, whereas Skytor playing the Winston has a tough time on point C.
Ooh.
Dan was immediately sussed out there. Well, hello, Cloudy.
And you can see
wandering around doing his own thing right now.
Yeah, now he's going to try and run down the Ana. Almost feels like completely alone. He does get slept at low HP. Everyone's getting pressure. This fight is definitely breaking down into some chaos.
Yeah, Skytor was going pretty low. Daned's just backing up his supports right now. Cloudy does fall, however, but I still coming up with the damage. That is both backline is dead for Exoblivione.
Yeah, and with both of them down, this is going to be a really difficult fight for them to take. SSJ does switch off of the Pharaoh over to the Tracer, and they've been able to take out the backline of SRP check, so that should give them an opportunity to get back into this fight.
Yeah, especially with Skytor nearing that Primal Rage as well. You haven't really got much chance to stay in that fight. See if SRPJ want to recontest? Probably not, though, because again, happy to kind of play in the center point where Exoblivione's comp is a lot harder to actually execute. Oh, good clip onto Ghost.
Yeah, so you're going to see them try and re-engage at the last second, but it's not going to work. It's just going to be a flip coming out. LH Cloudy catches that on the way through.
Martyrdom there. Call of Duty 4, martyrdom. You put the grenade on the floor.
And that's going to be a cap. And Exoblivione holding onto a lot of their ultimates as well, which is good for them. As we head back onto the inside area. With SXJ on the Tracer, it shouldn't be anywhere near as bad as it has been in the past.
Guess who's got Shatter? Here it comes.
Skytor. Oh, no.
No. He's got Primal though. He's got an ult. All right, Danid. It's hard. It's easy to hold this high ground as well. As the Venture, it's really nice. Shatter does end up hitting the ground, and there we go. There's the kill. Skytor dead. Point does cap fairly slowly. They're only losing 2. Probably just results in SRP check capping this point.
It's something that is always impressive about LH Cloudy playing the Reinhardt. He always seems to know the right targets to shatter, right? Getting the shatter onto Skytor, understanding that they can kill him before he's able to get off the Primal Rage. That just wins them the fight for just one shatter. And Exoblivione had the tools to be able to deal with it. They just weren't able to utilize them. You can see the Ana and the Ashe hiding on the left side here. They know they're coming up here.
Good nade. Can't rush. Gets to sleep as well. Yeah, right around the corner. Yeah, Danid through the window like this. Not exactly someone you want to mess with. A Tectonic Shock doing a fair bit of damage, but only to Skytor. The rest of Exoblivione left that room quick sharp as soon as they heard those ults go off. Exoblivione with half capture progress already, but here comes the orbital rays from both sides. As Cloudy is going to be quite the mean character to deal with on the point. That's a couple of swings and a couple of little torpedoes there from the Juno. Is an instant kill onto the Winston. No Primal Rage available either, and Zoro losing the duel against Ghost. And it's going to be Exoblivione getting off of this point, at least for the time.
Cloudy just...
stick!
Oh, the lamp.
Wow, okay.
Unlucky. A good play by with the lamp, but the point is still very hardly captured at this point, so there might be another opportunity here for Exoblivione to get back in, especially considering SRP check lost a couple of players. Nano boost onto Skytor, but he can't find a target.
Good nade, straight into the back line. There's no lamp to save you this time. Ghost escapes with a sliver of HP. Able to heal back up as Skyjaw rejoins the gang. However, Cloudy is on the high ground. Nade onto the Reinhardt, and Danid stalling this one out. This has got to be one of the longest flashpoints I've ever seen. Someone's got to cap at some point, surely. Surely.
Nope, hold.
Teguno's dead, hold. Cam Frash's dead, hold.
No support for Ex-Oblivione. They're potentially going to be able to hold on to this one. If they can just stay alive for a little bit longer, LH Cloudy's able to anchor down on this point. With window going down, they should have the sustainability.
Yeah, they're going to revert the flip. There you go. Ex-Oblivione now no longer in control. SR peak check, come up with a kill on SXJ. There's Ghost. He's trying to stay out of the way of Skytor right now, who's pretty low. Danid finds him, pushes him into that small room with that drill dash. That will be SR peak check, surely claiming the point.
What a flip. Honestly, that was a very back and forth fight, but eventually Ex-Oblivione is going to give it up. So that's going to go 3-1 the chart in the
like half an hour.
Yeah,
the whole match worth of time.
Yeah. It's like
there's not even time back on this point.
But now, importantly as well, SR Peachik, they have a lot of ultimates. They're in a good spot as well. I really like this positioning. They're going to be able to use the orbital ray to get out. They have the shatter, they have the tectonic shock. Wait, they're going to the spawn?
Yeah, just flip the map on them completely. What a stick from SXJ. Lamp deployed though. Oh, the Primal Rage. Oh, Skytor. That's exactly where they wanted him to be. Straight off the map. Ghost and Danid sink to their death. Straight into a tomb. As SR Peak check cleared off of point A.
Yeah, I don't know if they were aware that when they were going all the way around to spawn that they put themselves on the edge of a cliff. And Skytor just taking complete advantage of that. Now we're actually going to see a switch from Skytor as they head over to the Ramatra.
Maybe thinking again. Okay, yeah, sticking on it. All right. The Ram versus the Rhine, kind of a classic, honestly.
Yeah. And they're playing the Venture, so it makes sense they're playing their own little rush composition, but at this point, you got to be really careful playing into SR Peak Check's game, right? As much as the Ramatra might be strong, it could be difficult as you're going to see them use the... You're going to use the orbital ray early, but unable to find any value, but they will have positioning on the point.
Yeah, kind of an easy back off there for SR Peak Check. Shatter available from Cloudy. Gonna speed his way towards the back line. Oh, almost got the pin. I mean, Shatter's available. Got to be careful. Sending out a couple of fire strikes, but Danid's the first to fall for SR Peak Check. A couple of swings of the hammer, but Cloudy is so low. Yeah, Skytor easily dealing with Ryan, as well as the Junkrat.
And they're playing very well right now. The Ramatra swap working out quite well, as now we're going to go 3-3 apiece, and we're going to meet back in the middle. 2 more points for either side.
This is the big flip around as well, because the Winston comp did not do well on midpoint, but this Ram comp is going to do so much better at actually brawling out.
I like this Danid switch over to Symmetra as well. I think works very well in these rush compositions. You're going to be able to use the Junkrat mines plus the Symmetra turrets. It's just going to be so much stray damage coming from all over the map.
Shatter, Cloudy. There's
from the top rope?
There's no way. Okay, yeah. The Shadow does hit the floor, but a great block from Captain Prash. Ends up using that rally to stop 2 of them going down on the floor. However, Skytor still ends up falling. Those little turrets from Danid, not only just little mosquito bites, but doing enough damage to actually net them the kill. I'm sure the turrets actually get damage amped, right, with the ult, so maybe that's what did him in the end. That Juno ultimate helping those little turrets do a lot of damage. SR Peak Check. They're going to have to claim this point as well, Scott. And that's going to be map point. Ex-Oblivione cannot lose this next one, or we're going to map number 5.
Yeah. And they, fortunately for Ex-Oblivione, they do have big ultimates, right? They have the Tectonic Shock, they have the Orbital Ray, which we just know is so effective. But it comes down to how are they going to get themselves in the right position to be able to utilize this. Wall goes down for Danid to be able to split the fight.
Oh, can't split it evenly enough. And there is the Orbital Ray. Yeah, and despite the wall, you can just walk through it. It's just so much damage. With the fan that hammers as well, I mean, come on.
Just pumping out damage with these fans. That should be Ex-Oblivione just flipping it back the other way now, as all roads lead back to the C point one more time. Ex-Oblivione has not won a midpoint this entire map, but SR Peak Check, they've always been having the advantage, but now it's on either side.
I mean, the problem is, Scott, SR Peak Check, they've got the Juno ult. The Orbital Ray's coming up in 40%. They just need to stall this out because Tekuno used that Juno ult before to claim that last point. It's going to be tough. Oh, that's a good way to start off with SXJ clearing out the back line. as a window's used very defensively by Ghost, maybe thinking they can catch someone off guard. As SR peek check now have to revert the capture.
Oh, it's huge.
Shadow hits the ground though, and it's a big one. 3 people on their back now as SR peek check try and capitalize, or an SXJ end up going down. As SR peek check might have just done it here. Tekuno launched up into the skies. LH Cloudy clearing Skytor and the rest of Exoblivione off the map, and that's almost a team kill. SR peek check now just needs to deal with the stragglers as they're going to take us to a map number 5. All roads do lead to the mid-fight Scots, and they have done it. A Throne of Anubis win for SR Peak Check. We go all the way. And what a way to end it as well, with a big shatter at the very end. They didn't lose a single mid-fight that entire map.
SR Peak Check just showing they're so comfortable in certain situations, right? Cloudy, every time we entered that mid-round, he's holding doors, he's cutting people off, he's hitting big shatters, just time and time again. LH Cloudy coming up clutch and able to close out map 4. So now we go to the infamous 5th round, and it really comes down to where is Exoblivione comfortable. They've shown when they're able to play their style, they're firmly in the lead, but if they go to a map where SR Peak Check can play the Reinhardt and feel good, it's been dangerous.
Well, Scott, it's hybrid. That's the last game type. So maybe a little bit of King's Row is off the table here for Exoblivione. Don't really want to take the Reinhardt there, especially with the TP and how they've been using it, right? I don't know.
Midtown's also dangerous against the Reinhardt and the Symmetra.
Right. It's kind of, it's weird because in a way they've like backed themselves into a corner, because the Rhine in general hybrid's pretty decent.
Yeah,
and
you can make it work.
Very much favors SR Peak Check in that regard. Oh, this is a little rough one. Not exactly the way you'd want to go down. Not getting the win here, and SR Peak Check getting the revenge, right? Going all the way to a map number 5. I wouldn't have it any other way. You know, the audience, they're onto something. I don't know, the 50-50, straight up even with Danny's percentage taken into account there. It's been a very close map so far, or match so far.
And you can see Exoblivione throughout the middle of this map. They kind of got to a point where they're like, hey, we don't think we can play the Winston, right? We can't play our dive, we can't play our Pharah. We're gonna have to play like a Ramattra Rush and try and beat them at their own game. And it works to mixed success, but at the end of the day, it really feels like if you're trying to take a brawl mirror against SR Peak Check, you're not going to win in the long run. So are they going to try and go back to what they want to play with the Pharah, with the Winston, or are they going to try and play head-to-head? Because the stats show it was pretty balanced, but SR Peak Check just able to clinch it out at the end.
Yeah, that big shadow at the very end, that was what really turned the tables. Exoblivione, no way. You come into this series, Scott, you're thinking, if you're Exoblivione, we defeated these guys 3-0. Like,
yeah,
it wasn't close. Rialto, especially for us, was really clean. And again, they played a very clean Rialto in this series. But we're going to a map number 5 against a team that we thought we'd just kind of walk all over.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not a mental breaker, but like a back and forth series that has relied on you getting a beneficial game type, beneficial map for your team.
And I'm sure if you're an EMEA team watching this, there's a little bit of fear in the back of your mind, because if SR Peak Check makes it through, anything's possible, right? Like you see it just in this match, right? I think overall you would say Exoblivione probably is a better, well-rounded team, but SR Peak Check on the right day, in the right situation, they can take down absolutely any team. So I'm really excited to see them. Maybe this is the first step that you were asking for, Jack, where we get SR Peak Check versus Team Falcons in the grand finals at DreamHack Stockholm, you know? Maybe this is the first domino to fall.
It's happening. Maybe. Proper versus Cloudy.
2 goats of the game, you know?
2 goats of the game. They're on different roles, but what a headline that would be. Can you imagine on a big screen, both of them looking at each other? 2 goats. Greatest of all time to ever do it. Different roles. Maybe Cloudy jumps onto the DPS, shows him how it's done on the Genji. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Okay, now we're cooking too hard.
Okay, maybe we're cooking too much. Well, okay.
Pull that back.
Everybody chill, everybody chill.
Chill.
Hybrid is the map type up next. You got a little bit of Kings in there, Midtown. Like, this is really where the Reinhardt can come alive. I wonder what we're going to also see from Fight too, because a little Junkrat, a little Tracer here and there. They have flexibility in their comp, of course. mainly from just one player, to be fair. But regardless, I mean,
flexibility. Yeah.
Just there, to be fair, Danid's been swapping off as well. He's gone a little bit of the Venture. He's played the Symmetra as well.
Yeah.
A little bit more of a silly hero. It was known for his Doomfist back in the day. Like that was with Danid's like bread and butter was OG Doom. Pretty disgusting actually. Don't forget to check out season 12. There's only a few days left actually. I think it's like, what day is it today? Sunday. There's like a week and a bit. It's like
I think I would probably say October 15th, like it says on the screen.
Yeah, on the Tuesday, the reset day.
Yeah.
So yeah, make sure you check it out. Battle Pass. Oh, it says it right there, dude. It says it right on the lower third.
Yeah, I didn't want to call you out too hard, but yeah, it really, you know, reading is hard.
9 days. 9 days. Make sure you go get your titles, and you can grab the Ana Mythic weapon as well, which is available in the store with your Mythic Prisms. But yeah, enough of that. More of the game. Here we go. Midtown. Look, I just want to see SXJ back on the Pharah. I think another benefit for that team, for SRP or Exoblivione, is that you can play Pharah on a lot of these maps. And Midtown might be the one that is the most successful with, because the skyboxes are huge on this map. Not an uncommon pick we saw when Pharah got changed as well. Very, very Pharah dominant meta it was, but Pharah incredibly strong here.
On the other hand, though, this is a great Symmetra map, right? Like, there's a lot of situations, especially on attack, you can teleport to that left mega room to bypass the choke. In the second point, you're able to TP your team to the high ground, which is one of the most difficult things to do, is assail that high ground. So I feel like if you're SRP check, you're not unhappy with going to Midtown for map 5, right? It's going to be difficult, it's always going to be hard, but if you're going to be able to pull it off, this is a map that you can do it on.
A true back and forth series. SR Peak Check versus Exoblivione as we go to map number 5. It's going to be Midtown. All roads lead here to New York. That's what Matt would definitely say. As Group C, this final decider match. Who will be with Space Station Gaming moving on to the main event? SR Peak Check or Exoblivione as we load in.
For all the marbles, backs against the wall. Who cares about your strategies? And it looks like both teams pretty comfortable, pretty happy with what they want to play going onto this map. Exoblivione rolling out with the Pharah, with the Ashe, exactly what we expected from them. Both those heroes quite strong here. But are they going to be able to deal with the threat of SR Peak Check moving around this map? Getting around, because there's actually, even without the Symmetra teleporter, because Darned could come out on this venture, they found quite a lot of value on that. But LH Cloudy can just pin around this map. There's so many different corners and corridors that you can play and fight out of that I think LH Cloudy, if anyone's going to be able to do it, it's going to be him. So let's see it. The moment we've all been waiting for. Danny's punching air in the background right now.
He is. He was so ready for the series to go long. He was like, I'm so ready to see more Ryan. This is what I'm curious about too. I'm curious about how they end up taking these first fights, because you don't have that sim, but you can easily just wrap around the streets, right? You can wrap around the little alleyway, but they're actually just going to go through the train with the ride, which is, I mean, with the ride, fair enough. You go to the speed ring, maybe you just walk out there, but it's so hard to push this. Yeah, Cloudy just gets instanated and dynamited straight afterwards.
And this is why no one ever goes through this subway. As much as it's a cool little spot and it makes sense because they have the shield, you're just walking through such a narrow choke that they threw the dynamite, they throw the Pharah rockets, they throw the Ana grenade, and something's gonna hit and someone's gonna fall, and it ends up being LH Cloudy. So let's see if they route in themselves in a different way. Looks like they're gonna go under the subway this time. Trying to get like a slow peek through here.
Wow, Zoro dead. That's a lot of damage now missing, and look at that charge from Cloudy, straight to the point. And if you give Danid space as well, you force people to use like movement cooldowns. It's so much easier too for the Venture to pin someone down. Like Venture is so frustrating to deal with if you don't have mobility cooldowns. Yeah, she can just throw dash you, and you are in a corner, and then you just die.
And that's essentially how Darned is trying to play, right? Darned is trying to just make themselves a threat to give himself the rest of the team. So if the opposition doesn't react accordingly, Exoblivione didn't give enough respect to Darned. Darned just finds 2 picks and just opens the fight up themselves. So it's that never-ending balance of, like, if you're playing against the Venture, trying to push them out, trying to force them into a bad position, but also not trying to over-commit resources so that you're giving the rest of the team space.
Speed ring there for Cloud if he wants to use it. There's a Sky Door. Happy to kind of play on this high ground, but jostling the payload is pretty much impossible. Here. You have to just find picks and find fights and then jump in and create space, because you aren't standing up against a Cassidy, a Ryan on the point like this.
Yeah, and you can see how Oblivion want to play. They're just trying to spread around all of SRP check, but Skytor gets pinned and ends up falling down. That's such a bad play, unfortunately, for Oblivion, because now they didn't have the nano, they almost had the primal, and the staggers start coming through, all while the card is still pushing.
Just a far behind too. They know SXJ is lurking in the background.
If SXJ gets caught here, this is going to be terrible for them, right? Because they're going to lose even more positioning, and this second point is where their composition should be at its strongest.
Got Shadow too. Doing pretty good. There's the Ray on the point. One is going to match too, so luckily everybody's benefiting from this one. Everybody grouping up, but that's perfect for Cloudy because he can just sit there and swing.
Oh, nice dodge.
Shadow hits the floor, but yeah, dodged on the payload. Skytor just bunny hops off of it and pops the Primal Rage. Ghost ends up going down as Skytor, sub 300 HP now, needs some desperate love and care to stay alive. Then they tried to go for the assassination kill, using that drill dash, but here's SXJ. Made themselves a presence and a known factor, the double kill.
And that's such a huge fight win for Oblivion. They needed that stabilization. But most importantly, all credit needs to go to Skytor. That dodge on the Shatter, LH Cloudy's planning to predict him hitting the ground, drops the Shatter, but because he lands on the cart and then jumps off the cart, he's just above where the Shatter is actually going to hit. So therefore, because he doesn't get shattered, he's able to primal, disrupt the rest of the team, and give his team space to come back in. And now with only 3 minutes remaining, SR peak check, they have to close all this distance again against the Pharah, against the Ashe, and just how do you get through a nanoed Winston?
Yeah, good nano. Really nice stuff. Pretty awkward spot to save your Juno as well. You can fire some healing grenades, but the lamp isn't going to affect the Juno, who's a lot higher than the little hitbox.
So now, only High Noon to their name, which isn't a great ultimate in this situation, but you can see actually Darnet is going to create a little bit of threat. He's going to the cart, apply some objective pressure.
All right, High Noon used. Which only going to damage the ball. Yeah, there it is. Okay, gets the kill.
That's kind of messed up.
Yeah, it's kind of... I don't like that, actually. Like that. All right, nice little pin. I say nice little. It was very little. I'm not sure about nice, but it gets him to the point in time, at least. 2 minutes to go. Danet just being a force to be reckoned with in the back line. Burrow already used. I mean, one-shot cap crash. Good luck. A 1v1 versus Adventure as a support play? Yeah, ain't happening, G. All right, there's Cloudy. Utilizing the Ray there almost. Came from the other team, but he was able to just pop himself in it, and everybody has to come to him because they want damage boost, and you're going to get hit with a hammer. Good stuff from SR peak check.
Just seeing how much pressure Darnet took off the rest of the team. Darnet walks to the cart, forces Oblivion to come back, but then just digs away, right? And just runs away into the distance. They eventually end up forgetting about Darnet, and then Darnet, as he said, just executes Captain Crash, who wasn't expecting it or didn't have the support to be able to stay alive. Now 2 minutes 30 remaining to be able to close out this map. This is a very solid push so far.
There's a Primal Rage. Hardy is anti-2, just forcing this small little room. 1 HP gets saved with the lamp. My word, how did you get out of there? Window being deployed. Skytor doesn't want to stay here for too much longer. This bubble will be evaporated. But it looks like they've got the healing required to continue Skytor's aggressive positioning.
Yeah, now they have managed to stabilize with just that one pick onto Faith. Now they're coming back. Orbital Ray should give them space. Oblivion looking like they're going for a disengage, but Skytor's kind of caught in a weird spot.
Yeah, it does end up leaping away, so they do get out. McCloudy's got the shatter, he's just going to pinch the backline. Danis as well, also there. Tectonic Shock is going to do a lot of damage in this small corridor, but doesn't able to get too much off. Nano boost deployed, and here come the trades for the backlines. Looks like they're going to lose a couple as the shatter hits the ground, and Skytor. Yeah, despite having the damage resistance from the Nano, the Shadow's just too strong, man, in that corridor. SXJ with the barrage, looks for the backline, Ghost handily dealing with that, deploys the lamp at the right time, gets the immunity, and takes down the Pharah. Here come the spawns, but Skytor can't stay for too much longer. Only Tekuno. You got the Ray, it's pretty OP, but not as OP as Cloudy getting some pin kills. SR peak check. They complete the map, and they complete with 1 minute and 18 seconds as well. So over that minute mark.
Yeah, over that minute mark is very important because that will guarantee they're at least going to get another chance to attack. And if Ex-Oblivion don't finish with any time, then they're not going to get an opportunity. So big plays. What is the truck doing? He's just like trying to park, going back and forth.
Yeah, it'll drift, maybe. Yeah, they're so close.
Yeah, they're
Just
kind of cute.
awful. Just,
You a
no.
Pigeon fan, Jack? Not a
No.
Pigeon fan? No?
Not really. If you look into their eyes, you cannot tell me there's not some sort of like eldritch horror behind them.
But they kind of got fish eyes, so how do you...
Fish eyes?
Yeah, they
Last
kind of
time
got...
I looked at a fish.
Well, I don't know. You know, like they got the fish eyes on either side. Kind of like a
What
little...
are you saying? What is this guy saying?
Did you? Okay,
Saying
I'm
the
gonna say it.
etymology of a bird looks at like their eyes.
Birds are
same
just
as a
fish with wings. I'm gonna say it. Okay, and feathers.
No, pigeons are rats with wings, actually.
No, don't say it. I will go down. I'll go down on this hill. This has been a match of just spicy takes.
It has actually. Yeah. All right. Okay. Keeping the train going. I like it. Dude, look
All
at
right.
it. It's all head.
Alright, interesting to note here, Ex-Oblivione looks like Skytor is thinking about coming out on the Ramatra SXG on the May. They're going to try and play SR Peak Check at their game, which it didn't work on Throne of Anubis. Is it going to work here on Midtown? Because this is really where LH Cloudy is at his best. Like, this is where he understands this matchup so well.
Understanding the counters is important. SXJ on the May too, so another poor order. Oh, good flashbang straight up in the air, connecting with the Venture, who ends up springing up from the ground. Can't unfortunately get the kill, but that headshot will definitely secure it. All right, slowly but surely. SR Pink Check, who normally do look at Daned to open these fights up, or at least distract the backline. It's much harder to do so now. You've got a Brig, and you've got that May as well. Very hard for Daned to get much stuff done, and there you go. Prompts the swap from both DPS. Daned going over to the Sim, and Fi over to the Junkrat. They're going to go look for a Riki test. Oh, good wall.
Oh, great wall. I don't think they're going to be able to get there now, yeah.
Wow, unbelievable from SXJ.
I don't know if that would have been good for SR Peak Check anyway, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but that is going to be an exceptionally quick first cap here from Ex-Oblivione. And they needed that, right? They need to start getting this momentum going as LH Cloudy's going to step up in an aggressive way. They want to get into these choke points where the Symmetra and the Junkrat are going to be at their strongest.
Yeah, this corner's not too bad to hold from either. Look at these little nades bouncing. They have a smaller hitbox now when they do bounce for the second time, so worth keeping in mind. Oh, Cloudy's stuck. Horrible spot to be placed into. And here comes the ultimate from Tekuno. Orbital Ray being thrown out. Cloudy's just... well,
he did.
Yeah, he did. Very aggressive pin. Honestly, if you're not going to use your ult, you might as well try and go for the pin kill. Maybe you find something crazy. And honestly, you never know what happens with a Junkrat in a fight. Oh, no.
No.
Curtain Thrash died to the total mayhem. No.
It happens sometimes. Sometimes you got to get a teabag in and then you get hit by it, you know, all those kind of things. But we're going to see Ex-Oblivion is making rapid pace throughout this second point. SR Peak Check is going to be able to reinforce with some of the late deaths onto Ex-Oblivione, but Tire.
Here comes the Tire. Hanging out. The 10-second Tire, a support's favorite.
Yeah, look at this.
Hear it?
What?
It's so silly. Okay, it's dead, thank God. Whew. Every support bring a sigh of relief there.
Yeah, I feel for all the supports out there. All right, now how do you deal with this shatter, right? Skytor has one shield to be able to deal with this threat from LH Cloudy. They're applying a good amount of pressure. Great wall once again by...
It's a decent
SXJ.
A decent shatter there, but Cat Prash comes into the rescue again. Cloudy does end up finding the kill, but look at this Blizzard. Just clears off the high ground so easily. Ghost getting kind of destroyed, but using the window to its full effect there to hunt down Skytor. They end up trading tanks, but look at the positioning of the payload, Scott, and Zorro is on high ground. On the highest of high grounds by the looks of it. How high was he there? What, he's got a fire jetpack or something?
Yeah, you didn't hear the patch notes for Cassidy?
Oh yeah, my bad.
Yeah, they're gonna have to disengage though. They're gonna have to because of the Ramatra not being there. They don't have the tank. They might be able to retake this high ground, which is at least a nice thing to have, but unable to really close out this fight right now. They have the orbital raid. How are they going to utilize this to get themselves into this fight? Because LH Cloudy, you can see he's just waiting to disengage as soon as they start committing.
On the wall to use as well if they want to use it defensively, and defensive they do. Skytop needs some desperate attention right now. This wall is actually separating the entirety of Exoblivione from their Ray. I don't think they're even receiving heals from it either. Teleporter comes in, Daned, he tried for the teleporter bomb with the Symmetra, but unfortunately SXJ was on the other side of it. And it's a very fast push yet again. Everybody's super low, and there it is. 2.5 minutes, that's gonna change into 4 for Exoblivione, pushing on this final point.
Yeah, this is working out. This Remacha swap, taking the Brawl matchup seems to be working out really well. And SXJ's walls have honestly been the thing that I've been really impressed by. They're isolating LH Cloudy very well and just sort of pushing their objectives to go forward. This RP check, they do have a shadow on the side of LH Cloudy. Another tire coming up for fight as well. Nice TP.
There's a blizzard on the point. Cloudy is on the wrong side of the map right now. Tire's been used. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Right around the corner, straight into the tire.
Found the tire.
Found it, guys, don't worry. Hammer hits the ground. Only one person down. Here's Skytor. Not sure they're going to be able to survive. No, no to read. 3 minutes to go. They're going to try and stagger as well, by the looks of it. Not quite. SXJ does end up going down pretty quick.
And now you're going to see SRP check starting to, find their footing a little bit. Was expensive with the tire and the Earth Shatter, but you'll absolutely take those. Now they can play these chokes. They have the turrets up. They have both support ultimates to their name as well. As SXJ is actually going to go off of the Mei over to the Pharah, over to the Ashe. Because of the long sightlines, they're going to try and go high damage output.
Wow, Skytor almost forced to pop the Nemesis form. As Cloudy was just swinging into them, like, over and over again. So a big cooldown that normally the Ram wants to save when they're in trouble has already been used. And Zoro's having a tough time too, trying to get a long angle away from Fi. Nice little orbital ray, same with that rally, but look at this, Skytor just swinging their fists in amongst this. The Annihilation and the Ray Scott, that has got to be against the Geneva Convention or something. Like, that is just so much damage.
That's the thing that made Juno's ult so much better than a lot of us were anticipating, is your ability to combo with ultimates. Just like, it ramps those other ultimates up to like such a ridiculous level just because of the damage boost that you get within it. Exoblivione did have to use 3 ultimates to get over that edge, and now SRP check coming back with ultimates of their own. So if you're Exoblivione, you're not confident heading into this fight.
Yeah, definitely not. Oh, Shadow hits the ground. There we go. Pin didn't even need it. I was there with the grenades. And here it is, Scott. I mean, SRP Chick, they're in a good spot as well. There's 1 minute and 40 seconds to go for Exoblivione. They're going to hit a reset button here. They're just going to go again, but they're not going to get as much time. And they may even be in OT by the time they finish, which is making that 18 seconds that SRP Check got over the single minute so much more valuable.
And most importantly, they didn't have to use ultimates. Darnad still has that Symmetra wall, goes with the window. They have the tools to be able to deal with this aggression. As Skytor is actually going to move away from the Remacha, goes over to the Winston, but disappears.
I didn't think Skytor had control of their character that entire time. Like, at all. You just, like, booped up into the skies with the Junkrat mines and then just beamed. Yeah, they don't... call me crazy. They don't finish with a minute. There's no time at all. Sorry.
If they're going to finish in a minute, they really need to finish. Well, they finish with time, as you said. They really need to start getting this fight going soon. Ghost is in a very aggressive position. SXJ will trade their life for his. So that's a 1-for-1 trade, but the healing from the Baptiste might be missed.
Decent trade. However, there's a tire available now from SRP Check, and Zoro's dead. Exoblivione might not even finish this map, to be fair, let alone finish with time. Danet dead, sure. I mean, Cloudy is still getting killed. Cam Prash has fallen, and with 20 seconds to go, Exoblivione, they're not finishing with time.
Oh, random trap ends up catching them in the end, and SRP Check are given the freedom to be able to completely reset and fire with the tire. A tale as old as time. They've found so much value in the past with this one.
Here it is, and they got Shadow coming up soon as well, Scott. Bob comes through. Searching, hunting, looking. Cam Prash already dead to Danet.
Oh, no,
SXJ. Life cut miserably short. It's the Bob and the Ray, the only chance they have left, but it's all Cloudy. It was always Cloudy. The Shadow at the very end will top it all off. An SRP Check. Hold Exoblivione, take the map and the series, lock in their place. The main event, the Rhine teams supreme in Group C, as they will be with Space Station going on to next week.
No meta, no problem. Playing the Reinhardt, confident in the way that they want to play their game and making it work. And my boy Danny, is popping off.
Meta? What meta? Hey, whatever you play, whatever you're good at, hey, that's the meta, right?
That was an unbelievable series.
That was crazy. I mean, that was, I think, probably one of the most entertaining series that I've seen in the group stages. My God. Hats off to Exo Oblivione. I think they really had a great, I think, sort of plan for SR Peak Check. I mean, they did go up against each other for, what was it, the opening matches, right?
Yeah,
but I mean, this time around, SR Peak Check, they came in prepared.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly a close series either. Pretty dominant from Oblivione in that first opening match. But, I mean, SRP, I cannot believe I'm saying it. Oh, hey, you said it, Scott, actually. The dominoes are falling. SR Peak Check versus Team Falcons.
This is the worst timeline. This is the worst.
Right, let's not go that far. that's going a little too much. I feel like maybe SSG later on. Maybe
that'll be fun.
Let's get all I would hope for. I just hope we get the Hardy Reinhardt versus the Cloudy Reinhardt. That's all anyone wants, honestly.
My God.
It was an interesting series throughout the entirety, and you got to feel for Oblivion. As we said, it can get really difficult to play into these off-meta picks. Very difficult to play into because you don't really know what to expect. And it really felt like they did a great job of shutting down SXJ on the Pharah, because that's where, when you saw Oblivion finding a lot of the value on these masses, because SXJ was freedom to be able to shoot rockets, be able to get onto the backline, but you could see minor adaptations coming over time for how SR Peak Check wanted to play each map, like, because this Rialto was not particularly close, right? When SR Peak Check weren't able to just sort of punish anyone, it looked really ugly, but they were able to make it work in 3 maps, and that's all that matters.
I really like the adaptations that we saw from SR Peak Check, honestly. The way the different heroes that Fi and Dana were playing, the Venture looked really good, because the idea is, like, get Cloudy in the back line, get him swinging. He doesn't really want to just sit there and be rectangle man, and Dana does that. He either burns the cooldowns from the supports or just kills them himself and then leaves Cloudy basically to do what he wants. Like, that's the problem with this Ryan. Ryan's so easy to control when you have a lot of people on the server, and the fights are pretty, you know, I don't want to say stock standard, but oh, look at that, boom, jump straight over it. But when the fights end up getting a little bit more dicey, and you know, we've been in the fight for like 30 seconds or so now, people have used CDs, that's where the Rhine really comes into play. And Cloudy knows exactly that, and they're just a masterclass on the hero, honestly.
I said this series was back and forth because I think it was the losers pick maps. Whoever picked the map, they always sort of got the win back and forth, right? But I think it really came down to this Midtown map where, you know, like you guys said, it sort of really worked out for the Rhine Rush, you know, for SR Peak Check. And for Exo Oblivione, like, I think the Ram Rush also, like, when they pulled it out, that really worked, but it was just, I think it was just a tiny difference for SR Peak Check that got the win. And of course, play of the match, Ghost 91. This guy, I honestly think
he's a beast.
He really made Cloudy look even better on that run because of his lamps. Those lamps really saved Cloudy a lot of times. On top of that, he was just dishing out damage. Really, I think I said this before. I think I said Ghost was the 3rd DPS on the team.
Yeah. I mean, he had more damage than DPS that time again.
Yeah.
So, you know.
And that's how you got to play it. Again, in these situations, right, it's like that's such an important piece of the way SR Peak Check needs to play, right? Because the Reinhardt doesn't do a lot of damage. Realistically, doesn't do a lot of damage in this composition. You really need that extra little bit of damage from the Baptiste to be able to pump it out. Like, you watching these highlights here, he's really helping execute some of these players to be able to sort of pump that out. If he's not doing that, he's just healing his team, they're not going to win those fights.
Right. All right, well, it's time for the post-match interview. We're going to hear from the man myth, the legend himself, LH Cloudy from SR Peak Check is waiting for a post-match interview. Cloudy, big congratulations. What a match.
Yeah, it was a bit tough.
Hey, it was a bit tough, but you guys, at the end, you guys got the win. I do want to ask you about the win because, I mean, this was a rematch. Last time you guys fought against Exo Oblivione, you guys, it was a 3-0 loss for you guys. What did you guys do differently this time around in order for you guys to secure the win?
Well, our first matchup against Exo Oblivion, I think we had no hate to my teammate, of course, but our chunk rate might have been 1-20 after 2 maps, like 20 deaths and 1 kill. So like fundamentally, it was a bit tough. But yeah, it's not Fi's fault. We all played bad, but this time he like cracked the case and said, Fi, kill them. And this time he killed them, so good job, Fi.
Smart.
I really like the Venture look from the team. Venture just fits so well with the Rhine. Like, surely that's something that you're going to continue considering with the team, because the Dana TPs were sick, but the Venture, especially just giving you so much space, it feels like a secret weapon.
I mean, the Venture is really good, right? I mean, I can't say everything why we play Venture, but enemies playing like really cringe. Like they're playing full cringe fire, Winston, Ana dive, right? So their backline is kind of vulnerable, right? So the Venture can just eat them alive, while Danet Symmetra can't really do anything, right? So thankfully Danet knows how to play two characters, not like me. So I'm very blessed.
Thank goodness.
Very blessed to have flexible DPS on your team. I'm curious. I'm curious, as the series went on, you saw them start to switch over to the Ramatra, start to play a little bit more Brawl against you. Does that make you more confident? Are you like, oh, they're playing Brawl, we got this now? Or does that give you a little bit of pause?
I mean, if you think about it, every other team is playing like Orisa Brawl or Ram Brawl or whatever, right? No one plays against us. I wonder why. Because, you know, you can't beat us in Rush Mirror, so everyone just throws this cheese stuff at us. So if you go Rush, you just lose. So it's not bad at all.
Okay. Claudia, I have one more question. I mean, this is just like a personal question. Do you think you're a better Rhine than Hottie? Because Hottie is known to be the best Rhine player. What would you say to that?
I mean, I think I'm the best Rhine of all time right now. It's not even close. But overall, I think Hottie is obviously better than me because he can play more than one guy. But if I'm only playing one guy versus him playing the one guy, when on Rhine, I'm the best. Yes, yeah. I'm better. Yeah. Yes.
All right.
Hell yeah.
There you have it.
That's what I like to hear.
I love that. I'm really hoping to see just Ryan Rush Mirror matchup with you guys on SSG. Hopefully that comes soon. Cloudy, thank you so much for the interview, and again, big congratulations on getting the win.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Here's the go. Here's the go, Ryan, the EU warlord. I'm just saying, Stockholm's not going to see it coming.
Dude, if it happens, like, can they please, like, if SSG versus SR Peak Check happens, can they like set a rule where they have to play Rhine Rush?
Surely they can GA it, like, just, you know.
No, I want it in the lobby. Okay, I want in the lobby matchmaker. I want no tanks allowed.
Oh,
only
apart
Reinhardt.
from Ryan, they disable everyone with the
Only
tanks.
Reinhardt.
I like that a
Oh
lot.
my god, that'll be so good. Anyways, guys, let's take a quick look at the updated Group D brackets after that win, just to see where we're at. Of course, SSG and SR Peak Check. Yes, Ryan heads. Ryan, oh, it's wrong. Never mind.
Yeah.
Look at what you just saw.
Don't worry. We'll be. It'll be back up soon. But I mean, just looking at that SSG and SR Peak Check, I was like, oh my god, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just scored at the very end, like, hey, it's the two Rhine teams, right? I mean, a lot of the time now, especially with KSA being added to the roster for Space Station, they're straying more into, hey, if we want to play D.Va, if we want to play these off tanks, we can do that, and I think their team is extremely good. They still have Hardy on the back seat, like, hey, if we do want to go in for a Rhine mirror, hey, maybe we do. Coming out of Group C, I hope we see it. Yeah. I really do. But there you go. There's the updated bracket for you.
Yep, updated Group C bracket. Of course, Space Station and now SR Peak Check getting the win against Ex Oblivione. That was a fun match to watch, and now they move on ahead to main event.
Yeah, and you know, it's important to note here as well, because like all the points matter. Like EU is like pretty close at like certain levels, like trying to get this third point to get to not just the main event, but also get into, you know, the DreamHack finals, what everyone's working towards. Like anything can happen in these kind of setups, and as Cloudy said, you guys play Brawl against us, anything's possible.
Right, definitely. I mean, EMEA is definitely shaping up to be very exciting for the main event. For now, everybody, we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, final match of the day, it is going to be Twisted Minds versus Negative Mental Attitude. I feel like that's gonna be an interesting one. Stick around.
I'm towering from the back when fight starts. I'm towering already. Yo, ping them, everyone ping them,
Ash running. Bob behind, I'm pushing. Anna dead.
Nice, lift.
Monkey together. You know how? Monkey point. Monkey one. Ash. Monkey one. Hold on, Juno. You know is that left. You know is that nigga.
Let's go.
Woo!
You know, I always said I like the Toga Kiri skin from the MHA collab skin, but after that match, maybe I might pick up the All Might skin as well.
Danny's throwing in the towel with the DPS. He's like, actually, I'm inspired. I'm just gonna be a Reinhardt one trick again.
It's time. I gotta go back on the ride.
You gave up on your Tracer OTP life for like, you know, that was like a week worth of Tracer play, and now you're like, back to Ryan.
I think I like the Rhine a little bit more than the Tracer. Maybe I'll stick with the Rhine. But anyways, My Hero Academia collab is gonna happen very soon, so keep an eye out for that. Those skins look nice. For now, everybody, we're gonna move on to our final match of the day, Group D decider match: Twisted Minds versus Negative Mental Attitude, Battle of the Brains.
Yeah, Battle of the Brains.
Thank you, production. I like that one.
Yeah, it's good. I like it. Negative Mental Attitude with, a very, very close opening match against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds are in a little bit of a slump. I think the team is still exceptional. UB Quartz, especially Quartz on the hit scan, has been phenomenal ever since he kind of stepped into the scene. Ideally here, to kind of reset the mental, reset the mind, perhaps, Twisted Minds need to come in and 3-0 this. Just come in, 3-0, walk to the main event. They've not missed one yet, so I hope Twisted Minds end up being able to shore up some of these weaknesses. TVNT was a fantastic D.Va player, and definitely one of his best heroes, and in the D.Va meta, just blew everybody kind of out of the water. But as the meta's kind of shifted to more this Orisa play, maybe relying a bit more on UB and Quartz for some of the lifting.
Yeah, and you know, Twisted Minds, you just look at the names, these are all very storied players throughout the history of Overwatch over the last 5 years. Like, these guys are all great. This is a team that you should be able to expect to walk over a team like Negative Mental Attitude, but in any new meta, when anything happens, you know, players are always on the way up, and Negative Mental Attitude trying to make names for themselves, as you can see them trying to get over the hurdle that they just fell short of last week.
I feel like this is another great, good DPS matchup. I think from Negative Mental Attitude, I think I was looking at Gucci last time that they played. This guy was definitely a player to look out for. And of course for Twisted Minds as well, like UB and Quartz, that DPS duo is deadly.
Yeah, it's super good. I mean, Quartz's hit scan's kind of crazy, honestly. It'll be a nice matchup, actually, Miraculous versus Quart. It'll be a very fun one to see. I'm looking at the tank players, though. I think, yeah, TVNT has kind of proved that they're a very good D.Va player, but you want to just have a solid Orisa. Like, at this point in time, I really do think you just OTP Orisa for the rest of the meta, because that's not going to change. It's such like a safe default pick that if you can get strong fundamentals on that hero, it's going to serve you very well.
Yep. Yeah. All right, it's time to get into the match, everybody. Twisted Minds versus Negative Mental Attitude. Who's gonna win? We'll find out. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Danny. There we go. Here we go, Scott. Are you surprised? Wow, look at that.
Wow, no way.
Oh my god.
It's Lijiang Tower. That's crazy.
Look, it's the best map, okay? Unless you're Crocs and you want to play Hog, okay?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They can't all be winners, but hey, I'm excited. You know, it'll be cool to see Twisted Minds, you know, come out really trying to prove that they are, you know, they aren't in that slump. As you said, Jack, they've gone through a lot of turbulence over the last 6 months with their roster, but there's a higher expectation for these guys than they've been showing recently. So, yeah, are they going to be able to come back from their slump, or a Negative Mental Attitude going to be able to prove that it wasn't a fluke that they almost beat down Twisted Minds, right? But with a week's worth of practice and a lot of meta, you know, the meta starting to become more defined, it'll be interesting to see if they're going to be able to hold on.
Exactly that. MCD and Bliss, speaking of horror story backlines, like on the Dallas Fuel at one point together, of course. Twisted Minds picking up that to round out their team, but it's all on Quartz. This Widowmaker / Ashe, you'd want to go to maps where Quartz can just sit there, click 5 heads, and you win. That's how a lot of Twisted Mind games have gone, even if they have been in a small little slump. TVNT on the Orisa, that's what I'm saying. You just one trick Orisa right now and you are golden, but mirror comps for each team here. As Quartz takes a very aggressive angle through this little house.
Yeah, playtime is over. We're going back to the meta, guys. And boy, huge.
No way. Oh, good coach gun. Quartz is a little bit caught out though, maybe. Oh, sub 100 HP gets saved by supports. Unbelievable boot coming through from the far, I would imagine. And Shubi takes down Miraculous. Point opens up. It's nicer direct from across the map too, as Tomex also slain by the fire missiles.
Yeah, Yubi does trade for Mesipas, but that will be first capture going over to Twisted Minds. But it's a very back and forth fight. Gucci will eventually burn out. And now, all of a sudden, Percentage starts to step up. And You know, it's always interesting when you see, you know, I would say favorite teams go toe-to-toe in a setup of just direct meta, right? So what you're going to see between these teams isn't going to be how they're, you know, playing the certain compositions. It's going to be around the little things, the minutia that differentiates these players from the rest of the teams.
Very early orbital ray there from MCD, but look who's on the wrong side of the fight. And so Boss easily taken out. That's just a quick reset there, guys. Just go again. We're all good.
Yeah, that was just a really well-timed orbital raid, because as much as the rest of the team was able to disengage, you can just isolate the Orisa, and once the Orisa is dead, there's no coming back from that.
Oh!
Quartz is just dancing with death at all times.
It really is. Hey, you gotta do that. You wanna be the best, you gotta play on that knife's edge. Gucci down. TVNT comes up with a kill. And here comes the rocket barrage from UB as well. As soon as they tried to make the rotation to White Room. I mean, you'd already lost one as well. Just a quick jump off the edge. Oh, did you get the kill there if you're Bliss? You do. Nice.
Yeah.
Volt charge.
Nice little bit of ult charge. And you can see negative mental attitude. It's just trying to get set up. But every time they try and go anywhere, they're just getting run down by Twisted Minds. Very common aggression that we see out of them. Now, they do have a lot of ultimates to work with, all 5 for negative mental attitude, but it's just about getting an opportunity to use them. They should try and be ready to have to use them early, because if they don't react quickly, the ultimate advantage might not be there.
Yeah, unbelievable aggression. I mean, TVNT is more than healthy in this small room. Takes the mega health pack, but there's the orbital ray. That will shift the fight in negative mental attitude's favor. Whoa, what happened there? That was pretty weird.
Little bit of a weird thing. That cost 3 ultimates to get that kill into TVNT, and now TVNT's coming back on the D.Va as well, so Twisted Minds are gonna fight for this.
Rally, barrage on top, but Quartz actually takes down Gucci, and the Brig survives. Bliss is alive. Somehow, some way, like a sliver of HP, they didn't manage to execute him with the barrage. And here comes the later orbital ray for MCD. I mean, that's just the round win right there. 99, gonna tick over to 100% to 0. Negative mental attitude, unable to even get a clean fight in. Always picked off on the rotation.
Yeah, Twisted Minds just really showing they have a clear understanding of how they want to play this fight. TVNT doing a phenomenal job of just like being aggressive, making himself a threat, giving the rest of his team space to do exactly what they know how to do. Click heads, do damage. So we head over now to Control Center.
And that's the thing I talked about at the very top. Twisted Minds, they need to come in 3-0, restore confidence in themselves and confidence from the fans as well. A lot of passionate fans behind Twisted Minds, of course, but having such a close series to start off in their opening matches, not something that people really expected. Piece of cake, they want to be with them to make it out of Group D in this last decider match. Quick TP out here from Quartz, would imagine he's going to change over. Do you imagine to the Cassidy or maybe the Ashe? Okay, he's going to go with the Ashe. No close range damage, more long range, as Gucci Miraculous going to run out on the Venture May.
And it's really worth noting here that, you know, we really need to see like high value walls, right? The walls is where you're going to find value. Interesting with the Venture, they're going to want to just like get way more aggressive in their face. So Twisted Minds, you can see them, they're willing to play slower, try and give space to Quartz to be able to do damage, but that's a great wall.
Yeah, unbelievable. Just Gucci playing that one like a backboard there. Miraculous setting up his whole team, just forcing people to try and run away, and then Gucci just slides on in there with the little, I don't know, what even is that? Is it like a, oh, it's a drill. What am I thinking? I was like, what even is Venture's weapon? Oh yeah, it's a drill.
Yeah, you know, we're figuring out basic
long day. It's a long day. What can I say?
Okay, you can see Twisted Minds once again stepping up. Quartz is in a really good position on the outside, and doesn't look like anyone's putting any pressure in. For that reason, they get punished.
Nice little two-tap there on the head of the Orisa. It's just so much damage. Like, you need to clear Quartz off this high ground. You give Quartz an inch, he's going to take a mile.
And for negative mental attitude, I liked how they played aggressive in that first fight, but that time they were way too passive, way too slow, and that just played right into Twisted Minds' hands. And now, Twisted Minds aren't going to make the same mistake. They're going to hold this choke, which is so difficult to crack when you're playing against a Mei, because as you walk through that choke, the wall's going to go down exactly like that.
Wall comes in, here comes the orbital ray from MCD. Oh, perfectly timed there from TVNT. Drags everybody back in towards the LOS of the rest of the squad. Making full use of that ray. Quick team kill too. All good though, group respawn. There you go.
You guys might not have heard it, but you know it's a good ultimate when you hear Daddy in the background go, ooh, that's pretty good. So you're going to see the wall go down, and now they're once again trying to crack this code.
Look at that blizzard.
Oh, it's so good.
It's so good. Nice shield, though, from Alba. Ends up coming up clutch, blocking off all that damage that was sent towards Gucci, and a return visit from Miraculous. That's a turnaround that you want to see. Twisted Minds not expecting the blizzard value there and couldn't capitalize on their own.
Yeah, it really felt like they were just like, hey, that blizzard went down, people are getting frozen, there's nothing coming from that. But Miraculous finding the window, and that was a huge ult bank shot by Twisted Minds. 40% on their next ultimate. They're so far behind. This has to be where Negative Mental Attitude can capitalize.
Almost. Look like he wants to cast the ult there. Bliss just trying to hightail it out of there. Tectonic Shock met him in the back. Good spawn play actually from Negative Mental Attitude. They do lose Atomics though. Quartz with a quick switch over to the Widowmaker, takes down one support. So Negative Mental Attitude have to go back to point. They have to group up as 5. They cannot fight Choke no longer.
And with how group spawns work these days, those kind of wipes aren't as oppressive as they used to be. Now they come back as a complete team. And now all of a sudden Mesopos falls, and that advantage that Negative Mental Attitude have is dwindling very quickly.
Oh, yep, see you later. No escape from that one. Got to be one of the most painful things, I think, of any character when you're just spear spun against the wall. What do I do?
Oh, you die usually. And once again, Twisted Mind stepping up. It's the exact same setup that they did last time. They're going to drop the wall, MCD's going to drop the orbital ray, and then TVNT's going to pull them back into it. Early wall, so that means that window is going to close a little bit.
Oh my god, everything's so low already. Negative Mental Attitude taking infinite damage as they walk through the choke point. They're going to take infinite +1. Oh, there's the Terror Surge right on top, dragging everybody back in. Oh, Miraculous. Just speared. Boom, straight to the ground.
They're staggering them as well.
Now, a small stagger on MCD. That's unfortunate there for Twisted Minds, but only 10% to go. Negative Mental Attitude swapping here to Fast Heroes to try and get a touch. A ball, a Tracer, everything kind of thrown in here. Looks like Twisted Minds are going to be able to claim this one. They've even got a blizzard. Suppose, please! He gets the grapple. No. Oh, the whip shot. Oh, perfectly timed. Bliss hitting the whip on the ball, and there it is. Twisted Minds managed to stop the touch and take the first map 2-0.
Yeah, just great play from Twisted Minds. That's what we expect from them. They're a very strong team, and there is that expectation that they're going to be able to play at this level against some of these other teams. And Jack, I actually really want to highlight how important this series, but also this stage in general is for Twisted Minds, because Twisted Minds right now, they're sitting firmly in 4th with the points, right? Only 3 from them EMEA will be able to come through. So Twisted Minds, they either need to get 55 more points than Virtus Pro, or they need to win this stage to be able to punch their ticket to DreamHack Stockholm. So this is the level of form that we need to see from Twisted Minds. Otherwise, they're going to fall short of the ultimate prize at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro as well have only been on the up and up. The team is on such a hot streak right now, and Twisted Minds need to be able to catch them on that. It's a really tough spot to be in. And from a team too, they took stage 1, but as the year moves on, the meta's changed, the team changed as well, or at least parts of it changed. They've not found that same level of success, really propelled and kept themselves in it by taking stage 1, in all honesty, right? And then being pseudo-consistent throughout the rest of the year. This is the chance for them to lock their ticket to Stockholm. They don't want to miss out. There's some highlights from the last round. Get Quartz on a map where he can just play the Ashe. It's been a hero and just a role in general, the hit scan that they've excelled on forever. Quartz is the scariest, one of the scariest hit scans in EU, continues to be so. This meta, pretty okay for hit scans, but it's a lot on the tank play. Oh, let's see this Widow shot. Yeah.
And let's be honest, I think Quartz is probably one of the best players ever that never played in the Overwatch League, right? Like, he was so talented, especially towards the end of the league. A lot of teams were looking at him to really bring him over, but now that the league doesn't exist and OWCS firmly being able to play for Twisted Minds and play at a high level. So that's the kind of performance you need to see from Quartz moving forward if they are going to make it to DreamHack Stockholm, because nobody doubts whether or not Quartz can hang with some of the best hit scans in the world, but they need to do it as a team. The rest of the team needs to be able to stand up as well.
Look at that as well. 15 deaths to 39, 2.4 to 4 KD. Damn, that's quite a large gap. You need that. You need that 3-0. You need to restore that faith in yourselves, maybe. The 5 maps they were taken to by Negative Mental Attitude in their last facing. All right, we'll see where we want to go. I mean, thinking about that, New Junk City, Kings Row, Rialto, Runasapi was the other maps that were played. TM did take 2-0 on Lijiang Tower last time they faced against each other, and then they were taken to New Junk City. So maybe we end up going there, a little flashpoint action. But here's the viewer predictions for you. Nice little 69 nice. Versus the 31 for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and honestly, it's going to be interesting to see how Negative Mental Attitude bounce back from this, because they do play very similar compositions, so it's not like they can really do anything too interesting or out of the box or choose a map that plays to their compositional strengths as much as we have been talking about in the last couple of series. So it is that of just go to maps that you're comfortable with. If you've beaten Twisted Minds on certain maps before, you should absolutely go back to that again.
I wonder if there's a play here where you go to Hanaoka or Throne of Anubis. Maybe you go Hanaoka because the Ashe isn't as strong there, although Quartz can still play the Cassidy, to be fair. Or any kind of fast map, because if you give Quartz that time, and maybe that's why they ended up going to Flashpoint for that second map in their series previous. So we'll see if what they want to choose is going to be. Okay, same playbook here. Going to New Junk City, they ended up winning in a 3-1 fashion last time they faced, so it looks like they just want to do the same again.
It ain't broke, don't fix it. I think you don't need to overthink it at this point if you're a Negative Mental Attitude. This exact same thing happened the last series, as you said, Jack. So go to New Junk City, you know you have an advantage there. I wouldn't be surprised if it is on the back of just some great walls. You know, New Junk City is a map that has a lot of chokes that you're going to have to bust through. And even on the Lijiang Tower, when we did see the bits and pieces of Mei coming out of Miraculous, he was finding some high level of value with some of those walls with that Blizzard. So I really like this decision by Negative Mental Attitude.
Do we see any changes in the compositions though from them? I really like the Maze in these comps. I think this is kind of a stock standard default at this point.
I wouldn't hate this Junkrat pick from Gucci. You know, this is a very choke-heavy map, as we said. Could work. Or the Venture's not a bad choice as well, right? As you said, long sightlines are quite difficult to come by in New Junk City, so the Ashe on the side of Quartz could be difficult, but Gucci is going to play on the flanks, and we all know how strong Venture is on this map. Just being able to flank around, very difficult to punish them as a hero.
Yeah, let's have a little look then. UB versus Miraculous on the Maze as well. Negative Mental Attitude trying to be Twisted Punch here, trying to get a rotation, but a very defensive wall from UB. Obviously, Mesopos going crazy in the back line, and this Quartz now just firing shots and throwing dynamite. It's very easy to get a lot of dynamite value too. Everybody's so grouped up in these comps. Good kill onto UB there from Mesopos, but they do quickly meet their own demise. As a Negative Mental Attitude lose their Nate and the Orisa. Same with Twisted Mind, so a very even fight thus far, with Quartz just trying to find some headshots, but it will be Gucci capping the Negative Mental Attitude.
Yeah, you can see, Quartz gets a little aggressive there. They're just playing Ring Around the Rosie right now. Twisted Minds do not want to fight this. They want to play far away because they have the Ashe versus the Venture. But they're in this interesting spot where they've kind of flipped the map. Oh, Gucci just walks into a pinch. He gets the head ripped off by Quartz, and another one.
Another 2-tap. All right, okay. Quartz in the building. That's the fight, that's the point. It's a team kill.
And that's what we're talking about, right? With Quartz, you give them the freedom, they're gonna click heads, they're gonna punch damage. And now they have ultimates coming online as well.
Okay, I wonder how, yeah, they're not gonna fight far up here. Getting a little bit of poke damage. And here comes the big fight, like you said. Oh, wow, they're gonna go super early. The Blizzard's gonna match there to mash it though. Miraculous is gonna throw that one in the choke point. TBNT. No, that's a really horrible angle for the supports to actually heal them. And a desperation Blizzard from UB. It freezes one, but that's it. That's a large ultimate to throw away like that. Is Negative Mental Attitude gonna run down Bliss.
Yeah, that felt like a little much of an overcommitment right there. I love the orbital ray from MCD early, and the team follows through, but I assume TVNT must have used the Fortify when walking through that choke, so didn't have it to save themselves when the Blizzard went down by Miraculous. Another big play by Miraculous to turn that fight around, and now they're one fight away from being able to close out this first round.
Good spot to stall this one too. They've got their own ray. pretty easy to use here. Spear onto TVNT, is trapped by the wall right now, but using it as cover, and here comes the Ray. There's a Terror Surge, but everybody dodges out of it, and a rally has been deployed by as well by Alpha. Another little Terror Surge coming through, getting protected there by Alpha, just shielding him. It splits up the rest of Twisted Minds. TVNT looking for a target to kind of shoot, but there's no other people on the side of Twisted Minds that are able to get there, but they do end up getting the cap. Yeah, Quartz found the flank and got the cap, so Negative Mental Attitude need to come back in this fight, and they need to actually find the flip once again, as with Miraculous dead, Twisted Minds and Quartz, in fact, has managed to turn this fight completely on its head, despite going down.
Quartz is just absolutely dominating, getting the flip, being able to get the picks, and keeping Twisted Minds alive in this round, and they're going to cap it. Unbelievable play by Quartz.
That was ridiculous. Coming away with an extra kill there is just absurd.
Something really interesting that we might have missed in that last fight, Tomex, I believe, drops the Orbital Ray, but gets pulled by the Terror Surge, and I don't know if the Orbital Ray was cancelled by the Terror Surge in that situation, but Negative Mental Attitude just didn't have the damage to follow through up after that. So unless Tomex threw it in a weird direction, that's an important thing that was lost that might have turned things around.
Okay. Twisted Minds in a good spot as well. Yeah, you just wall that, you're chilling. And you got the Orbital Ray as well. Gucci getting a little bit of AoE damage there with Tectonic Shock, but here comes the Blizzard from NMA. As UB ends up going down, trading with Gucci. Negative Mental Attitude now. They're going to try and put themselves on the point, but still trying to stand up to TVNT so hard. Especially with this Terror Surge too. Twisted Minds have the tools to just win this fight. A spear onto Miraculous, forces the block, and I mean, Quartz this whole time too has just been free-firing into the front line. Terror Surge connects with the May. There's no CDs left. Should be an easy kill. Although saying that, Comics comes up clutch with a very late Orbital Ray of their own. Negative Mental Attitude have managed to somehow survive this oncoming onslaught of damage from Twisted Minds.
Late bomb from Quartz to try and turn this fight around. It doesn't look like it's going to work, as Yubi is also caught in Narnia, and that will be a team fight win for Negative Mental Attitude. As you said, Jack, huge Orbital Ray by Tomex, really flipping that fight on its head.
Like hunting.
Yeah, where's he going?
I don't know. I think they're looking for a stagger or something, I'm not sure, but looking for someone that was maybe slinking away, but we can see another Electro there. Everybody's pretty much grouped.
So now it's going to be on Twisted Minds to come back into this fight. They're going to have the rally, but the thing to keep an eye on is Yubi's Blizzard. This is really going to be a thing that can really help split the opposition. Gold used by Messapus could be an opportunity for Yubi to walk in, freeze the Orisa.
You really got to call that CD. Orisa's playing in the front line. That'll be up in just a moment as well. They've got to be careful. Doesn't want to get eaten by the Spear Spin. There you go. It's already used. The bash from the Brig. The Blizzard on the ground. No wall to wall the Brig off, so Alba might escape. No, a nice spear from TVNT will make quick work of the Brig player. No Quartz going down. Where's the damage now for Twisted Minds? They're going to rely on UB and TVNT to do a lot of the work here, but Negative Mental Attitudes are going to lose their Bay, despite throwing the Blizzard out and securing the kill onto Bliss. I guess supposed to keep this point alive here, but Twisted Minds, they're just going to run them out of town.
MCD does have to use the Orbital Ray at the last second there to really give them that extra damage differential that they lost when Quartz fell. So that's a tool that they wish they would have had to help close out this round, but they do have other opportunities here. TVNT with the Terror Surge could potentially be the difference maker. But Yubi with a huge pick on the Miraculous. They wanted to play aggressively, and it's worked exceptionally well. They can clean this up. This is going to be the second round to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, this is second point for sure. I mean, look how long it's taking. And they know too. They know Messapos, if they just save the Orisa for a brief couple of moments, that is going to be point secured. And yeah, especially with the Brig being there, Alba's got no real chance. Any touches? No touches. Twisted Minds 2-0 up right now against Negative Mental Attitude.
And Negative Mental Attitude
they'll be on match point.
Have been right there in both of those rounds. They've been so close to being able to close this out, just haven't been able to win the important fights. And now we head over to Junkyard. Oh, actually, it might be on Bomb Flats over here. And Yubi's going to make it first with the wall, with the Blizzard. This could be difficult for Negative Mental Attitude to fight into.
Yeah, with Blizzard in hand too, it's going to be really tough to even get through these choke points. Maybe he's chasing somebody. It looks like something. Whoa, what the? I think Miraculous got caught in the ceiling there, and the game forced him out of the wall, I think.
Oh, here comes the drill. Noguchi is just trying to get damage in. I mean, against the Orisa, probably not wise to drill dash into them, but I like the attempt. That Tectonic Shock not doing too much. Nice eat of the spear too, actually, by TBNT. They've lost Yubi and MCD, and TBNT eventually falls as Negative Mental Attitude. They didn't end up facing off against this Yubi Blizzard. They didn't find a chance. They didn't find an opportunity to use it there.
Yeah, Yubi gets caught off a little bit, comes out of the ice block, and his solid presence of mind to recognize throwing the Blizzard there wouldn't have worked. I think it would have been cancelled before it even came out. So Twisted Mind's more than willing to give up that fight, come back. Now they have almost all 5 ultimates online, so they have the tools to be able to retake this.
Yes, surely.
Oh, nice wall blocks the Blizzard, it looks like.
What? Miraculous trying to solo Blizzard Yubi. Well, here comes the Ray. There's no return Ray here, so they're going to have to pop Rally. Terror Surge to bring everybody in, but here comes the Blizzard, and Mesopos doesn't even get the Terror Surge off. 50% of building for Negative Mental Attitude, as Quartz does find himself, May just kind of straggling around the back line. Yeah, I mean, there's no way. There you go. All right, cleaned up. Twisted Mind's just kind of run over Mental Attitude. However, they did pop 3 ults to do so.
Yeah, but so did Negative Mental Attitude, right? Miraculous throws that Blizzard into the wall, doesn't find any value. Mesopos Terror Surge gets countered by a bunch of ultimates, and Alba tries to keep them alive with the rally, but doesn't come to anything. So Negative Mental Attitude, sort of this round and this map is slipping away from it. Both walls will block the Bob, and that should be a disengage from Negative Mental Attitude.
And just burning time, though. I mean, you don't mind using the Bob there at all. You're burning time, maybe you get a pick. Oh my god, the damage on Mesopos was crazy. Trying to maybe force Tomex to use that ultimate as well.
Oh, does go out still.
Yeah, it's still got it, still got it. Very brief window there. You can Rage Axe, of course. We've already seen it once today. It's like the Kitsune Rush, maybe even a tighter window. Listen, UB end up going down. Okay, kind of expected here with the Orbital Ray being used. But still, Scott, Twisted Minds, look at their positioning. They've burnt so much time that they're almost on final fight. And Negative Mental Attitude are only just now reaching the point to get the cap.
Especially considering a bunch of the Twisted Minds players are actually able to disengage and regroup. So it's not even like they're going to have pressure trying to get back into this fight. So as you said, Jack, they're going to have ultimates. If Gucci can find an isolated target before, this would be huge. Can't find anything.
That was really smart by players, just kind of looking on that off angle there, maybe knowing that Venture is going to be skulking around. Tomex going down. Where's the heals? Where's the damage? Twisted Mind's just going to run at them. Just pop all ults and you win. That's it. Twisted Minds are just going to run over Negative Mental Attitude. Tomex going down at the start of the fight was disastrous. Twisted Minds on match point 2 after they cap this point. No chance Negative Mental Attitude come back into that, and look at how close they were to ult. They had the shot, 10% away from more Blizzard. They had 2% towards Terror Surge. Twisted Minds come up big, restoring faith in themselves as I think Arya too is thinking, you know what, Twisted Minds? They're taking the dub here.
Yeah, disappointing, am I right, Aya? Because, like, Negative Mental Attitude, they were so close to so many of those points. They had 99%, I believe, on all 3 of those points. At some point, they just couldn't close things out. They couldn't win those individual fights that honestly you can even give credit to Twisted Minds, their ability to stay composed and then, you know, use their mechanics that we know that they have to be able to sort of get over the hump. So Twisted Minds going up 2-0, and now Negative Mental Attitude have a long task ahead of them to go to map 5 and close this out.
Is it going to happen? That's the question. I just think right now, every team fight we've kind of looked at, every kind of engagement, it feels like Twisted Minds, they have shored up those small weaknesses that maybe were exploited by Negative Mental Attitude in their first series against each other. And this was their pick as well, and they won last time around. Just to remind you, Kings Row, Rialto, and Runasapi were also maps. Rialto, Runasapi were won by Twisted Minds in that series. So, yeah, I mean, Scott, I'm going to be real with you. This might just be a 3-0 here. I really feel like Twisted Minds, they're starting to level up, and they need to as well. Oh, that orbital race, Scott. It went backwards.
Oh, was it backwards? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Because I didn't think the Terror Surge would cancel that, but I just couldn't see the orbital ray to see where it would have gone.
So Tomex must have, he was going to press it and then turned as the Terror Surge kind of grabbed him back, I suppose.
Ah, interesting.
Damn, that's really unlucky, actually.
Yeah, so, and that's it. Those are the little things, right, that we talk about that make and break winning these rounds and winning and losing maps. So just the little things going by the wayside. Negative Mental Attitude are playing well. Honestly, they are going toe-to-toe, just that little bit worse. That is little extra things just not able to, you know, get them over the line.
They need to catch up to VP. VP right now, although not in the server, one of their... Oh, that's the... What a wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see Mariah hits the wall in frustration. Yeah. Yeah, VP, although not on the server, right now, they are the biggest opposition for Twisted Minds. They want to make it all the way to Stockholm. They need those points over VP to secure that third place spot. Ensign Space Station, they've pretty much run away with it at this point. Almost, they've not guaranteed themselves, but they've almost guaranteed themselves a slot in Stockholm. And this is Twisted Minds, their time to bounce back. And starting that run with a 3-0 against Negative Mental Attitude is going to be a fantastic one. Here are the stats from the last game, but it's pretty even despite the scoreline, but still Twisted Minds, they're coming out on top a lot of the time. Their ult usage just feels so much cleaner.
Yeah, and that's it. It's just, as I was saying earlier, it's just those little things that are really giving them that edge over Negative Mental Attitude. And that's really hard because those are like the fundamentals that, you know, Twisted Minds have because they've so much experience playing together. They know how to play and they've been through so many different metas. So honestly, the experience diff could be the thing that's giving them the edge.
Well, it's match point right now for Twisted Minds. One more map to take down Negative Mental Attitude, and then they'll find themselves, well, along with Piece of Cake, in that main event for next week. Or can Negative Mental Attitude come back? We'll have to find out after this break. Welcome back. Twisted Minds, one map away from securing their slot with Piece of Cake in Group D for that main event next week. Esperanza has been the pick here for Negative Mental Attitude. Taken to a push map now for our third map.
Esperanza, it's an interesting one because I feel like this is where Ash is going to be at their absolute best. And Quartz, let's be honest, had some huge plays throughout that map, that last map. Just turning fights on his own, just being able to isolate targets, use that Ash to high effectiveness. And you know, maybe there's something Negative Mental Attitude have in the tank on this map that they think will give them the edge.
Well, let's jump into it then, because you need something miraculous, perhaps, from Negative Mental Attitude? Perhaps.
Maybe.
Is it too late in there? Is it too late?
The reverse sweep could happen.
That went straight over your head. Damn.
No, yeah, sorry, no,
There's a player called Miraculous on the other team.
Oh, yeah. Haha!
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, man. Thank
nice
you. I
one,
know you got
man.
my back.
That was great. Awesome.
It was
Can't wait for this
pretty
day to be a... I mean, yeah, as we get into this next match, negative mentality, trying to get this reverse sweep going. Are we gonna see Tomex actually come out on the Kiriko? Ooh. I don't hate the idea, you know, Kiriko gives you a little bit of offensive capability, you got the Suzus, you can also like help pressure with some aggression, you can throw kunais in the general direction of the Ashe, which is actually quite frustrating to deal with, so at least some form of adaptation, especially with Gucci moving over to the Tracer as well.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Gives you an opportunity to flank too, although locking down the front line is going to be quite hard with only a single support. Wow, Master Post is already going super low. And in fact, that's exactly what they're doing, and look what just happened. So 2 players on the flank, and then TVNT and the rest of Twisted Minds, yeah, they just run over. So that flank that I think was, you know, quite smart normally with the Kiri and the Tracer, especially against the damage of Twisted Minds, it just doesn't stand up.
It's also like Mesopos is going to be so isolated just because of they have a Mei on UB, TVNT is just going to run down Mesopos, and they might not even have the health and support to be able to do this. So if they are going to go for this Tracer Kiriko flank, that's great, but they need to go faster and they need to find value. That's an early goal.
Well, they did again. No, surely not. No, all good.
But that's the level of healing that you lose when you don't play the Brig, right? Obviously the Kiriko can TP in, but Brig does so much like passive healing, and the packs just really help out. They're just not going to have that, especially with all these right clicks that we're getting in damage. But there's the damage. That's what you expect from Tomex on the Kiriko.
Yeah, you need that. You do end up trading your Ashes. Tomex laying down some hurt from the high ground, as Gucci is just making sure this bot doesn't get checkpointed. If that's a word, checkpointed. Probably not.
Don't think so, but hey, we'll allow it for
I've
right
been
now.
known to make up words in my time.
Yeah, you know, the British isn't a real place, let's be honest, so...
You think Australia's any better?
Yeah, that's true.
Australia's,
At least we know we're criminals.
Is that real? Is it really the island that takes like 24 hours to get to? I don't know.
Don't you talk about my home country like that, okay?
Hey, you talk about Britain like that, what are you talking about? We don't even live in those countries anymore. Okay, whatever. Anyway, Twisted Minds, they got almost 4 ultimates coming out. They got that Blizzard, double support ultimate too. I mean, I like the Kiriko in this regard, Scott, as well, because you can just blow people up with the Kiri ultimate. And, you know, Brig ultimate, very defensive, not something you really want to play into array or anything, but you can really not overlap, but get 2 fights back to back where you have strong support ultimates. Miraculous going down, it's not a good start though. Bliss also ends up falling, and this Ray onto the high ground. Quartz is just laying waste to negative mental attitude right now, as Mesopos has found themselves between a rock and a hard place, that being a Mei and the bot on the point. And yeah, there's no chance you survive this.
We all know how the comms are going. Mesopos is yelling, they're one, the Mei is one. The Mei is one, please kill the Mei.
Literally one.
Someone shoot the Mei is still one, I got the Mei. And then Mesopos died, unfortunately. But, you know, obviously the strategy there made a lot of sense. Oh, nice shots. Yeah, but as you said, Jack, if Quartz is given freedom to shoot, that's really going to be the big turning point. So I like the idea from Tomex. And, you know, the one fight that we did see them win was when Tomex was able to isolate and kill Quartz. And Sneaky Beaky, like, might be able to get an early pick here if they don't see him coming from the side.
Now, this is the best place for you to be. I mean, might just turn into wait a second here. Oh, nice little wall. Suzu almost looked like it didn't even go off because it went in the wall. Bob's been deployed now by Quartz as they push around this corner. Esperance is a tricky map, especially when the defenders have so much high ground. There's a big flip around here from negative mental attitude. They're actually just circled around Twisted Minds, actually taking the checkpoint area. But with this rally, I mean, Bliss was able to escort the team all the way out, and they're not letting go of the bot either. So they're not, they're making sure they don't get the bot stolen. I say that, and it's immediately stolen. Well, unfortunate.
So now this fight is really bad. Unfortunately, Pulse Bomb was a little wild, but Yubi goes down. So this fight is actually going from bad to worse for Twisted Minds. They actually are pushing the bot further because they did come back to fight it. But yeah, this is a terrible fight here for Twisted Minds, unfortunately, because they lost the bot. They've already lost the forward spawns. People are already stepping up. Fortunately, it looks like a couple of them did get forward spawns before that they did lose the checkpoint, but this should be good meterage coming out of negative mental attitude.
There's like a wraparound here onto the high ground. And about a couple of players, that being Yubi and Quartz. Miraculous trying to land some shots on the Mei. No, they end up burning wall, which is quite nice, but also not exactly the longest cooldown in the world. Oh, and Tomex, he hits the Suzu, luckily, but unfortunately, Miraculous found
is found dead with a bullet in his head. And Quartz taking the head off of him. And with 49 meters to 69, there's no checkpoint gains either here for Negative Mental Attitude. So still very much in a meterage deficit. And with only 5 minutes to go now, Twisted Minds with a lot of ultimates can just play on this high ground and shoot anybody that approaches this choke point.
Yeah, Quartz is just an absolute menace right now. The final blows must be out of this world so far in this series. They're going to get the forward spawns back in their favor. You can see how aware Quartz is the flank is going to be coming. And there's no one there. Quartz is looking for ghosts right now.
Yeah, he's on another team, Scott.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Anyway, Tomex is trying for this flank. This Blizzard Terror Surge combo, there's no one there, sadly, to suffer from it. However, I suppose it's taking a whole heap of damage. Miraculous is so far up. Wow.
Way too far.
Way too far, yeah. Maybe thought they could find a pick and back off with a coach gun, but Yubi just bicycle from downtown takes him out. And with Gucci on the Tracer, no recall apparently. And this is slowly slipping away from Negative Mental Attitude. Twisted Mind, they've got Rally, Ray, Bob for next. Good luck. Like, there's almost no chance you win this fight unless Twisted Minds just fumble, like, unbelievably so.
It'll be interesting how Tomex is see how Tomex is going to use this Kitsune Rush, because Kitsune Rush is a great ultimate, but as you said, with all the
again. Well, here comes the Ray mixed with the Rush, Scott. I will take the Ray over the Rush any day of the week. The Rally's going to get deployed as well. I mean, they're throwing a lot into this fight. They don't have to use the Bob, of course, but Negative Mental Attitude, they're going to lose this this final corner here. Twisted Minds on the home stretch.
Well, Miraculous is just so low once again, and every meter counts here. It's going to be so difficult for Negative Mental Attitude to pull this one back. You can see Quartz is in such a good position. He's going to be able to drop the bomb in the open. Like, how do you deal with this if you're Negative Mental Attitude?
It was an okay spear. Tomex and Gucci, by the way, are still in the background of this fight. And, oh, where is this? Oh, it's the spawn door. That's where it is. Okay, Tomex does end up TPing away, but Quartz and TVNT, the two-person hit squad, still managed to kill Alba. And they're just burning time here. Miraculous also going down. I mean, TVNT, apparently a one-man army. And I'm not talking about the team. He's just killed like 4 people in the backline. Like, how? I mean, those are beautiful trades too, Scott, because this bot ain't moving.
Yeah, because with those couple of kills, what happens is you give your time for everyone to respawn, and now they're actually going to be able to retake the high ground and hold this position, so that Negative Mental Attitude, as you're going to see here, Mesopos can't push this cart any further because he doesn't have the backup.
Free high ground here for Twisted Minds. TVNT, an absolute demon.
And now Miraculous trying to find any spots. Oh, does find Quartz, but can't get the kill.
1 HP, nah, it's good. MCD and Bliss quick on the trigger there. They do end up staving Miraculous, and Miraculous is going to die, surely. Bob at least enables him to get 1 kill as Alba unleashes the little torpedoes and finds 2 with the help of the ult. Okay, Ray expended, same with the Bob. Negative Mental Attitude find a team kill. But Scott, 128 meters to 49, and they don't even have checkpoint.
Yeah, it looks like they will finally get this checkpoint here because of how far the run back is going to be for Twisted Mind. So that's a good thing for them. So if they're going to turn this map around, that's what they needed to happen. They got a minute 40 remaining. They need to win at least 2, maybe 3 team fights though if they're going to end up giving themselves the advantage. So they have to be perfect from here, Jack.
They have to be perfect. All right, Gucci, maybe can open this up with a pulse. Gotta find Quartz ideally, right? I mean, that's the best target, or maybe Bliss at this point. Oh, forced to recall already. Good heads up play by Bliss there, hitting the whip shot. Still waiting with the pulse bomb though, can do a little fadeaway. Another good whip. Oh, where's Gucci gone? Oh my god! Okay. That was
not perfect. I'll say that.
That was something. My guy not looking like lip out there or anything, but yeah.
Hey, you know what? It happens to all of us. And unfortunately, from bad to worse, they also use the Kitsune Rush. They also use the Terror Surge. They're out of ultimates, and Twisted Minds is banking 4 of them. Fort Spawn's lost, and they're going to fight for this high ground. But going into all these ultimates is going to be so difficult. Mesopos is already getting so low.
Oh, they're more than happy to actually just give up the high ground completely. The bot is far enough that Negative Mental Attitude now have to like regain control of the space. They've just stolen it away from them completely.
No, they're trying to spy us off the bot.
You've got to chase the bot. You've got to chase the bot. Please, put the sirens on. Put the sirens on. Take the hard shoulder or something.
No, they're just running away with it, and you can see they're more than happy to be here.
Miraculous dead. Terror Surge grabs people in. Quartz in your spawn with the bomb. Rally comes out. Blizzard on the point. Twisted Mind's got every tool in their arsenal to get this win. Might just be a full cap, or might just be negative mental attitude going down here. Mesopos, the only true survivor there, trying to touch that point in OT. Looking like a full cap in my book, Scott. Twisted Minds end this Speranza with a full cap and a 3-0 in this series. Getting sweet, sweet revenge. Didn't want to get taken to a map number 5 this time, and they start their trajectory upwards.
Yeah, Twisted Minds really needed this confidence win. They were definitely the better team today. Negative mental attitude, just not able to show up in the same way that they did just 1 week ago. Goes to show how volatile the meta can be and how any day, any team can show up.
Quartz.
Yeah, that's
I'm just gonna say Quartz. Yeah. But I mean, hey, we sort of like worried that TM, you know, they sort of had a bit of a rough time, like, you know, the past couple, I guess, weeks. But hey, watching that match, that was a dominant performance. I think they're back in full force. What do you guys think?
They needed that. They desperately need it. We spoke about it halfway through the game, at the start of the game. They need to take down VP somehow. They need to stop VP from making a very, very good run in order to secure a spot at Stockholm. It's so close now. And these points in stage 4 mean more than they did in stage number 1. If they can continue this, you know, hey, maybe they do end up making it, because this performance was really just a shutout.
Yeah, and you really go to see the strengths that Twisted Minds have in their arsenal, right? Like, this is any meta where Quartz is able to play Ashe and it makes a ton of sense is going to be a strong meta for them. Like, I think specifically on this map, New Junk City, this is where Quartz really shined, right? He was a big part of why they won the first fight. He was the reason that they ended up capping this point, and just time and time again finding big picks on just headshot after headshot, you know, not to quote one of the legends of Overwatch, but like
headshot after headshot.
It does feel like that kind of dominance that we've seen in the past, and if they can keep playing this and they can keep playing to these strengths, like, how do you stop that?
Yeah, I mean, you guys also mentioned it, you know, despite 3-0 victory, like, I mean, they did negative mental attitude, they did put up a good fight, but like Scott, you were saying, you know, it really comes down to those like little mistakes, those little things that really gets you the map win, and also the I guess the series win at the end, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, man, Miraculous had a rough map as well on the Ashe. I mean, it's hard to stand up to a Quartz at the best of time, but Miraculous is getting picked like kind of back to back. Oh, here's the pulse, man. I mean, he got whipped and bashed, and it was like he thought he 180 pulsed, right? Like that was what was going on in Gushi's head right there. He thought he was behind the brig, and then I mean, that's just,
I think he like when he blinked backwards, I thought he thought the brig was gonna be there. So then his like brain lagged, and he was like, wait, where do I go now? So he just blinked and threw it, hoping for the best. But this shouldn't be a surprise to absolutely anybody. Quartz getting player of the match, 31 eliminations, only 9 deaths. God. Great play.
3.4 KD, 32k damage as well. Like, yeah,
this guy just never misses. Like you guys are pointing out, just like
his aim is just exceptional. Like, it is really, really good. And I think with Twisted Minds and having Quartz just perma-pick in the Ashe, and it's a decent meta for hit scan as long as the maps allow it, right? Because Ashe is one of his best areas, if not his best. He can play the Cassidy, you know, Widowmaker definitely as well. But if you can just have a map pool that allows him to play this, you're going to have a good time for your Twisted Minds.
Yeah, 100%,
I think he definitely had a good time. Oh my god, look at that.
And you also, having MCD and Bliss as the backline, right? Like, these are obviously some of the newer players coming onto this roster. Like, MCD, Bliss, they're a story combo that goes all the way back to Dallas Fuel, right? Yeah. These guys have a lot of experience playing together. They, you know, Bliss Brig is something that we've talked a lot about in the history of Overwatch, right? You know, these are great players. So if they can keep playing to this level, they can play a meta like this, I think they're in a really good spot.
Yeah. TSM getting that decisive win against Negative Mental Attitude. They're looking good, and they secure their spot. So I'm actually excited to see more from Twisted Minds, definitely. Quartz.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. Them and Piece of Cake make it out of Group D. Of course, Piece of Cake was the Gaming Gladiators like core. I think it was a pretty easy bet that they were going to be first placed in the group, just how good they are. But I thought Twisted Minds, making out a second was also going to be a thing. Although after that first match against Negative Mental Attitude, I was a bit shaky on them. And I think a lot of people were as well. But this should really just inspire confidence, not in the team, but in the audience and the fans as well. Like, this team, they want to make it to Stockholm. We don't have much time left. You've got to do it at the main event. And some of those factors I do think are going to be a little bit out of your hands because it also depends how VP end up playing too.
That's also very true. All right, everybody, let's take a look at the updated EMEA Group D brackets. Like we were talking about, Twisted Minds getting that decisive victory against Negative Mental Attitude. They move up, go to the main event along with Piece of Cake.
Yeah.
Yep.
And here are the group standings for you as well. So we have completed the groups. No way.
Yep, we are done.
ENCE VP SSG through first place, 2-0. Clean as you like. Piece of Cake as well, a little 2-0.
Yep.
I mean, Danny's like pumping his fist. SR Peak Check make it as well at a Group C. Let's
Group
go.
C.
Maybe we do see a Rhine off.
Group C is something else. That's this beauty right there. SSG and SPC.
SSG and SPC, and then EXO and Hypnos with almost the same logos.
Yeah, actually.
It looks...
All right, let's take a look at the EM. With all the matches done, let's take a look at the EMEA main event bracket.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here it is. We got ENCE versus One Man Army, Piece of Cake versus SRP Check, VP versus Vendetta, SSG versus Twisted
Danny.
Minds.
You're going to be waiting a little while, I think, for that SR Peak Check Space Station game. This bracket is kind of nasty, actually. You're obviously not wanting to face ENCE in your first round. One Man Army, I think ENCE right now, top of EU, like rank 1 currently, in my mind. One Man Army, do I have the faith in Top Dragon and the rest of the gang, who I think have really leveled up around Top Dragon to take down ENCE? Not sure. If they contain maps, I think that's a massive victory. The Piece of Cake SRP Check game, Danny, that's going to be a fun one, regardless, I think.
I think even Space Station against Twisted Minds, after watching Twisted Minds, I think it's going to be a very, very close one as well.
It's going to be a fun main event.
It's really worth reiterating, right? Like ENCE and Space Station Gaming are pretty much, just because of their quality as well, they're locked in at first and second. The third spot for EMEA is really what's up for grabs. You get so many points in stage 4 that the previous points aren't that big of a deal at this point because of how close everyone is. So you're gunning for that third place. Even if, you don't go on to win this entire stage, getting that third place potentially locks you in for DreamHacks.com.
I think all of the matches have a potential of being close. I don't think any of them is gonna be a blowout. Do you guys think? Do you guys also agree, or?
I don't know. I think Vendetta, they've had a very good spree of games, but I'm not sure how I rate their chances against VP. We'll see. I'm hoping for One Man Army ENCE a close series, but
you're just rooting for Top Dragon.
I am, yeah. I do really enjoy watching Top Dragon. He is kind of a goat, but I just, dude, the Kev, can you come on ENCE come on now. It's tough.
Right,
it's going to be a good main event.
It is. Main event for EMEA is definitely shaping up to be something that you guys definitely want to watch out for. Let's take a look at our best plays of the day. We got 3 of them prepared for all of you guys. Let's take a look at the first one for EMEA. Best play number 1 goes to Crocs Junker Queen.
3 billion damage.
3 billion damage. That was what you guys said. Yeah. Oh my god.
3 billion damage.
Did you guys actually do the math? Was it actually 3 billion?
It's not 3 billion.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Scott was rounding, I think, a little bit, so it wasn't exactly 3 billion.
Rounding it to the nearest billion. So yeah. But it's just it's just so much damage. Look at how much. Look at everyone's health bars as they just absolutely topple down because of it's in the orbital ray. Plus, nobody can be healed. Just unbelievable play.
Disgusting stuff.
A lot of lights. We love lights. We've been seeing a lot of lights. Yep. And
there's nothing.
The second play.
Dude, getting ghost dashes like that is so clean when you don't do the animation on the second dash or the other dashes. Dude, it's so sick. Look at this. Whoop, whoop. Easy.
I feel like we're gonna see a lot. Do you guys feel like we're gonna see a lot more Genji in the main event or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Genji right now, especially that Korea are playing it, probably means the rest of the world should be playing it.
Proper. All right, and finally, the last play. Yeah, this was
so sick.
Yeah.
Good job. The bit that gets me in this clip is just the
punch.
Punch the wall. Please.
Damn it.
Put it down.
It is so funny.
Oh god, that's so funny.
Oh, an honorary mention.
No.
Like that. Dude, look at this. Brain lag. Oh, there it is. So unfortunate. And then he's in like a weird spot where like above the doorway. It's just like, well, whatever, man. I just whiffed that. He's like, hopefully that wasn't on the stream.
Yeah.
Please.
Unfortunately, us seeing it in 4K.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. EMEA Stage 4 continues at the main event. Everybody, I mean, all those matches were great, but main event is happening on Thursday, October 10th. When is that?
In a few days.
4 days.
4 days.
4 days.
Yeah.
I thought, I don't even know what today's date was. I was like, what's today's date? I have to look at my computer. It's 6. So yeah, in 4 days, EMEA main event is going to be on. We got a lot of great matches. It's gonna be good, guys. Thank you guys so much for joining me for the EMEA region. Any final words before main event starts? One-liners, both of you.
It's going to be a good time. And Scott, thanks for casting with me again.
Yeah, that's me done for the year. So thanks for having me again. It's always fun. And hope you guys enjoy the main event. It's going to be a sick one.
All right, thank you everybody for tuning in to EMEA. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, NA time, baby. Stick around.
to meet you. My new life on Earth has been so exciting. We have much to discuss. I have seen pictures, but Earth is so much more beautiful in person.
Watch and learn.
Oh, the sand here reminds me of home. It looks like it is made of gold.
Line and sinker.
There are some people I have been advised to avoid. Mother said all dogs were cute. Perhaps she was mistaken?
I will reap your soul.
I'm having trouble keeping track of everyone I meet. They keep changing their appearance. All right. That one is Mercy. That one is Diva. I'm so bad with names. I was worried that keeping up would be hard. But it looks like I am not the only one starting from zero. Brushing up on one's skills is always a good idea.
Always more to learn.
As the Terrans say, it is party time! My adventure has just begun! Wait, what was that?
A designation. Nice dead eye there for Kai. Sits back. Spark is going to run them over. That is how you make a statement. What? What did I just see? Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of Rocky.
There's the pin.
Oh, absolute filth.
They didn't see that one coming. That is clean from Mirren.
Toronto Defiant are going to be your back-to-back-to-back champions.
This is all they needed, claiming victory in EMEA.
Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Welcome back, everybody, to Stage 4 of OWCS. It's NA time! Woo!
That's it. It's Orisa only. The Orisa comps continue until morale improves.
No, we might have a chance to see more Ryan as well today, right?
Yes, yeah. Your boy Derpy's waiting for me.
You know, yeah. Anyways, yeah, Matt and Mitch, they're back. Final day of
Green Danny. Yeah.
What?
We're gonna keep the hazing going, brother. Don't you worry.
Danny would have done this one solo, but I know they ended up bringing us back.
Go solo. You guys are here. Yeah. We don't need to talk about the solo.
You know, me and Matt don't even like work on this beforehand. It just comes out like that. Isn't that crazy? It's just natural. It's good gear.
I wish I had a partner as well, you know? Like, you know how you guys, your casters are in pairs? Maybe hosts could be pairs too.
You know what you need to
Like,
do?
me and
Create
Sawyer
Tinder for
together.
casters. That's what we should do. I'm telling you. The market, massive. The potential revenue, ridiculous. Because all the play-by-play casters have to pay for premium to actually get to start conversations because there are so many of them. And the color casters are the ones that, like, can be approached. I think this is going to work really well.
Nah, I think I'm just gonna stay as a translator. Anyways, guys, drops. Yes, we still have drops. Guys, all you guys have to do is connect your Twitch account to your Battle.net to collect them and just watch the games. And you get all these 2 hours. You get spray. You get the OWCS skin and also a cool name card as well. So connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account.
Like we discussed yesterday, arguably better than oxygen and water are the drops.
You know, the ingredients for life, the very like fundamental elements that you know sustain us. Don't worry about those.
I like that. I like that spray. The spray is kind of dope.
Yep. And also make sure to follow our co-streamers, wonderful people. We had Reinforced Kenobi, CB-chan, and today it's gonna be Ski SD. After the match, we will be rating her. So go say hello.
Yeah, I mean, it's an awesome group of co-streamers here for the final stage, right? And the raid yesterday was awesome with CB. I'm sure Skessies will be dope as well.
Yep. All right, let's take a look at the 2024 schedule one more time to see how we got here. Of course, we had to play through stage 1, 2, and 3. In the middle, we had DreamHack Dallas. That was pretty fun, right, guys?
Yeah, sure. Considering it's the only other time this year we've got to do land for Overwatch, it's kind of what I live for at this point. Yeah, it was good. I mean, it was great also to watch like NA get folded into a pretzel and just devoured by teams from.
We believe in NA. They're gonna come back strong in Stockholm. Hey, we're at week 2 of groups. We only have main event in 4 days. Right after that, the grand finale. It's gonna be DreamHack Stockholm, which is gonna be a lot of fun. So if you guys want to be there, buy your tickets. The tickets are on sale now. I think it's on lower third right there. DreamHack.com/Stockholm. Purchase your tickets. You get to see Mitch and Matt, live, hopefully.
Oh, we're always down to chat. Yeah, we like, in between. Matt, not so much. Matt tends to
not so much.
Away. If you want to talk to Matt, you basically can't let him out.
That's like a ninja. That's like a ninja. As soon as he's done casting, he's just like...
king of the Irish goodbye when it comes to meeting fans. But if you let me know in advance, I will restrain him and force him to converse with you briefly. So I promise. That's my promise.
You know, when you go to like Disney and you search for like the rare characters, I'm like one of those, right?
You mean like the fan that found you at Disney wearing a Morello family vacation t-shirt and got a photo with you?
Orlando?
That's pretty funny. Yeah, in Orlando. Shout out to that guy in the gift shop.
Shout out to the guy in the gift shop.
Well, I don't even remember the ride. It was some kind of ride, but shout out to you, Debcop.
All right.
Too many butterbeers here.
Talking about Stockholm, all your favorite teams that made it through, all these group stages are gonna be there. So talking about teams, we already have 3 teams that have already qualified and made it into the World Finals. You're seeing them here. For NA, we got Toronto Defiant. For Asia, we got Team Falcon and Crazy Raccoons.
It's still wide open for EMEA. I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? You look at that, we'll see who ends up kind of taking it out, right? But you see the stage 4 winner, right? I know for both regions, for NA and EMEA, right? That could kind of, change things up, right? Let's say Toronto ends up like falling in the final to, somebody, let's say the Fluffy Dreamland. Why not? They end up securing a spot, which would knock out one of the teams that probably has more points. So a lot on the line this stage.
Yeah, a lot on the line because, just a reminder that winner of this stage will also automatically lock in a spot in the world. So not only do you get money, as you were seeing on screen, but also you're guaranteed a spot. So a lot to play for.
And obviously, like in NA, NRG Shock are pretty far ahead of Nightmare in terms of circuit points, but there's like 400 up for grabs for coming second in stage 3. So if Nightmare can come second, they can... in theory, leapfrog NRG Shock, providing that NRG Shock don't place highly. NRG Shock have to get out of the groups. I think getting out of the groups here will essentially guarantee them, will get them very close to guaranteed for that second place, because they are like 250 points clear of third in that group.
Points. We love points. We also love standings. Let's take a look at the NA standings for now, where we're at right now. For North America. Of course, I think Group A yesterday, we got Shikigami winning, beating YFP, so they are going to be moving up ahead for main event. Today, it's all about Group B, C, and D to see who goes along with the teams that already made it into the main event.
Typically when you get these matches, like you're looking at them as like kind of like gonna either be potential blowouts or 2 teams that are maybe a little bit kind of like mid-tier. I think all 3 of these matches are going to be awesome. I know there's NRG one, right? There's a lot on the line for them, like Mitch just mentioned, right? A lot of pressure. Even making it out of groups, right? That means you're going to have to go up against like a Toronto Nightmare or Citrus Nation to start things off, right? Not easy matchups, any of those. And then you look kind of down the line, right? Team Sim, Team Z is interesting. Then that Ramatra Punch match versus Avidity, also really good.
That, for me, I think is the most interesting game of the day. I just don't want to get too ahead of myself. NRG should be getting out of that Group B with a win here against Blast Off Buds. TSM Team Z, fine. I guess like that means that Matt is invoking the time-honored right of fraud watch for TSM in that Group D if he sort of wants to give you guys a bit of hope about Team Z there. But I mean, Fluffy Dreamland out of this team have just out of this group, excuse me, have just been spectacular. And NRG Shock, as the current number 2 team in NA, basically have to demolish Blast Off Buds here to maintain, I think, that expectation, that level of confidence in this roster.
Yeah, I do believe. I mean, Blast of Buzz against Energy, I think it's going to be close. When Energy went up against Fluffy Dreamland, you know, I think a lot of people expected Energy to take the win, but it was Fluffy Dreamland coming out on top, and now they have to face off against Blast of Buds, you know, in order to secure their spot.
If it's close, I don't want to see NRG Shock in Stockholm. I'm just sorry. I don't want this game to be close. I think if you're an NRG Shock fan, like this has to be literal extinction.
Right.
Yeah, so Tree and Scissors here in the lineup today, attack as well, starting for Energy Shock. I think you'll know how, you know, I mentioned, right, that Team Z, TSM, and then this match. I think you'll know how close they'll be, like, right away. Like, within the first 10 minutes of, you know, the game. I think you'll have a great idea of, like, all right, are we in for, you know, a potentially scary day for these teams, or are they looking really good and smooth sailing? These are some of the highlights here against Fluffy Dreamland, which as the series does not go their way.
Taking a look at Blast of Buds, guys, what are you guys looking for in this team?
So what I want to see is if this team ends up taking us to like a Blizzard World or any of those rather escort maps like Gibraltar, then Winston combat's been pretty sharp. I think they've got quite a challenge on their hands here. Like, you know, Kellen, very flexible player. If we see a Wrecking Ball comp again from NRG Shock, God forbid, you know, Blast Off Buds can, you know, turn up on like a Brawly style and try and punish them for that, especially on a control map here. Blast Off Buds have shown us a few different looks, right? We had a lot of that Ramatra play from them initially. I think that we're moving away from that a little bit, right, towards a more Orisa-dominated meta. And if that is the case, then hopefully Blast Off Buds can just, you know, seamlessly transition to that style and have no issues. But I did like the flexibility. This team was able to show us some diva compositions. Obviously, they're on New Queen Street, so that's a good sign. But NRG Shock as well is going to come down to a pound-for-pound comparison across your team. You know, you are going to be able to handle the likes of PGE and Scissors as well if you want to come out of this unscathed.
I mean, you have Tree, you know, and Scissors on your team, right? I mean, you see 93-7. You should be able to get by, you know, a team like this. Even, you know, in an unideal circumstance or whatnot, right? Like NRG Shock does have the, you know, better roster overall, right? These players have been tested for, you know, months and years at this point. You know, whether in the OWCS or like previous structure, right? So I don't think there should be anything to worry about for Shock. But a lot of these games when you play, you know, the rush style, they could turn into coin flips pretty fast.
Yeah, I think I agree with you guys as well. I think on paper there should be nothing to worry about for Energy Shock, but who knows? I mean, we have to play the game, see how it goes, to see who gets the win. So I think the players are ready. So let's jump right in. Mitch and Matt, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danny. Yeah, I think like Matt said at the start of this one, folks, we're going to know pretty quickly whether Blast Off Buds can hang with a team like NRG Shock. That is something that's just going to emerge probably on Control, especially because it's a map type that really wants to, you know, put the fundamentals of both teams under a microscope, their rotations, how they start team fights, and, you know, how they conduct staggers and stalls, all that kind of 101 stuff that you're looking for at this level. And look, last time we saw NRG Shock, I think against Fluffy Dreamland, yeah, they played Wrecking Ball comp on Ilios. It got pretty ruined by a Junker Queen setup, so that's something I probably don't want to see too much of here. It's a Lijiang Tower pick here for NRG, though.
Yeah, and this is, like we said yesterday, seems to be the standard for all teams at the moment for Control. I think we saw Lijiang Tower pretty much all yesterday, A and NA. Lijiang Tower, Runusapi, just write them in now for those modes. We'll see what these teams come out with, but I think, look, Lijiang opens up a little bit of possibility to potentially play some Pharah. With some of those Orisa comps, if you want. We saw that a lot yesterday. We saw a lot of Genji yesterday as well.
Yeah, it's also the kind of map where, you know, you're taking some big risks trying to play any kind of Winston style. Orisa Mirror makes sense. You might see some teams try and play Diva on these kind of maps here, but generally feels like it's a little harder to play that up against Orisa, especially when that high ground isn't so much a factor and a feature of the control points as it is on other maps. Danny trolled you guys because it's probably, I'm guessing it's NRG Shock giving us a little bit of trouble on the admin side of things. So we're going to be back in a few minutes once they're ready to play the video game. So don't go too far. It's our first game of NA here, the decider match in this group. Will NRG make it to the main event? We'll find out after this.
Hello, my name is Xanthi Huen, and I voice Juno from Overwatch 2. Today I'm reading The Red Promise. Here we go! My parents left Earth on a secret mission, Project Red Promise. They had a dream to expand the reach of humanity. Their work was unprecedented and dangerous, but also important and exciting. Jiayi, I have the latest ionization reports. Full of possibilities. Possibilities like me. The first Martian. Well, the only Martian. But I was never lonely. Everyone treated me as if I were their own. Chúc mừng thôi nói. Oh, look at you. Oh, not in your mouth, Juno. The base was never intended for children, but I grew into it. Still, what was inside the base mattered less than what I could see beyond it. Juno, it's not safe! My family came up with an idea. Everyone pitched in to make me a suit of my own. I may not have had a PhD in astrophysics, but I learned a lot from my family. They empowered me to contribute in my own way. It was scary at first, but I loved any excuse to get out onto my home planet. Despite how relentless the work was, try it now! I knew with every problem, we would find a solution. Together. Life on Mars was not always easy. The terraforming project my family worked so hard on changed the Martian atmosphere. The storms grew to be terrifying. Each one was more violent than the last. But my family had given me the tools to overcome anything. I knew that someday, we could overcome this too. We could overcome anything! But then, the company that sent my family to Mars suddenly stopped responding. My family was only ever meant to kickstart Project Red Promise. They had expected a much larger wave of personnel and supplies, but it never arrived. Go back to Earth? Not enough resources for a return journey. How many years can the base hold up against the storms? We need to run full diagnostics. Come up with a plan. They tried to shield me from the fear and anxiety they were feeling, but I could tell. We were working with limited time. A few months later, my family brought me to the docking bay. They had used their limited resources to build me a ship of my own, and said it was time for me to chart my own course. But I knew the truth. You want me to leave? They were giving up their hope so that I would have a chance. And I would not accept that. I was angry and scared. Mars was the only home I'd ever known. But my family was my entire world. They taught me that the most frightening challenges are most worth overcoming. And there must be others out there who believe the same. When it was time for me to say goodbye to my family, I told them I would see them again. I know they didn't believe me. It's time, Juno. But I can believe enough for all of us. I must. My parents came to Mars with a dream. To expand the reach of humanity. And now I have a dream. To save my home.
Alright folks, we are back here to start our first match, a decider match here in Group B. It's NRG versus Blast Off Buds. And only one of these teams can make it through to the main event, the last main event of NA's OWCS year. NRG Shock currently holds second place in the region and need a strong performance here to maintain that spot and guaranteed qualification to Stockholm.
Yeah, start to the win here, right? They would only get second in their group. Really tough opponents, right? Potentially they would have to face, I believe it would be one of Citrus Nation Nightmare or Toronto Defiant in that first round. So already kind of putting themselves behind the 8 ball, so to speak, before they even get to the main event. But a lot of things to get done right before even thinking about that main event, as Blast Off Bud's not an easy opponent.
No, at least that's what has been peddled a little bit in our pre-game. Danny felt it will be a close game. I don't. We'll see how this plays out. Attack is in here for NRG Shock. A tank, by the way, not killing. And it will be Tree to start in as well. It'll be Ash Farah for NRG Shock.
Yes, both teams decided to run with the Farah here. This is one of the points, like I was talking about before the break, where you do see a lot of Farah, specifically on Lijiang Tower. It'll be the Ashe, though, instead of the Cassidy. So the Cassidy going to be a little bit better fighting over the point in that close quarter area. I think Tree, though, going to have an easier time dealing with that Farah. So Vice has to be pretty careful in the routes he takes.
Fran Hammers like it is 2018 all over again. Great to see that. Okay, that's not good. Goodbye. Rack attack. Nice. Vaiz able to get a big concussive blast, but Baz does fall. So frontline one out here by attack, and now things go from probably bad to a little more ugly for Blast Off Buds getting pushed into here. And I thought Frothy Thiele was using streamer mode. No, that's just their name. Unreal respect. Good start here for NRG Shock after a 1-for-1.
It's really difficult when you lose your Orisa to kind of take that aggressive battle, especially over the point. As Blast Off Buds making some changes, now going to play with an Ashe of their own, so it feels like Ashe making a little bit of an impact here early on, right? It's a little bit easier to shoot that Farah, a little bit more healing resources, right, when you kind of connect with those dynamites, especially now. Easy dynamites playing over by the bridge. You see Tree connects to one there.
Baz is completely overextended. Yeah, got caught off from the rest of their team there. I think they might have been a little confused as to whether it was a push up past this orbital rail or a disengage, because losing your Orisa there is pretty rough. And that puts NRG Shock out to a bit more of a comfortable lead now. The ult advantage for Blast Off Buds is something they must use to get back to the point.
I mean, Baz is already pretty far even before the orbital ray. He kind of gets across the bridge and then decides the orbital ray comes in there from Ultraviolet. And it's not like he's going to run backwards back into the orbital ray of the opponents, right? So just a nice job from NRG Shock realizing odd positioning there from the Blast Off Buds. That's going to be Tree connecting with that Dynamite. The healing pressure I was talking about, not able to get some of these players healed up. This is going to be Redux actually using the orbital ray here after losing a few players.
That is ambitious, I think, and that's putting it lightly. Blast Off Buds expend that huge Juno ultimate here to try and win that fight out. Where are you headed, Scissors? Okay, you got the fuel for this?
Just trying to live.
Very nice.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Love
that. Barely lives is, you know, I don't think there's any circumstance you could use orbital ray there. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Scissors were hiding over there by that bush.
Okay. Caught out entirely there by the javelin spin. Nothing Scissors could have done. They read into that well. Blast Off Buds, but here comes the Bob. Bringing NRG Shock up to virtually 5 players. Attack under some degree of pressure here, and Vaiz does have a barrage they need to make use of pretty soon. Here comes the push from Baz. Terra Surge thrown out here, barrage over the top of it. Rack Attack caught in the Maelstrom, and Attack also fall into the Pharah ultimate. NRG Shock let this one go through to the keeper, despite spending Rally and Bob and their Terra Surge.
Yeah, the Bob actually kind of gets knocked off course, right? So we'll see Scissors here trying to stay on. Goes around the outside here.
It's all about the techers. He's looking for the unreleased PvE map, you know?
Is just trying to find a little bit of an angle, but orbital ray is going to be huge here, right? Orbital ray, the barrage, right? If you get a kill with a barrage, you're pretty happy about that. So we'll see. Scissors trying to go high up in the sky and then come down, land a barrage there from an angle that they wouldn't have expected.
Here's Bob, charges straight through, actually makes it all the way back towards White Room and is taken down instantly. The barrage angle is good from Scissors, though. It's definitely an unexpected one as far as Blast Off Buds are concerned. This should wrap it up here. No supports really left after Frothy. Philly has to succumb. 3 maps of that. Okay.
You're just gonna call out everything Frothy Philly does just because you love the name. Sick play though there by Rack Attack. I'd love if we have a clip of this, but the Bob actually comes on through and he times the whip shot perfectly to actually knock the Bob off the side of the map. So that's how you saw that Bob dealt with really fast. Where you could have like whip shot early and it would have like stopped the progress on the point. He kind of waits and times it up perfectly to knock it off the side.
It could be victory maybe sending Bob too far to the right, to the left, excuse me. Maybe they wanted Bob on the point itself. Maybe they wanted it in White Room, maybe to get some knockoff value there, but Rack Attack was able to intercept that. And that's why we saw Bob get kind of eliminated very, very quickly. So, not a great start for Blast Off Buds. They do manage to win a fight after sort of throwing their orbital ray here, but these mistakes unfortunately cannot creep in up against a team like NRG Shock. They're going to punish you for it, and in the next fight too.
As Shock will continue to play the far here on to the next point. So they'll be very difficult to kind of know. As you see the route that they take, Mitch, they take control of the point straight away. So now you're forced to run into all this rocket spam here in the choke for Blast Off Buds.
Next POV here. Hyper Ring now to try and get onto the point for Blast Off Buds, but a lot of damage being taken early. They've got the Genji, so a little bit hard for Vaiz to interact with Scissors. Healing's been fine. Good, in fact. Ultraviolet goes down here, but Baz may have overextended ever so slightly. They're trying to get healing to the Orisa now. She will be able to build back some of that armor. Attack picked off, and Blast Off Buds kind of just win a nice little neutral fight there.
That's really impressive there from Blast Off Buds. I was talking about how difficult it is to kind of like run on into that with that rocket spam, and they play the Orisa cooldowns perfectly. They're able to, with Redux and Frothy Billy, able to keep Baz alive right through all of that damage. And they don't even allow Shock to take the point. So really nice start here for Blast Off Buds.
Already up to 20%, so definitely getting off the mark nice and early. But Scissors is trying to push up here with attack. They are very quickly returning to the point. Blast Off Buds, though, ready for it. Play to the outside. Very standard, especially in these Orisa compositions. But Baz can't really contest for much longer. They're going to be forced off the point. In fact, they just give their life up in order to try and stop a premature cap. And now you're at risk of facing a pretty elongated stagger on the rest of your team.
Oh, I mean, you are, and I also think it's going to be different. Like, if you give Tree that much space, right? Nobody even looking at him, right? I mean, he's able to just basically stand still, aim, and just, just keep dinking Baz's head, you're not going to be able to kind of survive a lot of fights like that. So they got to get Vice in position to put a lot of pressure there on the Ash of NRG Shock, because if you're not going to be able to do that, it's going to be a quick first map.
This is well and truly behind now. Again, it's an angle that needs to be respected by Blastoff Buds, but they don't really have anyone to send up there outside of the Genji. Vaiz doesn't want to commit to that kind of fight. Scissors with some very circuitous routes in these fights so far. Taking us where no one's been taken before on the Pharah POV. Theory tree falling early this time, though. They're not given that free space to work with, and Renex just stays alive. Just a little bit of splash would have brought them down, but it's missed by Scissors. Can't quite connect those direct hits on the Juno. Now it's going to be a rally being popped here by Rack Attack. NRG Shock want to commit to this fight. They already control the point, but the Dragon Blade is going to pry their grip away.
Oh, well, you do have a kill here onto the Genji. You still have Attack alive and a very healthy on the point. So I don't even think, even with Blastoff Buzz with a few kills there towards the end of the fight, and then coming through with the Blade, they're not even going to be able to flip this, right? Because you have Tree coming off a spawn, as we saw, and now Scissors as well. So you're going to get a fight now at full strength for both teams. With Shock holding on through that, though, they put themselves in a great spot to secure map 1.
Good dynamite pressure here from Tree, putting Fear of God in the Blast of Buds. Who again need to make this approach through main. Now Baz switching over towards the Diva. Trying to mitigate some of this poke damage here, but it doesn't cost NRG Shock just to spam these chokes. So either way, Baz is taking a face full of damage before he gets in. Even before that, maybe. Now there's some pressure being put down by the Pharah. Victory has to look skyward after being unable to get any value out of the Deadeye. And Baz is very low, kind of as we expected. Blast off Buds, still not even through the front door, but Attack is suffering. Low on health, but they get the D-Mech now, and here comes Attack. Extra durability, of course, from that Terror Surge, and this will finish the job. This will be Lijiang Tower tied up pretty elegantly by NRG Shock.
It's just so much heal pressure there that goes down onto Blastoff Buds. You can see it, like players rotting out to Dynamites, Cassidy taking shots from like afar from one side, then getting speared during Deadeye. I mean, nowhere to even look, right? So you're taking these far rockets from the side, the Orisa just kind of spamming through the choke, same with the Dynamites, and there's no way you're going to be able to make it in. And even when you go to the Diva, right, you know, only so much defense matrix able to be used, where you're not going to be able to live through all that damage. So good start for Shock.
Yeah, we saw Bass was down to about 10 or 15% HP before they touched the point. They're still kind of trying to trade in the neutral in the doorway. Good damage on Attack there, but couldn't get rid of the Orisa in the end. And she always has another cooldown that gives her extra durability or damage mitigation. Every single one of them basically does that. So that's why we see the ult popped and people are surprised. Surprise Pikachu face when the extra overshield comes in and a Terror Surging Orisa. It's like, yep, that's kind of what she does. But here, of course, look, we had a very odd orbit array there in that fight. Sis is always sort of coming from these unexpected spots. Like, you don't have time to react to that if you're Victory. And this is also at the same time as that Bob gets redirected.
Yeah, there's the Bob, yeah.
Shot. That's such a small window for Rack.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. It's awesome that they were able to catch that, where, yeah, just the timing on that. Because Bob ends up on the point, right? It's still a deterrent. You're not going to, like, push into the Bob directly, so that allows him to just eliminate the Bob straight away. No damage you can put down by the Bob.
Yeah, you can see here these last moments. There's like a staggered fight here where Bass is trying to contest the point, but lingers a little bit too long and ends up getting picked off before the fight gets to properly begin. Final moments there, pretty cut and dry, I think, all told. There's NRG, and yeah, with that 2.0 KD, pretty darn solid here. Couple of moments where Blastoff Buds were able to hold their own, but really only in one fight on each stage of Lijiang Tower, and you all know all too well that is far from enough.
Yeah, just dominance here from Shock. So I think this will be interesting for Blastoff Buds. Like, what do you want to do? Do you want to play a map where we're going to go back to this Orisa type of head-to-head? Do you want to change things up a little bit? But I even think for teams that are not favored, well, you don't know how much they practice it, but historically, just in terms of esports in general that I've been involved with, if you're a team that might be a little bit outmatched, there's like a new game mode, new map in the works, right? Like, those are things you can probably take advantage of. Like, I doubt Shock is scrimming Clash on Hanaoka all day long, right? Where this is something that you kind of throw in a little bit of a curveball, right? To try and even things up.
It has been done. I mean, we're not just sort of, making this stuff up. We have seen quite a few teams trying to pull these maps out. Excuse me. I mean, it's worth bearing in mind these two teams have played. They've already played each other. And it was Kings Row and New Junk City were selected by Blastoff Buds. That was in like the opening match of this Group B. which also was a 3-0 as it turns out. So NRG Shock here, probably pretty happy to see any map at this stage. I would love to see like a clash map thrown in. I just don't think that's going to bother NRG Shock too much. The curse of the lost control map still very much a thing of the past here. Don't need to worry about that. They definitely seem to be pound for pound. And I talked about this in the pregame, right? We can discuss strategy, map picking, macro. That's all fair. That's all well and good. But if the pound for pound sort of, you know, level of these two teams isn't quite there, it's very, very hard to see.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, if you're not kind of in the same sphere in terms of skill, right, between the teams, you can throw out kind of all the decision making and whatnot. Just kind of goes in the bin, right?
Yeah, I think we don't even get to that point here. So in the same vein as last time, we're gonna blast off Bubs choosing to play over to King's Road. Something tells me NRG Shock familiar with this map.
Well, what do you think about though? Like, okay, we played them already. We lost 3-0. Just played the same maps we lost 3-0 in. Like, I don't know. Like, they could be their best maps, right? Which is a real thing. But you've already kind of seen the result. Turning around a 3-0 to like kind of go the other way, you got to make a lot of adjustments. They have to be worse, like considerably worse, right? I think it could just be a little bit hard to make that big of a change in what, a week, right?
I mean, it really depends, I think, on like how you're viewing this match. Are you viewing this as, we absolutely need to lock in? If we just play our best maps the best we can, then we're going to make it out into the main event? Or is it more a matter of, this is a really good opportunity to take on a team that we feel is probably a little bit stronger than us on the best maps that we possibly can? Let's take a measure of ourselves here. We don't have enough circuit points to really vie for top 2 in NA. So we treat this as an opportunity here to put our best foot forward, show what we're capable of.
I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to win. Like, I don't really care how I win.
But everyone says that. But everyone says that they're trying to win. But
yeah,
on the inside, they're not saying that. They're saying,
not like,
I think our opponents might be a little better than us. Yeah, that's exactly.
But that's where you got to just like just do, let's play Clash. Let's do stuff that nobody else is maybe really focusing on practicing. Where like maps that go in, see what maps that like Shock has lost recently. What did they do against Fluffy Dreamland, right? Like there's a
chat. PGE is chilling today, okay? If you love your king that much, then let him have a day off.
Like Fluffy Dreamland beat them on Gibraltar, right? I know they ended up tying Blizzard World. Like Fluffy Dreamland won on like a New Junk City. Like there's maps that you've seen teams have like positive results against Shock on. Why not try one of those?
I don't see why
it's not your strongest.
Yeah.
Or just say, hey, what is our strongest map out of the ones we've seen them lose, right?
If you're a team that's coming up, I see the merit in like getting one of those silver bullet maps, like working on that in your map pool. But the map pool is so big. Like in other esports, they do not have to deal with map pools that are this big. It is crazy. It's like what, 20-ish? I don't even know the number. There's so many maps you have to develop. So I'm not surprised to see like them go to some old favorites here as well. Just say, hey, if we have the chance to pick the map, we just get the one we're the most familiar with. We have like the most well-drilled comp. We have good protocols. Rotations are solid, especially on this point. Rotations are ultra important. Also, the Widow headshot definitely going to be, crucial here to try and play off of.
Yeah, it just feels like everybody has a good, King's Row, right? Or a King's Row that's pretty solid. You're going to see actually Tree go down first here. On the casting, not playing the Ashe on defense here. So Victory going to have an advantage over Sightlines. But I mean, this is Scissors just being so aggressive, just trying to pester down this Widow.
Yeah, this fire pressure is definitely starting to mount. Matthew, and Rack Attack is, well, taken the wrong way by one of those rockets. Yeah, again, I understand the Tracer switch up to try and answer this Widowmaker. But it's a big job here for Scissors in general. Tree's back with a vengeance, though. Thay's already picked off. Orbital Ray, pretty strong ability in the game of Overwatch. Some might say it makes you virtually unkillable. That would seem to be the case here as NRG Shock get in after giving up 2 ticks. But they have to use that Juno ult.
Yeah, as now Blast of Bloods will make a change here where they'll bring in Cassidy. So I think Scissors just being such a nuisance. Like, like let's not try and force that Widow in yet again. Let's try and go to the Cassidy, make it a little bit easier for Victory to survive.
Attack is playing that statue position, still making sure he's got good line of sight there. You'll notice that Ultraviolet is trying to stay out of the Cassidy line of sight while getting that healing in. Pulse Bomb though on Victory. Scissors on the Tracer. He's starting to become a little bit of a problem. Blast Off Buds have switched in such a way that Scissors could just go back to anything else at this point, but the Tracer is working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Red X going down there. Keep an eye on Ultraviolet's ult charge as well. That's getting to the point where he can almost catch up to and lap Red X.
Yeah, you know, Scissors is so good on the Tracer, there's no real reason to even feel forced to switch off of it, where Blast Up Buds is a great opportunity, right? You've already gotten a tick 75% of the point. This is going to be Orbital Ray here used early on. Attack going to be forced to use the Terror Surge just to live.
Review's here. At least able to start to get the tick. Remember, it's just one tick required for Blast Off Buds, and that's a beautiful barrage. Getting two there is what's Value Town. Ultraviolet. Get him, Spawn. You got him.
So that's, I mean, look, Blast Off Buds, they just run in and hit Q on everybody, right? So there's not really a lot that Shock can do there. They end up trying to use a rally there for the Shock to come back out onto the point and fight for it, but it's a nice barrage, like you mentioned. So the barrage comes up with some kills there. Scissors still lurking behind enemy lines, so Blast Off Buds is a great idea that he's there.
All right, back to business now for Blast Off Buds. They're probably not too bothered. It just takes them 2.5 minutes, which is pretty common if you lose the first fight, or the second, I think as it was. Scissors still on the Tracer.
I mean, I like the Tracer here. I don't think there's anything wrong with playing the Tracer. Tree now going to play Ashe, so a little bit more of that heal pressure we talked about, like Unleashing Tower, as you see the amount of, you know, look at this damage that goes down onto Red X, right? You're just trying to keep your Juno alive. Nice stick there. Not going to result in a kill, but the damage good enough to finish Baz off.
Close enough, right? That armor got smacked off of Baz there, and nicely done. This is waiting there. Blast Off Buds, no choice but to disengage away from that Orbital Ray, straight into the waiting arms of the Tracer. A little bit of Widow action here as well, though. Punishes Ultraviolet. But look how far forward Scissors is playing. He does not want to let Blast Off Buds get established with a Widow at all, and Victory's not going to bother.
He plays so aggressive, Scissors, right? In the enemy spawn, able to just you know, dart and dive out of the way, using the recall perfectly, right? Playing off some of the health packs as well. That'll be a dynamite from Tree that connects, but you're going to give up some space here. See Scissors get into position, put some damage down on the far.
There's a mini, I think.
Yeah.
Picks it up, and here comes the Orbital Ray from Blast Off Buds. They are quick about it. Attack low. Just ults there to stay alive, I think, maybe to try and punish Frothy Philly. But they do eventually go down. Baz is absolutely raring to go in this front line here, and Blast Off Buds, well, that's how good Juno is. Winning every fight with a heavy Orbital Ray. Gotta respect it.
You're gonna lose a lot of, I mean, you're just at a large damage disadvantage from having the Tracer. I think the Tracer's really good to put pressure onto Red X in the far. It's a nice shot there. That's one from Victory, and then Red X finishes off Scissors. But now in this front line, right? I mean, you are gonna take so much poke with the Pharah and that Dynamite of the Ashe, as you see players crumbling here for a shot. That'll be a second checkpoint for Blast Off Buds.
Nicely done. They've really made up a lot of the time. They lost on point A here, Matt. 3 minutes to work with. And again, they've been very, very good at capitalizing here on just some of these early picks. Vaiz has been devastating. And they're also in a very annoying position here for a team that doesn't have the bandwidth to set up defensively with their hit scan. Baz just pulls Rack Attack out of the mix, but perhaps that's a little bit too much, too far for Baz.
Yeah, I think his backline was just completely isolated and pushed out here by Attack, and Scissors putting down some damage, so he's not able to get healed up at all at range. That's a nice spear that comes through, and then a finish there by Scissors, and you also get Frothy Philly too, so 2 kills here to just kind of extend the Blast Off Buds spawn time. You see now the players finally back up. See them attack it again, but yeah, I mean, you lose Baz there, there's nothing you could really do.
We have a bomb available for Victory. Now you get a run of the Orbital Ray here, so it's definitely going to be a little disruptive. Bob first out there. Let's see what Blast Off Buds end up committing to this fight. Just the Bob of their own here, but Red X wouldn't have got away there. It looks like there was a torpedo chasing them on out. Tree goes down to the Bob of Victory. That ends up being a trade, and Baz is going to get stack it out a little bit. Nice little pick off from Vaiz, though. This gets a little more uncomfortable now. An Attack is healthy and can give this ground up.
Yeah, and I think you're going to have to back up here if you're the Shock, right? You end up losing your Pharah there as Scissors goes deep for the kill onto Baz. No way you can kind of fight this without any of your damage dealers up, so They'll back up here for just a beat. Now they'll get back to full strength there. As none of the support ults you've used in that fight, and you're not going to need to use one now. I mean, they actually go forward a little bit with that rally. They're going to actually see the orbital ray that comes out from both sides here.
That is not where I want the Orisa Javelin to go. If I'm ulting, that is so unpleasant. Oh dear, Faiz. Well, got used as a flag in that fight by attack. And Energy Shock now can solidify a little bit. That's the orbital ray gone here for Blast Off Buds as well, though.
Positive for Blast Off Buds, though, is they end up holding on a rally. So they end up holding on a rally, but you could see like Attack try and group them all together with the Terror Surge and then Scissor with the Barrage. So a lot of different things you can do. And then also Tree with how much damage he's been putting down, whether it be with the Dynamites or just, headshots on Navas, building on towards another Bob rather quickly.
To see these conks have been really important because they've been actually knocking people up into Tree's line of sight, or at least making him a bit more floaty, easier to hit for the Ashe. That's what we saw in the previous engagement. Little awkward there, but he's caught inside that Terror Surge, and Baz goes down to a torpedo of all things.
And then but they use the rally here. This feels terrible, right? They try and use the rally to potentially keep Baz alive, and it's not enough. So you end up using the rally to back up towards your spawn, which is it feels really bad there for Blast Off Buds. It was a good idea. They almost executed it, but
it's a Terror Surge fight there. That's all they've really got here. Nice javelin though. Rax Solo gets out. I think there was a torpedo there to heal him up. Nice timing from Ultraviolet. That's going to be Frothy Philly falling to attack here. Victory's got a bit of room to breathe. The barrage comes in, but it looks like, yep, Rack Attack had a parasol. The Scissors is able to throw that down on top of him. And here's an orbital ray. Good timing for that one. Redek's going to pop theirs as well. Big torpedoes, though, from Ultraviolet. And nobody from NRG Shock here going to fall, especially with the rally in play. They are far too healthy, far too durable. And they will stop Blast Off Buds right here.
And you see when you get two teams like this, it's pretty evenly matched, right? A lot of the time. It's just that like the use of the rally there, right? That's like kind of the difference. You have that rally for the final fight. Now everybody on both sides has support ultimates coming into it. But you end up using your rally trying to keep your tank alive. The tank falls, the rally goes for nothing. And that's kind of the difference at the end of the game, right? It's just these very minor decisions that end up kind of mattering when you have matches like this where Shock seems so disciplined right now.
Yeah, Blast Off Buds, good aggression. I think when things are breaking in their favor and they have an advantage or a first pick, they do well at converting, but something a little smelly about Baz's positioning at times, right, like getting quite far forward from Redek's, not really able to, get the healing. We saw Blake Baz push up into the Foundry, right, and I think he got Rack Attack. I think he might even have ulted for it, but then kind of gets picked off and it's like, okay, well, that momentum that you have sort of generated with a pick and that space that you could have really owned yourself there, now you just have to give back immediately, so you don't want to be trading, of course, as a tank. A couple of situations there, Baz maybe bit off a bit more than they could chew.
I like the May here for Blast Off Buds on defense, right? Try and slow the game down, split off some of the members of the Shock, and then I also think the May is something that you can commit to, right? You can play throughout the entirety of the map. So I think the May pretty good decision here.
Also, attack is just pretty hard to shift. They are very solid with their cooldown rotations here. All right, Rack Attack hit him with the grippy. Obviously with the switch over towards the brig.
Now, I haven't heard that one.
You thought about repeating it. That's the best part.
I mean, I heard it.
Life grip.
I analyzed it. Yup. And then I moved on.
It's life grip. Even says life grip on the screen.
Look at how fast. I mean, they're just rotating all the way around. You end up losing Rack, but I feel like this is going to put your damage dealers, the rest of your team, in a pretty good position.
Yeah, attack here. Thinking about healing, thinking about how nice it would be. Now getting some. Baz, I don't know how you get out of here. Yeah, that health pack is not recovered here, so things eventually fall apart here. NRG Shock don't give any room to breathe here, and just getting that player advantage allows them to scrap out a fight, which should ultimately be a full cap.
And then Shock able to get that high ground there, which is typically hard to do, especially when you're not playing like a Diva or a Winston. They just rotate to that high ground so fast, so you're able to force victory off of those positions. You're not really going to play Vice back there to protect him, right? Or you're not going to be able to have the make and a contest solo on that point. So it puts your Ashe and supports in a really tough spot. You're able to take the first point rather quickly. Baz is going to be in a really weird spot though here, Mitch. Pushed up a little bit. Okay.
But Attack's trying to bait him in. Attack is trying to bait them in on that corner, but the wall completely negates that strat. I'm not sure what the idea is there.
Forgot about that one.
He's just sitting in the corner. I like the idea, but maybe they're not ready for the Mei switch for Vaiz, who, I mean, I think that they saw that well in advance. Vaiz always has a Blizzard ready to go here.
Playing the Mei since the start of the round, right? I think it's just wasn't impactful at the beginning, so maybe you kind of fall asleep at the wheel there a little bit, or you thought that the follow-up was going to be there from the rest of the squad. It's some nice damage from Scissors over on an off angle.
Yeah, still about 90 HP to work with here. Orbital Ray coming out from NRG Shock. They've managed to get through the Blizzard for the most part here. The healing is just too good. Blast off Buds before they could capitalize on their Mei ultimate. Steamrolled here for NRG Shock. And now, like, your Mei is still relevant, I think, here for the next couple of moments. Like, I like the idea with pick potential of the wall. That makes sense, but NRG Shock's DPS can work around the wall to some degree, as can the Juno. Just pop up, get that healing onto attack if it were to happen.
Yeah, I liked having the Mei in the mix. They were able to get value out of it once, but there with the Blizzard, not really much of anything. This could be quite dangerous. Scissors kind of lurking here on the far. You've seen it in the past.
Yeah, little
maybe a big barrage here.
A real big flank here. Oh, nice dynamite and Vaiz, so now they know that they've been noticed up there. Scissors doesn't commit to the full flank here. Maybe the Bob is an issue for them. But still, like, this is what I would still classify as an off angle. You can still barrage this pretty comfortably now. You've seen the rally come out. Frothing Finley got stunned up there by Rack Attack. A double stun from the Brig. And Scissors goes for a relatively safe barrage here. The damage is good, but it's going to be healed up if they don't capitalize. The NRG Shock want to push into this. Baz comes forward, quite far forward, in fact. Has had their armor knocked now, but the healing is coming thick and fast from the defenders. Attack would love to push up here, but they're at risk of overheating. And here's an orbital ray coming out from Blast Off Buds. Can they use this? And once more, with the right ultimates behind them, Blast Off Buds can execute here.
Yeah, they got a very important hold, right? You give up that checkpoint there, would have been a lot of trouble because tons of time on the clock for NRG Shock to complete the map. This will be a big test, though, here for Blast Off Buds. Orbital Ray available for Shock. You just ended up using yours. Don't have a rally. Maybe it's the barrage that's the big equalizer.
Orbital Ray here for Ultraviolet. Very defensively used. A little bit of extra healing on Rack, I think it was there, just to keep them safe. And honestly, this is set up really well. Blast Off Buds are a little extended. This is their last support to go down. Now they have nothing else to work with. A big Hail Mary from Baz catches Ultraviolet, but now it'll just be a couple of individuals to stall things out. They got drawn away from the cart, drawn into that Orbital Ray. And then NRG Shock will have them for breakfast.
Yeah, I think they have Tree dead to rights, so they kind of push on in. They don't decide to use any of the ultimates that they had at the moment, but it's a nice orbital ray there from UV. You see how we see a lot of times, obviously, the damage amplification, right? That I know orbital ray has, but there you see the healing, right? It's almost impossible. Especially Juno pumps out a lot of healing with her weapon, just able to keep Tree alive. Is Baz going to be in a lot of trouble? That's all the armor gone in the Orisa.
Vaiz was just outside of the Terror Surge, Matt. So they got to just hit the Brig, rather the Orisa with a full channel of that ultimate.
And they're doing a great job, I think, Blast Off Buds, of keeping Baz alive. I mean, how many times do we see no armor on the Orisa and they're able to keep him up?
I think on defense they've looked remarkably, better at that. Maybe Baz taking a couple less risks here, but it's a long time. This is still 2 minutes and 50 to play. Doesn't feel like there should be so much left in the bank for NRG Shock, but you remember they got that first point really quickly and managed to get past the main comp in the second phase of the map relatively well until they got to the doors of the Foundry. So once more we go in. Bob here on the corner. That's going to be a little bit annoying to deal with now. Blast Off Buds have to disengage away from that. Orbital Ray comes out and NRG Shock can disengage. Bob makes a space. And so they just get out when they see that Juno ult.
Well, I think this is good for the Shock, right? I mean, you end up using, I mean, this position not great for the Shock. Is Scissors just kind of hanging out here.
He's too direct.
But they end up using, this is going to be a Terror Surge from Baz up on the high ground.
Oh no! The PG Glazers in chat are going to feast on this for years. They're never going to give it up now. Oh my goodness, there it is. NRG Shock get the map done and do a little bit of trolling at the same time. Why not?
Dominant fashion. So what I was going to say before we got on with Scissors, we were seeing his journey, is you traded out your Bob for, they layered both support ultimates there for the Blast Off Buds. They ended up using the Rally and the Orbital Strike, and that's just kind of GG at that point, especially where that Golden Box victory was. It was so short from where the payload was at the moment. That you have both support ultimates there for NRG Shock. You see, you don't even need your Pharah. The Pharah could just be under the map, dead. You just end up popping a rally, orbital strike, just keep moving on forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we talked about this at the start of the game. It's every little mistake, or a lot of the little mistakes that are going to be made by a team like Blastoff Buds, it's going to be capitalized on by NRG Shock. That one, the simplest, right? Because Bob not only is a good engage tool to start a fight, but he just creates a massive amount of space. You can disengage behind that so easily, even if your opponents have, like, you know, boosts from that orbital ray, you are getting out of that one alive. I like the Tracer adaptation here to do with the Widow. It's not exactly the, you know, reinventing the wheel here, Matt, but it does give that defense for NRG Shock a bit more potency.
Yeah, absolutely. And I liked, it didn't exactly work out. I liked the Mei from the Blastoff Buds on their defense. I think Mei is a really good and impactful, at least on the first 2 points here on King's Row. They're just not able to make things work in the end, as we'll see here some highlights. Tackling very well today on the Orisa. I think both Orisas, you know, had a pretty good series. So this a nice javelin there. Almost able to stay on.
Yeah, that was a interesting way that fight went down there. Excuse me. Yeah, look, I'm pretty happy with the Orisa play. I do think that at some point, you know, you do the thing as Orisa, and it's only sort of obvious that maybe you're not doing well if it's pretty egregious, right? Like getting first picked in some of these fights. Like outside of that, she's quite forgiving, even at this level, I think, just because of the sheer amount of healing. And we talk about orbital ray. A lot of the time, like Juno's healing, 40% of it. Why are we doing this again? Okay, let's do this. Yeah, let's see it all go down. I mean, Scissors has definitely been limit testing. We saw that a lot on. This isn't Cope. He was doing it on Lijiang Tower as well. Again, there was, I don't know if people know this, but the PvE area on King's Row used to be in the map itself, and you could glitch through with Sombra with a translocator and actually find that unreleased part of the map. So that's what I'm assuming that he's trying to do there. Benefit of the doubt.
That's what you're saying Scissors was trying to do. Got it.
Yeah. The cancel,
not trying to
cancel
cope,
sort of PvE area, you know?
That's what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
While he was doing that, the rest of NRG was playing, and they played quite well across the board. The healing output for Blastoff Buds, just a little better. I think you can also see that when they play, right? You're keeping Baz alive a lot of the times without any armor. Pretty impressive stuff there from Blastoff Buds, but they now find themselves down 2-0. You said the last time, I believe it was New Junk City, right? There's the pick from the Blastoff Buds.
Yes, or New Queen Street.
New Queen Street, maybe. Okay, so maybe we see them run back the same series again.
We'll confirm that one for you. We probably won't have to. It was New Junk City, you're right, Matt. So we'll see if we go to Flashpoint after this break. One last chance for Blastoff Buds to avoid going the way of Team Rocket. We'll see you after this.
away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
Steve, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hog work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano too. This might just be enough.
That's right, folks. November 22nd through 24th. That's where it all goes down. It's the crowning event of this year, the inaugural year of the OWCS. And NRG would very much like to find themselves amongst the teams attending. And a clean 3-0 here would definitely get them on their way. Being part of the main event will definitely guarantee them some number of circuit points, hopefully enough to get them to that big event. Where New Junk City is coming up next year. So
back.
We are running back the same map set, or at least the map selections by Blast Off Buds, as we saw last time these played.
Yeah.
What happened last time, Matt?
I know it was a hard fought game.
Yeah, one of them close 3-0s you guys keep talking about.
Yeah, Danny unmuted during the break, and he was like, "Reverse sweep incoming," and that's what it'll take for the Blast Off Buds come back. Now, it's not looking good. I think the Shock had played quite well today. Don't think you're going to see some kind of like miraculous comeback for the Blast Off Buds, because also they would need to run through the Shock on 2 of their maps that they choose, right? So a big hill to climb here.
Again, Kings Road didn't quite work out for Blast Off Buds, but we kind of like a lot of our discussion at the start of the game was okay. I mean, you know, they are obviously trying to pick maps where they feel
that
most
doesn't look good.
That is
that shouldn't be going on the ground. Look, I'm not an expert in the environment, right? But that green goo coming out of a pipe going on the ground,
still
not good.
Still got that prime energy going. Mad respect.
Yeah, somebody
in the year 2080
have it on tap here in New Junk City.
We got an energy drink out there in Australia called Mother, and it is pretty intense. It's kind of reminds me of that.
It's
honestly.
An energy drink called Mother.
Called Mother, yeah. It's good. I really like it, but it's it'll kick you up the dot, that's for sure. Anyway, in the game, we have Cassidy and Genji setups here for these two teams. Where are my other Mother drinkers in the chat? Y'all know about it. It's good stuff. Attack wants to push here past Baz, and they almost had that Orisa isolator, but a whip shot sends Baz back to the safety of their teammates, but there's nothing safe about being a Blast Off Buds player right now. This is a lot of damage, folks. And I've said that a few times before. Sometimes I was saying it out of kindness and just trying to be nice, but no, this is actually verifiably a crud ton of damage.
I can't even believe that the Blast Off Buds lived this long. I know some really nice healing from Redex and Philly, but just not enough, right? I mean, you could just see the health bar. Everybody just getting chunked down by the damage that comes through from the Shock. I think the cooldowns, Blast Off Buds want to get aggressive a little bit early. Couldn't really kind of chase down the Shock. Then Shock bounced back in a massive way. And just the healing cooldowns, and everything being used by the Blast Off Buds keep everybody alive. Don't have anything left at the end.
Damn. Who's coming out with that spray? Is that Rack trying to flex on Scissors? Unreal. Here's a dash though. A lot of pressure on Baz already. Not what you want to see, but Victor is able to slip in and find Rack attack. Red actually going down to the Deadeye. Not good, especially with Baz as low as they are. There's no way they're getting this Orisa back to full. And Baz eventually is brought down.
And Attack ends up using the Terror Search just to take out one, is trying to make it interesting here for Blast Off Buds, but UV should be able to close it out here with that Orbital, right? Nice Javelin at range, too, from Attack.
What range? 1 meter?
Yeah, no, he was on the move.
Yeah, I love that. Overcoming the recoil, or
he's like a quarterback, right? It's difficult throwing on the move.
Yeah, because in Overwatch, that ability's harder to hit when you're moving. That's true. It's true.
It is. I mean, all abilities are harder to hit when you're moving, right? No, but that one
hit.
Nice one.
That one
mid-range, little mid-range.
Oh, okay, how about that one? That's even better.
That's nice.
That's actually a range.
What?
Shame Baz is gonna die for it.
30-yarder. Yeah, this is good.
All right, not quite though. It is going to be Redix coming with Orbital Ray. They really want to fight the Shock, trying to get out of here. They do have a rally at least to get them out. And that Orbital Ray is a thing of the past now. Rack attack caught by the blade though. Vai's looking to go in. Very low his attack. There's been some solid Genji play so far this round. Who's going to win? One Ninja Boy or one little pea shooter? It is going to be Blast Off Buds able to overcome NRG Shock and start in control here of Ducks.
Yeah, it's a really nice bounce back fight there for Blast Off Buds. They have to use just about everything, but they don't end up, using their rally, right? So they'll have this rally to go against the blade that comes in from Scissors. You just won't have anything to deal with the orbital rate, right? When UV gets it, but you're gonna earn a lot of progress here on this point.
Rally up as well for Frothy Philly. Gonna pop that now. Okay, interesting. Attack goes for such an early Terror Surge here. Scissors tried to follow it up on it with the blade by the looks of things, but they got caught out. Still, Baz is down. Bit of an Orisa gap right now being felt. And Tree trying to find shots on the Juno. Yeah, look, hard for the best of them, but that grenade does help. Ultraviolet just maybe asking how that little 1v1 went, but it will be an NRG Shock flip back at 70% for Blast Off Buds.
I don't think Blast Off Buds need to play it that way. They played pretty aggressive, right? When they came on in for the shock, they end up using the rally for Blast Off Buds straight away. And the Terror Surge for attack just kind of groups everybody in, puts down that damage. And then the blade doesn't really get much of anything there. For the shock, it's just all the damage they take with that Terror Surge being granted. Now they have that orbital array to work with here in this next fight, but I know that was an advantage there where they probably didn't have to get super aggressive.
FedEx is able to farm that Ray though, so they're going to be matched at the very least. Attack, basking in the rays himself, but Tree comes in. What a nasty Deadeye! Cutting through the orbital ray, healing, and cutting the lifeline out of Blast Off Buds.
Yeah, it comes right around the corner where all the Blast Off Buds are. They're in that orbital ray, but not going to be saved there from the Deadeye from Tree. That one is huge. NRG Shock push on out from the point, just trying to put some damage down on the Blast Off Buds, deny them to get a touch.
93 and counting, Blast Off Buds. In no way are going to be equipped to flip this point back with a full team. They've lost their Juno already, so NRG Shock get what they want with that pick off, and then it's going to be victory. Falling soon after. Terror Surge here. All right, I enjoyed it. For aesthetics, if nothing else. Pose thrown up there by Baz, but it's more rigor mortis than anything else at this time. Will be NRG Shock getting that second flashpoint, looking to close the map and series in the next.
Man, I like that from Shock, right? They push on forward. Blast Off Buds has to go to the point, obviously, to flip it in that type of situation. They just kill the 2 or 3 players that don't actually make it to the point, and then double back, just kill the Stragglers, right? And Blast Off Buds not able to get any kills, really at all during that fight. And now Shock set themselves up. Let's get a very fast 3-0 sweep here of the Blast Off Buds. Blast Off Buds, just doing a rematch pretty much of their earlier group stage. Same exact map set.
What's the plan here, buddy? All right. Big charge in.
You got Rally out.
Yeah.
Rally out.
Big, bad, bustling Baz tries to get in there. Unfortunately, they were surrounded by NRG Shock players. Again, those are the errors that are going to haunt you. They're going to be punished by NRG Shock. A very easy fight. And an early point take here on Junkyard.
Yeah, deflect there of the hindrance, right? Back at victories. This will be Tracers. Oh, no. Okay, so we're going to go with Ashe. So I thought maybe we see Genji Tracer. We've seen that from, I know, a handful of teams in North America, but it'll be the Ashe. So trying to give themselves a little bit of damage. Maybe you can, land these dynamites. Maybe you can get that bob as Scissors gets quite low.
Oh, not another one. Deadeye here for Tree. This time, though, has to be cancelled. The blade. Giving him a close shave. The rack attack just gets in the way. Nice bouncer work there by Rack. And here comes an orbital ray once more, and Blast Off Buds simply vaporized. They simply cease to exist.
Yeah, it's a nice javelin from Baz that interrupts Tree's Deadeye. When that blade comes on through, they're just not able to chase it. So Baz not going to be able to make it out. They use the blade there to just make sure it doesn't connect with it at all. But just a celebratory blade there towards the end.
That is another, pretty bad positioning issue, though, for Baz. That's 2 consecutive fights there where just overextending too far. Yeah, this is it. It's going to be pretty quick here. Blast Off Buds. It's a mercy killing here for NRG Shock. Vaiz looking to try and stall things out, but there's a whip shot and a little clap to reality. As Blast Off Buds pull up short in this series, they will fail to advance in this group, and NRG Shock will have their crack at the main event.
That's like a 15-minute match, it felt like. I mean, that is as fast as you can get here, where NRG Shock, we're talking about maybe Blast Off Buds can make it interesting. They don't even make it 30 minutes. I mean, NRG Shock just takes care of business.
Was it that quick?
Dominant.
I guess, we had a bit of a delay to start the game.
Take a look at the clock, right? We had a delay to start the game. Show starts, we do a little pre-show, get things going. I mean, that was like a
on paper, one of the biggest mismatches, you know, I think that we have today. We just expected NRG Shock to bounce back. They have to in this group. It's like kind of crunch time, and letting Fluffy Dreamland get out ahead of them is gonna piss them off. So I'm glad to see that from them. Also, like making use of attack. Looks like they've settled on their like primary Orisa player, and your King PGE chilling at Wingstop today. It's a self-care Sunday. Don't hold it against the guy. You'll see more of him offshore towards the main event. But Tree has a fantastic moment there on the Cassidy, especially in that last map. Big 3K Deadeye gets the boys over the line.
Yeah. I found out that Mitch, you're also in the chat as well.
No, that doesn't sound like me at all.
I mean,
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, no, I mean, this match, dude, I mean, yeah, NRG Shock, they look dominant. I mean, it was, I think for pound, they were definitely the better team. And also, it was a much needed win, like you guys said, you know, after losing to Fluffy Dreamland. They really needed to win this in order for them to just, you know, make themselves feel better, make themselves feel, you know, sort of
vindicated.
What's the word? Yeah, and, you know, so that they could go into main event, sort of, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've redeemed themselves, right?
Yeah, you needed a little bit of a confidence booster, right? It just Blast Up Buds seems to be the one that ends up giving it to them. Where Blast Up Buds played, I don't want to say so. Obviously, they were heavily mismatched right here against the Shock, but and then Young Dog. But I thought there were moments where they played quite well. I thought they obviously had. Glimpses of hope, right? But just to beat a team like the Shock, you're gonna have to play so good for the entirety of that game, where they just didn't have enough gas towards the end.
Yeah, I liked Kings. I thought it was solid. I mean, that is definitely the one map where I would feel like an underdog team can show their best. But even here out of the gates, right? Like, when you're watching the health bars, I think at the start of the fight, like I'm just yapping about so much damage. Like there's nothing specific to talk about here because every individual is just blasting. I wouldn't say the focus fire was at a premium, but they are like really just damage output was immense here. And this is one of the ways one of the only ways you lose a fight, by the way, with Orbital Ray is if you just get shot in the face by the Cassidy with the Deadeye.
Yeah. And of course, the player of the match, Tree. This guy definitely was something else today.
Every time we've seen Tree, it's been awesome, right? Obviously waiting forever for Tree to be eligible to play at the highest levels of competitive Overwatch. This year, obviously, he's able to. And he has not disappointed in any of the games that we've been able to watch him play. This time coming in playing the hit scan here for Shock and just absolute dominance.
And I think that, like, you know, Tree coming in already to like an established DPS line of Scissors and PGE, I think like some criticism in the past has gone in PGE's direction just for like some slightly streaky showings, especially against those top teams. I think it's definitely important that, you know, like NRG Shock have some options now, a tank and also a DPS to rotate Tree in. Their Ashe, I think, is one of the heroes I'm most excited to see them play, but just overall their hit scan is really, really good. And this situation, like looking at this more broadly now, basically means that if you're going to knock NRG Shock out of the #1 spot in this region, I think you basically have to win the main event. So if you're Nightmare or TSM, you need like the max, you need the 500 circuit points from this stage 4 to potentially unseat them or close to. And you need NRG Shock to get like basically nothing from stage 4. It's hard.
So there's a path. I think Nightmare's probably the more logical of the one.
Yeah.
But by getting second in this group, right, it's going to force Shock to have a matchup against one of the teams in the other groups, right? So you're not going to be able to play like Fluffy Dreamland, right, in round #1. So they're going to end up getting matched up with like a Toronto, a Nightmare, or a Citrus Nation. Like all those games are losable, right? You go down like, let's say like an 0-2 type of scenario, right? Double first rounded, then all of a sudden Nightmare goes on a run. It's possible, right? But I don't think Shock's even thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see when the main event starts in about 4 days. But for now, let's move on to the post-match interview. We got Scissors on the line for a quick chat. Scissors, hello.
Hello.
Hey, congratulations, man. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling so good right now. I'm so excited.
You do?
Again. Yeah, I'm so excited.
You said you don't sound that excited to me. Honestly.
I am though. Trust me. Take my word for it.
Okay. I mean, hey, fantastic stuff today. You guys were very dominant. I do want to sort of ask you about the match with Fluffy Dreamland. I know that was like a week ago, but everyone sort of predicted that you guys were gonna get the win. But you know, unfortunately, you guys didn't. But at the end, you guys are still making it to the main event, so it doesn't really matter. But what sort of happened against Fluffy Dreamland?
You know, a little bit of trolling happened. You know, I was just on Mailer. You know, a lot of trolling going on. People were just being a little silly that day, so.
Yeah, it definitely. You guys definitely didn't look like yourselves here, but I mean, I guess like the price you pay is like, you know, coming out of the group with like a slightly more difficult seeding, but you're probably, you know, ready for that, as it is probably feel confident against most of the teams in the main event. I've got to help chat out here. They're obviously asking where PGE is, what's up with him. Hopefully he's doing okay. And I also wanted to ask you as well, you look like you've sort of settled on the attack at Orisa sort of role. Is that true?
I believe so.
Yeah.
He's just like more like aggressive, so I feel like it just fits the meta better. I'm pretty sure is the reasoning. And PG, he's just on a top secret mission right now. You know, I can't really disclose where he's at, but he's doing the world a favor right now.
That checks out. Important. That just checks out.
All you need to know.
Scissor, we actually call you on broadcast on a little bit of a top secret mission as well.
Oh yeah.
On the bottom of King's Row. You want to walk us through this one? Like, what was going on here?
I mean, basically, people just don't understand my genius. You see, I was just like a distraction while my team did all the work. You know, so basically, they all looked at me and my team just walking for free and just killed everyone. So I just hard carried that fight basically. Like I
like it.
Call it trolling.
Five-head move.
I just don't get it. Just don't understand my genius. You know.
You just carried it with your aura, you know what I mean? That global taunt, that
someone has a 7 for PG. I took it in my hands, you know. Someone had to do it. I took it.
Did great.
We're sorry, we weren't familiar with your game, Scissors. Thank you for educating us.
That's okay.
All right. Any last words you want to say before we end the interview?
I miss you, PG. Come home, please. The kids miss you, man. Please, man.
All right, Scissors. Thank you so much, and good luck in the main event. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
The nonchalance is.
I love it.
The big brain.
Yeah. Listen,
the 5-head move. It was all planned.
You've got to be high.
That's what makes a team good.
High elo, at least plat 1 to understand what Scissors is doing. So.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, that's none of us. We're not that high elo. Of course, we don't understand.
I think actually both me and Mitch are there. I think that's an isolated issue.
That might be a little Danny Dime skill issue over there, mate. You know.
No. you guys are saying that you guys understood that? No, you guys didn't.
Yeah.
And we did.
Yeah. I mean, his explanation was all I needed, brother. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right. Well. All right, I guess it's just me again, solo. Anyways, let's take a where were we? Yeah, standings, updated standings, Group B bracket, everybody. With that win, NRG locks in their spot for the main event along with Fluffy Dreamland.
Yeah, I mean, look, Fluffy Dreamland obviously gets number 1 in the group. We just talked to Scissors, maybe a little bit of trolling there, kind of felt like.
That is a complete non-answer, right? Like, it's fine. Just don't, like, I wouldn't read into it too much. I can tell the NRG Soccer, they've just forgotten about it. They've just straight up, they just forgotten about it. It doesn't.
GG go next.
It doesn't really matter. I think like they were trolling on Gibraltar a little bit. I don't know how we sort of got where we did on that one, and the Flashpoint map was extremely like omega sussy. They'll have to sort of shape up. I think they need to start respecting like teams like Fluffy Aimers for sure, Fluffy Dreamland rather. So we'll see if they bring that kind of energy into the main event.
Maybe they learned a lesson. No more trolling. You know, Shock. They're on their A game now, and they're gonna start dominating. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, everybody, be sure to check out the massive Overwatch League inventory sale that's going on in game right now. The Overwatch League Legends Mega Bundle is available for purchase, which comes with All-Star Tracer, All-Star Genji, Zen Nakshi, Zen Yara, and Good and Evil Echo. These skins go hard. I think we talked about it yesterday. I think the Hog one goes super hard.
You can be like Mitch if you want to, throw your games by running the Flying Aces Winston skin.
What is wrong with that skin? It's clean.
I'm just saying that compared to some of those other ones there
was a time where like Winston was like a little
Winston.
hungry for like good skins. I feel like it was like the Explorer one, and was like nowadays like he's
Yeti Winston is a much Yeti Winston, or even like the catcher Winston, little baseball Winston. That's a good one.
Bottom line, all of the skins are great, so get yours today while it lasts, everybody. But for now, we're gonna go for a break. When we come back, it's gonna be Group C decider match: Romatra Punch versus Rad X Avidity. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody. We're moving on to match number 2, Group C decider match against Romatra Punch and Rad X Avidity.
So, I mean, I think we talked to Rad X Avidity, we talked to Wild, right? And he said that Romatra Punch actually got us in Swiss. They beat us in the Swiss stage of this tournament. So interesting that they now have to play again in this decider match. But also they were like, we know that they're just going to play Ryan. Derpy is just going to play Ryan. So, you know, we feel confident playing Orisa against that, which is fair. I think she's kind of favored in that matchup. We talked about it a ton back in that first week of qualifiers.
Yeah, it's just how do you deal with a little bit of an odder setup, right? In terms of, you know, Romatra Punch is going to come in, play a certain style of play, right? I mean, dealing with that can be difficult at times. We did see, the series that we did, right? I believe it was Nightmare versus Romatra Punch Senna on the Widow. They were actually sick.
Why is Angelic in it? Tank. That's interesting. Obviously, Derpy, or Cleopatra as they were known in these clips here, was playing tank for Romatra Punch earlier, so not too sure what that's been like. Although I have noticed Derpy having some rough ranked games in the last few days as I've joined the stream, so hopefully they
decided to just not
just not turn up. I hope that's not the case. But look, I mean, I want to talk about Senna. She was incredible in that series against Nightmare. Like, really impressed us. I think that's something to get excited about if you're a Romatra Punch fan, and something that Rad X Avidity might be a little scared of. They do have fun though, and she's also a force to be reckoned with. Her Genji play especially, I think, excited us.
Absolutely, absolutely right, because bunch. She can play obviously the hit scan, different things, but you know you have Wub on the roster as well. So you have those two combined as a damage dealer core, very strong for Avidity. So we'll see if they're able to get by Ramatra Punch. They kind of mentioned, right? They end up losing to them in Swiss, but probably, I mean, you think back how long ago Swiss was like a different meta at the time, and I know at that point probably in Swiss, like Juno obviously wasn't available, so that kind of changes everything. So a completely different game at the moment.
A very good point. A lack of Juno availability, something that, you know, really takes Orisa, I think, and clocks her up to 11. Radix Avidity also did play against like a lot of rush style. They played against this Junker Queen, you know, for most of that series. Romani is a Junker Queen player primarily. So, you know, it's something a little bit different. They weren't getting the Orisa mirror. They're probably not going to get a ton of the Orisa mirror here unless like that's what Angelic wants to play. Like if that roster graphic is accurate, Danny, then yeah, I guess your boy Derpy's also having the self
Not here. Damn.
Okay, roster.
All right, we just got the call. Yeah, it is wrong. So it was. You were right. I think it is. If we had a bit of a mix-up, it's gonna be Cleopatra on the Rhine. It seems. So it's gonna be. We're gonna see another Rhine. That just gets me even more excited for the match.
That graphic, they would have been like, "What the hell is going on?"
They did a false sense of security, honestly.
Yeah.
All right, guys. The match is ready. So Mitch and Matt, take it away.
Thank you, Danny. Yeah, we'll jump in just a moment here to another first to three, folks, for qualification to the main event for both of these teams. This would be huge. I'd say, you know, like definitely the biggest result that either of these rosters will have put up here, and the only thing that stands in their way is one another. Lijiang Tao to start with, and obviously Derpy's in on Ryan, so we're chilling. Don't worry about it.
And we're going to get to a point where the higher seeded team's going to give up taking map number 1 because they know the other team's just going to take Lijiang Tao.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or just try and get themselves like a good. There's no way that's a good strat though. Really, like giving away a map is just.
No, because you know, loser pick here in this type of scenario. Like if you're doing the map draft, like thinking like the basic rules, like possibly, right? But here OWCS loser pick fourth thing. So see what they decide to do. So I think, right, we know what Ramatra Punch is going to try and do. They're going to force this Reinhardt. They're going to try and play around it with all their might, right? I think the real kind of question is like, okay, what does Radix Avidity do against it? And is it good enough to stop it, beat it? Because obviously in Swiss it was not.
That's right. But now, different metagame. Juno available here, of course, in this group stage. And here come Radix Avidity with a comp that is genetically designed to kill Reinhardt. That's right, Wub is going to be on the Bastion. They know exactly what they're walking into.
And for Ramatra Punch, right, we kind of have an idea of what we're going to see from a lot of the players, but it'll be a Venture Ash setup with Reinhardt. So this is something that's way different than what we've seen, but also the Venture can put a lot of pressure on this Bastion, right? Bastion doesn't have a lot of mobility.
Yeah, also, it's awkward. Venture gets right up close on the Bastion. Danny, though, might just be wanting to peel, and there it is. Yep, that's the shield of Cleopatra gone. And Derpy has to have expected this. It's what people do to him in ranked as well. You see that sort of Reinhardt one trick come in, you want to try and punish that as much as possible. So Ramatra Punch, like, fundamentally probably feels like at a disadvantage because they want to play a comp that is probably pound for pound not as strong as the Orisa setup, and the Bastion really complicates things. So how do they pressure this Bastion? Is it all about the Venture? Can they do more here?
I also think for Ramatra Punch, right, not being able to get control of the point first, really difficult because you're going to have, you know, Derpy taking all of this damage trying to get across that bridge. And look at the shield. I mean, just disintegrates. Goodbye, Reinhardt. As you get control of the point, right, you can play a little bit safer around the pillar, but at this point, you can't really do much of anything. It's going to be the orbital array here used by Savin and Ramatra Punch, so they want to get in and try and flip this.
I mean, they got 12s. They managed to whip shot the Orisa off the bridge, man. That is nuts from Angelic. After you've lost your Reinhardt, being able to make that happen is ridiculous. So now this Rein comp has control. They have priority, and it's going to be a stagger on Wub coming back from spawn in a few seconds.
Yeah, this should look a bit better, right? You can have Derpy play around this position on the corner. You start to get dynamites here from Senna. You know, she can get with headshots across the gap, put some damage down, and then you're not just going to be standing out in the open or running directly into a Bastion in Wheels mode, right? Putting down all that damage.
Here's that Bastion ultimate. Everyone's splitting for the most part. Save that last shot for last, yep. Here comes 12s. And Rally going to be popped straight away, but already Reinhardt knocked there. Orbital Ray coming out for Ran-X Avidity. Can he get that Bastion where he needs to be? One not standing inside the Ray here at all. But that's fine. Bun, she goes in, does the dirty work. Angelic can clear Patra, get removed. It's Danny time, apparently. As the Venture was able to find a couple of kills here, but this won't be enough, and Salmon has gone over the edge for a reset.
Yeah, as you're going to lose Senna towards the end of this fight as well, as Danny, Evil just making out with his life, so doesn't get hit with the Javelin coming through the air from Twalls, but for Radix Avidity, you do have this blade, right? Everybody going to be grouped up for Ramatra Punch, nothing to really deal with it at the moment. Potentially, though, Derpy Shatter and combined with an Orbital Ray, that could be something that could be huge to flip the point back.
Tough to block this Shatter. Balls can maybe get in the way with the Fortify, but okay, Orbital Ray going to come in here, but Bun's already found Salmon! That's huge! Orbital Ray already used for Ramatra Punch, but they don't really have the ability to make use of it. Now they're sort of awkwardly sat out in the open without most of their healing. They only have a Brig to rely on now. They have to reset and hope that Salmon can get back to them, but that's dangerous to try and cross this contested territory, and Bionade on Derpy. Means there's not a lot that Ryan can do here at all. Tectonic Shock might have claimed Bun had she not given her plenty of space. And then Nenwai's going to back away from his AoE damage. Tough to survive this. Little burrow, little emergence, and that is the pick, but not enough to get the round in their favor.
Yeah, and you're never able to get a use of the Shatter, right? You kind of have it within inside the Orbital Ray, but it's a nice bio grenade that comes in from Scuffed, I believe, and not able to get a use of that Shatter, so would have been huge there in that type of situation, right? With the blade on the other side, nothing to block the Shatter, right? For Avidity, so a opportunity, a window there for Ramatra Punch that they're not really able to get anything going. Potentially this point, like just the geometry works a little bit better for the Reinhardt, so could see it make a bit more of an impact.
But again, those long straightaways are a little dangerous for Ryan to have to navigate. Always some ability to flank, but these comms don't really leave these big loose ends unless you're a team that wants to play Tracer, which we have seen sparingly though out of North America. Derby's pushed up here, wants to play that corner, does not want to have to play at range. Just leaves themselves slightly exposed to the high ground of Radix Avidity, but they have no long range hit scan. Pretty safe to be here. Senna has a lot of space.
I think if you're Avidity, you try and go take point, right? They're going to push back in at the moment. They look like they're just trying to find anybody, whether it be Danny, Angelic, or Derpy, just trying to play out in the open and maybe just kind of run somebody down.
Cleopatra now being forced back a little. But again, Derpy just got to sit on the corner. So this is where I want to play with the Bastion. Oh, that's scary. My shield by Derpy does well to get out of the way here, but so low and there just wasn't enough healing. You've got to find a way to deal with this Bastion. Don't know what it's going to be. They are trying to play like some long-range pressure in terms of Senna's Ashe. I like that, and Danny's gotten a lot done on the Venture here.
Yeah, as he goes into the backline, takes out Scuffed and Nenwai really low as well, as they don't really have anything to kind of protect the supports, and Danny will take out both of them. So now you get Derpy coming back off a spawn potential here. So they knock the Bastion up. The Bastion doesn't fall off, and then the Ryan goes off the side.
Okay.
Oh, and then you have Scuffed here to heal, so you're going to be able to potentially flip this back.
Yeah, quick about it though. You've got to beat Senna low. They're going to have to give this up. Danny! Oh, Danny! Couldn't quite get away. Caught there by one. Still, Derpy's back in the fight already, but there's a Terror Surge waiting, and that Ryan is bioed. Drops down. Decent amount of damage here. Bob deployed by Senna, but taken them by Bun again. She's been a nuisance on the Genji. That's putting it lightly. But Orbital Ray, pretty powerful ability, especially when your Reinhardt can stand there. You get a nice little tan. Ramatra Punch actually maintain control of the point here.
That's huge. Not giving up the point through that, where it looked pretty good for Avidity to be able to flip that potentially, but Avidity has nothing to really work with. This blade from Bun, but it's going to be difficult for her to get value with a rally and Shatter on the other side. Tectonic Shock also could be quite good here moving through this choke.
Danny wants to go over. Come with a tech shock. Shatter comes in. Danny caught though by something. Wants to come forward. Tech shock has expired, but Wub's been picked off. So now much less to break this Reinhardt shield of Derpy. 59% and counting. A Bun Blade might save the day here.
Yeah, the point was flipped there for a second. It looked like Bun actually got around to the point and she was able to flip it. So that actually forces Ramatra Punch all the way back to go flip that point back into their favor. It'll be a rally for Angelic here, just trying to keep the Ryan alive.
Okay, well, Wub is knocked out of wheels mode pretty quickly. And see Derpy wants to try and capitalize, instantly coming forward, but there's the blade. They have a trade of Junos here. Mega picked up by Bun, but that's the end of Dragon Blade. Still be able to harass Derpy from behind after they were here with another bio. And think quick one. Beautiful javelin spin there from Twals to make that space. It is so scrappy. But I think Radix Avidity should have enough to move in. It's just an Ash sitting on that point.
Yeah, it is Senna though. She can come up with some crazy shots at range, but forced to move back. Ramatra Punch gets into one fight territory. Huge for them. It's probably the final point left on this map. It's actually probably the best for Reinhardt, right? So you win this one here. You're Bun able to make it out. You're in a decent spot. You do lose NY though.
What a fire strike there from Derpy. Bun gets in there. Danny taken down. That pesky Venture finally dealt with. Bun, I don't know how she stayed alive to come out and then also get the kill on the brig. Also that orbit array.
Bun was nanoed there, right? So that's how she's able to stay alive through a lot of that, as trying to keep Derpy alive as long as possible. Then gets assisted off the side. So this will be a fight win for Radix Avidity. It's a nice nano onto Bun. Allows her to stay alive, pick up some kills, also build towards another blade rather fast.
It's the Ray in this fight that might be the difference maker. Oh, okay, not good. They've caught Bun out though, so now 5v4 for Ramatra Punch. Don't feel like they can engage though through this Bastion ult. Not that it seemed to be all that effective. Derpy completely unhindered by those shots. Terra Surge here might be the play. Shatter could be in a shoe, and it comes in, catches Wub, knocks him out of wheels mode, but Bionade on Derpy instantly. Trying to heal up as much as he possibly can, but Senna's already gone down. The blade from Bun. That hurts. Trying to put Angelic to bed as well, but they stay alive because of the rally here. Radix Avidity have got to be careful. They can't leave this point for too long. They need a touch here. There's no one. No one to touch.
Yeah,
Balls is too late.
Balls trying to come back and then Bun off to the side. Yeah, nobody able to get a touch. I think it would have been a really difficult thing to flip in that type of scenario. The rally, I think, from Angelic comes up massive, right? That kind of keeps everybody alive here for Ramatra Punch. This is actually really good for them. This is probably the best point for Reinhardt. I mean, hell, you can make an argument that this is probably the best point across the game right now for Reinhardt. This is a really good spot for Ramatra Punch to be in.
The only places they don't want to be is coming out from spawn, really. Here's this Shadow. Notice that Wub never gets to do anything in that fight. And that is with a Terra Surge coming in, by the way.
I mean, you're keeping the Derby alive forever there as well, so that's a huge shout out to the supports.
Again, and this is a reminder as well that even if you're on a different comp, you can win if you play it really well. That was great from Ramatra Punch. I just love the Venture in this setup. I think Danny's been so annoying for Bun to deal with. I don't think Genji's favored 1v1ing the Venture on these flanks, given that they have a nasty melee and also good splash damage off the primary fire that's at short range. Okay, that shield needs to be preserved here.
Yeah, they're trying to save as much shield as possible, but Derpy has to back up, and you just kind of get split there, and they just isolate Danny. No cooldowns available for the Venture, so end up taking them out rather easily.
We healed up and back in no time. Cleopatra, though, again, like playing this straight away is not a good spot to be as Ryan. They're trying to isolate the Ryan bar. Wub actually wants Derpy out in the open to break that shield, to damage that Ryan down. A very early orbital ray here. Look how far behind NY is. That's just how much of a slapping Ramatra Punch got in that first fight that gave them the heals. And yeah, it's enough to win it for him here.
Yeah, and also interesting of note is for Avidity, you're actually going to be playing the Baptiste. So, not going to be playing the Ana, the big bio grenades from Scuffed in the last round, and then also the nanos onto Bun specifically were huge. This is going to be a Deadeye walking up for Senna. She's looking for a kill. Finds some damage on Scuffed and didn't get the kill. But the Immortality Field and the Amp Matrix, which is used here, could be quite huge.
Going 12's making good use of it. Blade here for Bun. What a cleanup for Radix Avidity. Love to see that. Danny able to find the Baptiste right at the start of that engagement. And obviously you want more layers of support for your Bastion play. You want that Immortality Field, but you don't really have the mobility to deal with those Venture dives. You only go up, and Venture goes up as well.
Yeah, they're giving up on the BAP as well. They're going to be playing the Brig now, so just the survivability against Danny and playing the Venture. Really difficult to do. That's going to be a shatter that hits 2. Yeah, orbital ray in response.
Their mic does go down, but they did get the orbital ray off. Qualls wants to move up with it, but has to respect what Ryan can do. Also, the rally comes out from Angelic, enough to kind of counter this, or at least stifle this aggression. Qualls needs healing, so Javelin's been used, and they've noted that Derpy has gone past them into the backline. Center on the Cassidy here. Nothing Wub can do about that at all. And you can't ignore the Ryan like that. Derpy got through and picked up the Brig with a Fire Strike, something that she can't do a thing about.
Yes, the rally really good there for Ramatra Punch. It kind of negates that orbital ray, like you mentioned, from Avidity, right? They don't want to kind of like push up into that rally, keeps everybody topped up. And now for Ramatra Punch, you have your orbital ray plus like Tectonic Shock, like as they move through some of these chokes, so you're in a position to end up taking the lead.
All right, Club swings out. Pressure on the Rhine Shield, about as good as the range gets for the Bastion. Still wasn't able to bring it down because the Deadeye is forced a disengage from Radix Avidity. Orbital Ray here for Salmon. This could really be a Ramatra Punch round and map here if they can keep the Rhine standing. There's the Ray. Bastion ult here. Maybe a DPS loss if you think about it. Not in a position to press that Rhine Shield down. Twals did get Danny, but this is bad for NY. They're not going to be able to build another Orbital Ray here either. Radix Avidity had the point flipped away from them for quite some time now. And have one last shot with this Juno ultimate.
Yeah, I think the idea behind using Wub's artillery strikes is that the orbital ray comes through, so you want to deny the follow-up through that. And so you use those shots from the Bastion ultimate to potentially deny that space.
There's Cleopatra trying to catch Twals here, but the Fortifier's going to make it hard to stop the Orisa in their tracks. Orbital Ray, good ult. Rally, good ultimate. Put them together, it's even better. But Radix Avidity now need to end the round without those press Q to win options.
But you did have Angelic and Ramatra Punch end up using their rally as well, so it doesn't really feel as bad as a Bun finds Danny here on the exit. So this is huge. You're going to have to wait for the Venture to come back. Bun continuing strong Genji play here throughout last 2 games that we've seen.
Coming down to one shatter here, Matt. Cleopatra with the ultimate. Again, we'll be facing that same level of pressure from the Bastion, from the Orisa. Here the wrap around now. It's going to be a down 5%. This is going to give priority to Derpy.
It's going to give them the point.
Yep. That's great. I mean, now we're in overtime. The pressure's on for Radix Avidity. They're going to make something happen here. They've got to be tracking the shadow. And Cleopatra surely thinks about it here. But Angelic goes down. Salmon picked off by the Terror. Oh, no! Oh, it's a disaster! Interrupted by the Javelin as he tried to go for the Shadow. Wub eventually falls here. Looks like splashback damage now. 2 versus 2 is going to be Genji and Orisa, though, alive, which is... That's a pretty powerful setup. Pick up the Mega, go to work, and it goes in the blender. Setup. She gets caught out. Now the reinforcements come in. Derpy having to switch over towards this Doom Fist in a stagger situation, and it's close. It is a real close map here. The Ramatra Punch pull up just a little short.
And man, a great opportunity there for Ramatra Punch to potentially win that one, but Avidity, they clutch it up in the end as that interrupt on the shatter. I don't think that would have been like the difference, right, in the fight. No, Derby was pushed so far out, by the Orisa. Just feels bad, though. They never really got a great opportunity to use it.
I mean, I think Ramatra Punch did the right things in that fight. They Deadeye for position. They Deadeye for a flip on the point here. And then you see them, they're obviously looking for a shadow. There is a Terror Surge available, though, at that time for 12s, and somehow they catch Salmon inside of that. I mean, nicely done. There's a lot of disruption as well for that Terror Surge. This Surge got held for like a second or so. It was so short. Let's throw it back. It was Ryan all the time from Ramatra Punch here. That whip shot was a big part of getting them back into the round here. But again, it's tough to beat this Bastion Orisa setup.
Yeah, the Bastion just puts so much damage out in such a short period of time, especially like for the Reinhardt, right? You can't exactly stand there, with the shield. This is just, I mean, you hit the Bastion and he just goes, he literally hits the railing and they're able to live. I mean, that's just unfortunate.
A lot of back and forth this second round. The Venture play from Danny, quite impactful, putting a lot of pressure on the back line, especially, this blade from Bun, of course, was instrumental. Again, Orbital Ray, it's all about that ability. Notice it here, this is just a very easy walkover fight. And with the loss of Danny here, everybody from Ramatra Punch able to push up.
The Orisa gets a little bit more value out of the Orbital Ray, right, in terms of like the stats, because like you don't have to be like Ryan to put down the damage, right? And you have to be so far in the mix, right? Where the orbital ray almost like moves like slower than you probably could, like as an individual player. Where like the Orisa, like you can just put down farm damage at range, right? I mean, it's a lot easier to make that useful.
Oh yeah, almost like the self-slow built in a fortifier, like helps you stay inside that. Hard to say, but here it is, your stats broken down, and don't be surprised to see a massive damage dealt number in the Rad X ability column. That is the impact of Bastion, I think, in their setup.
Yes, without a doubt. So a lot of that is the Bastion damage that comes on through. That's a huge difference maker. And then the healing, right, for Ramatra Punch, it's going to be higher because obviously more damage incoming, more damage to potentially heal, right? Where the Reinhardt, you can just farm up all your healing on that one hero.
Yeah, and look, there might have been an argument for, you know, that last Shadow just getting fired off a little earlier, maybe just looking for one player with that, just to turn the game around. Both tank ultimates being the only sort of relevant ults coming to that last fight, it's always going to be an exciting time. It ended up being a 2 versus 2. It's just Orisa or a tank against any other, you know, hero in any other role normally is going to win out there. So yeah, the Orisa Genji, you can clean the round up.
Yeah, we don't have like what they played in Swiss, so quite curious. But like looking at the map pool, I think we talked about this the last time with Ramatra Punch. Not a lot of great options to go to if this is the type of playstyle you want to play. You're looking at, you know, maybe you play like one of the clashes. Maybe you play you know, a New Junk City. Like it feels like those are two of the better ones you can actually play, right? You know, but they were both in the same pool. Runasapi would not be one. I believe we actually saw them play Rialto. I believe that was a map selection of theirs, and that was where Senna played the Widow. She was awesome on that, and then you can make Reinhardt work there on Rialto, albeit like pretty difficult.
What about Ryan on Midtown? How do you feel about that?
I mean, you can play it, and you gotta kind of like go for that high ground, which could be difficult. It just feels like they you know, trying to close that gap with that bash, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, we have seen Reinhardt or the slower tanks have a little bit of trouble in that second phase of the map attacking on Midtown. King's Row might be a reasonable option here. I see no reason not to just bust out Rialto immediately here and just, yeah, you know, play the Ryan, get good hit scan pressure from Senna. You know, force button maybe onto like, you know, a more aggressive role, having to go after the Widow time and time again. That'd be a great matchup.
Well, we've seen Rhine work in the past in certain scenarios, like if you combo the Rhine with, you know, extra mobility, right? Just having Juno here for the speed doesn't seem like it's enough. Where in the past, you think back to like how SSG has made it work and whatnot, is like with the sim in the mix, right? And lots of movement around the map, you know, getting the Rhine into these positions where if you're just going to have that one speed to get the Rhine to a spot, it's going to be very difficult to keep the Rhine alive at that location, right? So I think to make this work at like a really high level, you may just need to add another extra layer of mobility for the Rhine.
Let's again take this opportunity to remind you all, this is your last chance to get your drops here, of course, for our second week of qualifiers. So this is obviously for our week 2 of groups. Again, we got the home and away OWCS Echo skins there, the name card as well, the Genji Aura name card. Big fan of that one. So make sure you have your Blizzard account connected on Twitch, and you can click on the little, I don't know, it's like an open letter icon at the top, your notifications tab on Twitch to see whether you've got them, and you can track your progress in your.
You guys can find it. You're smart people out there.
You know, I'm looking at chat, so I'm just going to lay it out a little bit if I can. That's all.
They know. They know. They're spamming drops. You know, they know where they're at, though. They know how to get to them. Don't worry about them. They're just there to just keep the engagement up.
Matthew's faith in humanity, a relic of the bygone era, not unlike the Reinhardt.
I don't have faith in humanity. I have faith in the people in our chat. That's it.
You don't think that's a reasonable cross section of humanity?
Probably, yeah. Probably. So yeah, I guess I do have faith in humanity.
That's great.
You're right. You've talked me into it.
I'm really glad to see that. We're a couple of moments away here from our second map in the series, and Rialto was selected here. Yeah, so we're paid to do this. Love to see that. Ramatra Punch obviously want to take the game here. Get good, strong Widowmaker play. Obviously, I have a Reinhardt frontline.
Somebody should pay you to coach.
Jeez, I don't know about
You'd still be able to do the broadcast because they'd be out in the Swiss. So
that is true. Conflict. Maybe I could just do that for fun. I don't recommend hiring me to coach squad, but I mean, I can make ridiculous ideas sound reasonable, maybe by using some vocal devices, but that's about it. I don't recommend that. I don't know. I mean, Who would I ask the coach as Overwatch casters? Danny would be a great coach for Ramatra Punch. I think he vibes with the sort of spirit of that team.
Reinforce.
Johnny would be Johnny would be a great coach. He's so self-effacing. He's not as washed as he seems, folks.
Reinforce.
Avril could sell himself as a coach, I think, but because whenever he says something, he really means it. Like
they wouldn't even get. They wouldn't even get. You know, how I say you get eliminated from the Swiss. They wouldn't even get signed up.
Well, no, you just
that's how early they get eliminated.
People that believe
the
him. Like if you have people that like believe in him, then like he'll be so, I don't know, authoritative in his delivery.
I mean that could work. Or it could not. So we'll see Avidity here on defense here to kick things off. So Senna, like we mentioned, a tremendous Widowmaker in the last series that we saw them play on Rialto. So definitely a player to keep your eye on here for Ramatra Punch.
All right. I was wondering how they would sort of contest this Widow play, and they're going to have to play up pretty close to this Ramatra Punch setup, deal with the constant flanking. So Bun, she has probably the biggest job here at the moment for Radx Avidity on this defense side. The Echo was also awkward for Radx Avidity. I don't really know how they're supposed to deal with that. How they interact with that easily can really cause Bastion some problems on this pick.
Yeah, it can definitely give the Bastion some trouble. Also kind of take some fire away from the Bastion, right? Bastion has to obviously respect the Echo is. What is this going to be? Okay, an Ashe. So bringing an Ashe a little bit safer, right? With them playing Genji on the other side. You're not, because there's so much healing that has to go into the Rhine, there's just not an option to play like a Widow where you're going to have to, get some help and resources in the backline, right? Especially going up against Genji.
Checks out. Tulsi has to contest from the high ground if they can. Angelic solo up here. Not committing though too aggressively. They're just keeping them honest, maybe trying to knock some people down to the low ground, be a nuisance in general. Pretty good sidelines here for those torpedoes. So a lot of healing expected out of Juno. And that pressure now being felt by Wab. Probably flanking attempts there by Danny. And eventually Senna is brought down. Now the pressure's going to start to mount here over towards Ramatra Punch. Derpy stunned up and will be split off from the rest of their team.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the difficulty, right, with the Genji in the mix. When we watched Ramatra Punch have success with that Widow, I don't believe there was a Genji on the other side. I believe it was actually Nightmare. They ended up kind of mirroring the Widow at times. Well, now with an Ashe in the mix, right, if Senna gets isolated, Bunt is going to collapse right on top of her. So just be really careful, knowing that she doesn't have a lot of resources either.
Okay, all right. This time we're taking the more direct approach, apparently. Derpy just walks up to this high ground. Then he might want to wrap around, knowing there's no, like, long-range hit scan to really threaten to knock them out of the sky. Looks like a big dupe on Orisa here. Could be powerful. Here comes the orbital ray. And Wub is spitting. Yeah, could basically deny that high ground entirely, and looks like Derpy wasn't able to get back to the rest of their team. This isn't quite how Rialto played out last time we saw Ramatra Punch come here.
Yeah, but I also think this is a different look here with Radx Avidity playing that Bastion. It's just really difficult, especially if Wub is using his wheel cooldown effectively, right, and getting it in a position where he's able to capitalize on some of that big damage. It's almost impossible to keep this Rhine up.
Okay, Wub here just can get a lot of info there, canvassing as much of the map as they can. Respecting the Rhine, backing up, Orbital Ray comes down. It's a big disengage now from Radx Avidity, and if they can avoid losing anyone here, that is such a win to see the Juno ultimate forced out.
Yeah, and Rally's popped here by Radx Avidity. They don't want to get much of anything with it. Nice shatter there, connects with two. The
they're
gonna be there, yeah.
Oh, that's awkward. Okay, that's fine. That's fine for Ramatra Punch. 3-player shadow, like losing a fight after that. The only way that would happen is if we're in a Goat's Meadow, I think. We are Gucci.
Wallace live though to be able to come back and fight this. Yeah, they actually get back to the spawn, so they'll get some healing. So this is actually huge.
Inika with a blade and a Terror Surge as well. Rally close for Angelic though. Okay, yeah, this is an interesting choice. You may not get any sightline really here at all. Senna, she gets to play like a long sideline with that side left side room there. So pressure being felt by 12s. Also, these dynamites are always going to be there.
Yeah, but you think Bun's gonna make a commitment here onto the Ashe eventually, right? As now you have to fight over the point. Wob just needs a hit.
What a stun! What a stun by Angelic, holding on to that rally bash. Just as Bun got close enough to the ground to confirm the hit. Terror Surge for 12s, they needed the extra health there. Danny's getting close to a duped Terror Surge of their own. But they're gonna get knocked out of that. And this is great timing for an Orbital Ray. My goodness, Radix Avidity on defense. Get good value out of it, but it does expire. Elsewhere though, Bun, she switched over to the Echo. She kind of can do it all. Danny falling in the 1 versus 1. Sound is still a problem. She's still posted up on this line, which is just eventually chunking 12s down. An Orbital Ray here for the attackers should give them the checkpoint.
Yeah, it feels like that's going to be the difference maker, right? As you get another Orbital Ray here from Salmon, forces the fight on the cart. Ramatra Punch gets over the line, so not as easy as the last time we saw them. We actually saw them do a nice job on their checkpoint A the last time, but we're not able to get it moving really around the second corner here on B. So we'll see if that's where Ramatra Punch stalls out yet again.
Looks like Bun is going to be sticking to this Echo. Oh man, the sticky bombs plus the dynamite? Meanwhile, I never saw what was coming. Pulse doesn't want to give up this stairwell, but they're going to have to once Ramatra Punch start asking for a little bit more of this real estate.
There's no way to be able to kind of live through that, right? As I do think that Avidity, you have the right idea. You can't give up this position up on the high ground, but it's going to be very costly to fight over.
I think they got the brick back though. Yep, here they are.
Bob was knocked off, yeah.
Trying to take it down after they pushed into, I don't know where Derpy was at the time. Looks like they dropped low, try and get the cart forward. And they left, I think, the rest of that Radix Avidity team in a great position to run over Ramatra Punch. Maybe the Bob also repositions. It's unclear, but yeah, seeing the Ashe die there to the Orisa feels pretty rough.
I think the Bob was displaced by the spear spin on Twals in the doorway. I think that's what happens there, so
that's heartbreaking.
Ramatra Punch now in a really tough spot, right? 4 ultimates here, 4 Avidity, under a minute to go.
They got line on this right away.
I mean, the benefit for Ramatra Punch, right, is that there's not like a hit scan here available for Avidity, right? They just put down crazy damage over the bridge, but they do have the Bastion, right? He's still going to be able to do some work.
This is about to get pretty hairy. We have both Orbital Rays at the ready. Ramatra Punch want to take a close fight. Radix Avidity are happy to opt into it as well. Look at the drop down here from so much of Ramatra Punch, with the exception of Derpy, who needs to join their team. Charge over to the car, now contest the corner. Here's that Bastion ultimate. Canvas the road. A little bit of damage there, but still nothing much to write home about. Right on the corner this card is going to be. This is the last fight here of the round. In goes 12s. Doesn't realize that maybe Derpy's behind them. Shadowed by Derpy. Doesn't look like it connected. And Wub brings the Rhine down. Dupe of the Orisa, at least a tank in play for Ramatra Punch, but I don't feel like Danny has much to work with here. Fire Strike was good. Orbital Ray definitely needed for Ramatra Punch, but Radix Avidity are one of their own. And they weather the storm to put a stop to the punches here on Rialto.
And this is almost the exact same spot that it got kind of stalled out in the last time that we saw Ramatra Punch play Rialto. It was very difficult to kind of get around that corner with that Reinhardt. It seems is, yeah, you're going to end up using that shadow there towards the end, but Twals with a really nice Terror Surge kind of splitting up everybody from Ramatra Punch.
And I feel like Twals may have dropped down without full knowledge of where Derpy was playing, but they didn't really care. I mean, they can't be shattered in Terror Surge anyway, so
no.
I suppose it doesn't really matter. They just hope the rest of their team don't get knocked down.
Yeah.
That wasn't an issue, unfortunately. There was no big Ryan shatter. So, I mean, this is, and this map felt like a bit of a silver bullet out of the loser pick here for Ramatra Punch. Last time we saw them on it, they were so good, honestly. What
do you think about Avidity matching like the Echo? So now to actually, obviously they're not going to play the Widow into the Rhine, right? They're going to continue to play this Bastion because they've seen great results. But ditching the Genji to play Echo here, kind of like matching the Echo.
I mean, I think it gives you so much more equity against Reinhardt, especially if that shield ever gets cracked. I also think like you don't really need to play in a position where you can be threatened by Widow. Depends on what defensive line center wants to take up. I feel like the Echo is very good. Also, like duped Rhine Shatter is amazing if you can get like some rally duration. Is very, very powerful. So yeah, keep an eye, I think, on Bun's positioning. She takes a hit coming out of spawn here, but
even duped Orbital Ray, right? We haven't really seen it, but I mean, I'm sure that would be good.
But like it's hard to get there because you obviously, you know, don't have a lot of HP to work with. Not a whole lot as tank either, right? But you can dupe just a range shield. Just duping the shield is nuts. But yeah, Bun probably won't round this corner too aggressively unless she wants. Oh, what? Wait, what? Hello! That's a tank grenade!
Range. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. You do not want to see that. Oh, Santa felled there by the Bastion grenade of Wub. And this is bad. Now, if you're Bun, you push up. You can take whatever angle you like. And all of Radek's ability are going for it. Angelic just couldn't get away quick enough. Bun could just go for it the moment Santa got picked.
This now puts him in a tough spot, right? I mean, you lose Senna off the rip. She's so impactful on that Widow as now moves over to Ash. I guess the positive here for
what are you supposed to do, man?
I mean, I was gonna say you're getting close to your doob, but it does not matter. Scuff has the orbital ray. You push right through that choke. That's first checkpoint. 5 minutes, more than 5 minutes on the clock here.
Just trying to stave off the tilt here is probably all that Ramatra Punch can manage there. Frustrating for Salmon as well, seeing that fight sort of get forced on Ramatra Punch before you had built that orbital ray properly. Here we go again. It's quite low. Fight on the corners. Look at the space being made for Wub here. Okay, we have a duper Orisa, but this can be disengaged from pretty easily, I should think. And yeah, Danny here won't have much to do.
I think Ramatra Punch got a little bit scared there. They were giving him high ground control, and Salmon gets with a javelin and then takes a ton of damage. And then that's when Avidity looked like they were going to push on in.
Okay, I like this though. Fighting on two fronts, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the passion ultimate there for Avidity, and you're like, why?
Yeah, I mean, what sort of getting pressured and maybe because he thinks everyone's so grouped up, it's an opportunity here for like a real sort of team fight turning ultimate. But in general, that Bastion ult, not really something that even gets played for that heavily. Sometimes it's just suboptimal because there's a DPS loss if you have wheels mode up. Rarely happens, but it's a corner case. Widow for Wub.
So I think this is probably why, because you're going to see a change, right? You know, with Wub now playing the Widow, going to put a lot of pressure on the Danny, but then also Senna. We've seen Senna with the Widow on defense here in the past. You know, have some good showings. They're getting outranged now here, Widow v Ash.
But the shield pressure is just not there outside of the Orisa for Radek's Avidity. Echo doesn't do it well. Focusing beam is useless against shields. And you don't want to spend your Widow ammo shooting it right. You just won't be able to get that shield down. So it's really going to be up to 12 here to disrupt, maybe displace some of these players and make them vulnerable to the Widow sightlines.
Well, I also think for Avidity, you have, you know, all these ultimates that you can just kind of like build up. You don't exactly need, per se, the shield damage, right? I mean, look at where the card is.
Duped Ash. We had a duped Ash, excuse me. That passed awfully quickly. Senna goes down though. Bun will be picked up in response with the whip shot of Angelic. And Cleopatra's big chillin'. 3 minutes still on the clock here though. Radek's Avidity, I think this permutation of their comp is probably needs to go into the bin. Yeah, they're going back to the old faithful with a orbital ray to boot.
Yes, now you'll have the orbital ray battle between these two teams. So look at this. Derpy goes really aggressive. Uh-oh.
That's... I don't think we hit the sightseeing right now. That is devastating. And again, that's the displacement I mentioned about. I talked about it in the context of setting Widow up, but really just in general, it's so powerful. It's hard to do to Ryan, but once you get him out of position, he's useless to his team. Yeah, everything in the kitchen sink gets thrown to Ramatra Punch there. They absolutely battered. Second round knockout by concussion. That's what I'm hearing. Nicely done here. Rialto.
Doctor stoppage.
Okay, brutal stuff. Rialto was a great map for the... I mean, didn't we watch them playing against Nightmare? And I was like,
yes, we did.
Yeah. They were very, very good here, but they didn't play against what was a counter comp. But
yes, they're often stalled out in the same spot against Nightmare. So that seems to be kind of a real pain point to kind of get that Ryan around that position. And then you go to the Bastion there towards the end. They try and kind of really aggressive, maybe kind of catch Avidity off guard, and it does not. I mean, you have that pin that probably would have connected on the Orisa, but the Fortify comes in, and then they're just in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you see that. Obviously, this is a knockoff here against sort of Cleopatra, but I mean, Derpy had already basically won the fight for their team with a 3-player shatter. There's going to be conversation about counter comps. I find the issue that people have with counter comps very strange because I don't see why you wouldn't pick a setup that doesn't give you the best chance of winning. Like, I'm pretty sure like it spits on the entire corpse of game theory to pick a composition that you know, maybe weaker. But
yeah, the idea that like the best comp is in theory the mirror, because like
which is what we've seen a lot in the past, right? So I'm fine with like watching Ramatra Punch play the Ryan. Like we talked about this so much last time as well, but people getting upset about countering this comp is like, yes, you're supposed to do that. Like, what? Winning is more fun than losing with a comp you like.
You also see the strength, right, of when you can counter a comp, or you know, come up with a good counter for a comp, right? About how good it could possibly be.
And even then, it's still hard to do, right? Like, this Bastion comp like still has to work hard to beat the Ryan setup. But if you can give yourself like a couple percentage points advantage, just fundamentally, then over a long series, like you're deterministically going to come out on top. It's very hard to imagine a world where you don't want to play a Bastion into this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As you see Avidity, they kind of dominate in terms of the stats yet again. So they find themselves up 2-0 here against Ramatra Punch. When we talked to them the other day, they felt like they were able to kind of come up with some counters potentially for this Reinhardt setup that Derpy and Co wants to bring in, and they look good. They look good thus far.
We have the interview. Wub said it's going to be a 3-0 when we play these guys again. And so far, that has panned out. Let's see, though, if they can land the plane and make it a clean sweep. Stick around, of course. We got another map at least left in this series between RadX Avidity and Ramatra Punch. Winner goes to main event. Well, the Rialto Silver Bullet turns out to be a dud for Ramatra Punch, and so it's on to plan B, or C, or D. Whichever one we're at this point, Runasapi is the pick for Ramatra Punch. Again, a map that, you know, feels pretty even. You can, and you definitely can play these Reinhardt compositions. We've seen it played by SRP Check frequently in Europe, but you're still going to have the same issues that you've had for most of the series, I feel.
Yeah, I would tend to agree, where I think Runasapi has some spots on the map that I think the Reinhardt can be quite good, but then also really long sightlines, right? That can be quite troublesome for the Rhine. So I think it's more on Ramatra Punch, right? I think Avidity, we've seen what they want to do here against this Reinhardt. Can you maybe move some things around? And you're really just kind of thinking about the DPS here for Ramatra Punch to counter what Avidity's throwing out.
Last time we saw Ramatra Punch on this map, they full cleared 0-3 Splash. Absolutely just wiped them off the map here. Was, again, one of those snowbally Runasapis that we do get from time to time. I don't know how easy it's going to be for Ramatra Punch to get off to that kind of start here, but I'm here for the Mei play, especially when they're going to start the fight on a very wallable part of the map.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the Mei wall is also going to protect against some of that Bastion damage as well, right? Where Therapy doesn't have the shield, you can kind of at least escort the Reinhardt out, get healed up.
It's a good point. Yeah, defensive May walls.
There it is.
Okay, kind of cancels out the Bastion cooldown. I mean, you can break through it, and you do. The Red Activity definitely, they get priority, like a window of at least after that cooldown, but here comes a Ramatra Punch again. They're getting a little low. Those torpedoes from Salmon go a long way, though, to getting back in fighting form, but in the meantime, that bot is being led away from the fight. The Ramatra Punch have got to push in. They should know they have a player advantage here, seeing the cart move. Can they get to this Bastion? Wub! Oh, he's trying to stay alive. Back behind the Golden Bovine.
The cart's just moving. I mean,
yep, and it's still going.
It's really bad, though, for Ramatra Punch, because they go on this route. They don't actually get any kills, and the bot's just moving deeper into their territory.
And yeah, I mean, you could see Scuff was ready to line up an orbital ray if Ramatra Punch dared to try and fight them. Up here, yeah, definitely has to be a little bit more careful against the Mayo. I like that as an adaptation, especially on this kind of map. Oh, it really makes sense on push maps. Bun has gotten up behind them. They've walled Bun off. Okay, she can just get around that. Here comes the Ray, but it's not a good positioning of it for Radix Avidity at all. Trying to play inside of it while they can, but Viper's already gone down. Here's a Terror Surge, big one. Danny goes low, falls to Ice Block instantly. Tor's tried to time things there, but should still have this May kill. The healing in Ice Block not enough to get Danny back to fighting form.
I was going to say, is it enough to win, though? I mean, you still have a few players here. It's, now the bot moving back in the other direction. There's a bit of chaos here at the start of Runasapi, so it will be now Ramatra Punch getting in control of the bot as they move into Avidity territory. But these are the areas of the map that are going to be quite tough, right? These long sight lines here.
Okay, back to the corner play here for Cleopatra. Ramatra Punch able to get a little bit of progress. They also looks like they're able to stop the checkpoint. Take! All right, no time, I guess, to go for the Fortify there. Blade in response for Bun, but oh my goodness, Cleopatra comes out of absolutely nowhere with a hammer swing. That's a lot of spend here for Radix Avidity in a fight that goes horrendously for them.
Yeah, this is good here for Ramatra Punch, right? A lot of ultimates thrown in there by Avidity, and it's a nice shatter, plus being able to use the rally there for Ramatra Punch, which is going to get them closer to potentially tying this one up, as probably need another fight to do so, as Avidity coming fast.
The Deadeye, they can't quite reach the Cassidy here. Javelin spin, but Seneca can just hold through that and eventually bring Twirls down. Grenade there hit on the Bun, so it wasn't really far they could have gone, even though they were deflecting. They would eventually have been brought to heel. Got a little bit of Raid Boss brig play. Senna needs to respect it, but Danny gets involved now as well. Another Ramatra Punch fight win. This might well get them into the lead.
Yeah, and the May is making a big difference here. You know, Ramatra Punch bringing in the May, Danny to play that hero, as this will be checkpoint and lead now for Ramatra Punch. So 2 fights in a row go their favor in a big way, as now you have a Blizzard set up here for this next one. So really good opportunity for Ramatra Punch maybe to back up, take a fight in an area that favors them a little bit better.
And they're leading the bot away now. This is going to force, at some point, Radix Avidity to try and push through them. Till then, we have the Juno or parity. Blizzard available here for Danny. Not great against the Orisa, who can often walk out of it with Fortify up. The pressure's already being felt by Danny. They might not have a chance to throw a Blizzard. Yep, they have to get out of there. Okay, there's the Blizzard. Oh, wow, the damage there for Bun. There's no way anyone's going to be ready for that. Came at them, got back out of absolute hell. Good charge here as well. I've got to say, Derby's doing a great job of, finding those windows where there's no Fortify on 12s. When Jenna gets taken down though as well, Scuff finding 2 kills in this fight. Hello. An ice block for Danny rather means they can't be a part of this fight at all.
Yeah, I mean, you still have that brig with the Juno alive in combination with the Orisa. I was going to say it was a really nice Blizzard from Danny because it follows, the orbital ray. It comes on in. They want to get aggressive for Avidity. The Blizzard from Danny is quite good.
They're going to fight.
Just not able to live on through it. Yeah, we're going to get another fight here rather fast.
Scuffed already at 40% to the next orbital. Chanek here available, of course, for Cleopatra. Yeah, again, okay, not the most convincing Bastion order as per usual. Forces some positioning, I guess. This is scary. Hyper Ring, Senna coming forward with the Deadeye, but great javelin from Walls. Really been excellent over the course of this series, interrupting those. Now Derpy's feeling the pressure, feeling the burn, baby. Twirls runs him over. 4 hooves hit harder than 2 feet. And they'll get that checkpoint.
Yeah, and you don't end up having your rally there for Angelic to deal with that. That would have been a huge ultimate that you would have wanted to be able to keep Derpy alive, but don't have that ult at the time. So, and now it'll be Avidity gaining even more progress, gaining the lead. And we've seen a lot of teams be able to push pretty far past where they currently are now. As
what a shatter, man!
Yeah, 3-player shatter.
Yeah, and that's why Radix Avidity wanted a Bastion on, rather a Baptiste on map 1 is to prevent that stuff from happening. But the blade seems inevitable here for Bun. She's found 2 already. Both shield bearers, no less. Ramatra Punch absolutely decimated by that, and that is gonna really sting. Because you have just shattered, what, 2, 3 people? You go into the Bastion at the start of the fight, and you still get wrecked. Now we're getting into triple-digit territory, Matt.
Yeah, 3-player shatter, and now for Avidity, you are in complete control of this one, right? Under 4 minutes. For them, you're like, okay, can we get them to use, either a rally or an orbital, right, to get out of basically their base? I mean, those are the things you're looking at now, which would be huge wins. It's going to be the Blizzard to kick things off for Ramatra Punch. I think you probably hold on to the support ultimate, see if you can get a win off of this.
Very, very low, though, was Danny still. Yeah, that rally coming up. When it did also the early pick on Brig, will bail Ramatra Punch out of this situation, but they've lost a lot of the map. They do have time. It's about consecutive fight wins here, and I think you want to let this orbital ray go as quickly as you can here. Have they got the checkpoint? I think they might just be short.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit short. Yeah, it looks like maybe a little bit short, but to see when they get back. Actually, no, it looks like they have it. I think they do have the checkpoint. So they do have checkpoint here. Ramatra Punch, they'll use that orbital ray rather early, but look at this, a little bit of a flank here, an off angle from what?
Well, I got what they asked for, Matt, but it didn't really work. That's the problem. Yeah. It was an early orbital ray, so they had the same idea as me, just trying to exacerbate that ult advantage, but it wasn't
just
set
wrap
up.
Around, right? Avidity wraps around towards this opposite side through kind of like the fight where you usually see at the start of
the rain.
So
they're going for it. And then I interrupted again because Senna is a magnet for these javelins. Tough break for her. The orbital ray that got used in Radix Avidity still haven't been able to do all that much with it as well. Both teams use those ults and neither team gets big value out of it. I guess I'm surprised because we've conditioned ourselves to think that it just equals a fight win, but on this map it hasn't been the case.
Well, I think the biggest thing though is that Avidity, you end up losing a Ninwet to Derpy, and you ended up in a scenario where you could have actually. They did.
Okay, right.
Yeah, you would have had the stoppage. So,
gotcha.
You lose Ninwai because Derpy picks up the kill. You would have been able to use this rally that you see now in that previous fight.
Here we go again. Big blade, deflex from Bun, but Cleopatra. On the way out there, got a straight jump.
Wait, hold on, they want to keep going.
I like this big time. Look at how they capitalize on the Blizzard. Ninwai and Blood both caught up in it, and Senna. I mean, tough to miss those ones. Very low is scuffed as well. They're trying to back away here. Ramatra Punch might be able to mount a comeback. Twirls is always a nuisance. Bun is still present in the fight, but it's a 4 versus 2. Yeah, you're not winning these.
Yeah, Twirls always just feels like he's pretty healthy on the Orisa. And as I say that, it ends up getting taken out. So Ramatra Punch, you do lose Derpy, but you come on back with a Blizzard in rally of your own. It's
getting real.
More progress to take the lead, yeah.
Not quite enough time to push up here, not enough of a buffer, but yeah, getting the lead definitely possible. They've done it. Ramatra Punch now have the lead on Runasapi, and Bun went in there to try and prevent that from happening, but they, she's stuck in herself now. Radix Avidity now have to fight to prevent the map from being full completed here. I don't know how on earth they're supposed to have the time to get back and try and threaten a win of their own here. Here's the Deadeye from center. And there's one getting picked off. That's gotta be game. How do you bounce back? 42 seconds left here. Terror Surge thrown in. Angelic unlikely to escape this, but the damage has already been done. You can put your feet up now for a little bit as Ramatra Punch and get set up to hold the map defensively.
Yeah, another 25 meters. They kind of get on top of this for Ramatra Punch. So a huge push there towards Yin. It's a nice main ball from Danny. Bun, obviously, she's going to contest, but gets split off from the rest of the team. I think we have to be scared about here for Ramatra Punch is obviously this, Bastion damage and ult that's coming on in, but Bun going to build it toward this blade rather quickly.
Well, I'm going to drop a few of the bombs here. Really holding onto them this time. Very meticulous all of a sudden, as the stakes are high. Radix Avidity want the series to be done here. Shadow gets nothing. Now, of course, was the fortified Orisa in the way, and Twirls is even able to get out of the Blizzard, but it's about touching the bot here. And a split. Blade from Bun. Can she save the day? rally, stun, and no touch for Radx Avidity. Ramatra Punch have bailed themselves out. That is a sick comeback and one we just don't see nearly often enough on this map.
No, as they clutch up at the very end, right? They fall down. It's like about like 50 meters each, and then they fall behind. Another 50 meters gotten there by Avidity, and then Ramatra Punch answers back in a huge way. End up taking the lead there towards the end as they're able to figure out a way to play around this Rhine on Runasapi. Now you just got to figure out a way, right? You're going to have to win some of these Avidity map selections where you think they probably have comps that are even more potentially tailored towards that Rhine.
We've now seen the best spots, I think, to get that Reinhardt going. You've used 2 map picks here as Ramatra Punch. So yeah, I mean, like, okay, we can talk about maps that lend themselves to Orisa, but honestly, it's just kind of any of them. Like, you just pick something that like allows for ground-borne play. Maybe you just try and avoid like your Gibraltars of the world, but honestly, you could go there. I just don't know if you want to try and Widow match against Senna. That could be a little bit scary. Wub can definitely do it. I mean, Wub has played at the highest level possible in Overwatch. But you might feel like that is a coin toss and really based on just which Widow is feeling themselves here. So there are a ton of map types still to go, and Flashpoint is definitely still on the table here. So, I believe in the Ramatra Punch Rhine comp. I think it does work. I think their individuals are good enough, and I think the May twist here on a map like Runasapi was really well advised. I think the wall catches and also being able to use that defensively to stop this alpha damage from Bastion is crucial.
Yeah, and you see this Blizzard, it definitely separates Avidity. Nobody able to make it back towards that bot to contest it, to keep it going. So Ramatra Punch, you can definitely tell by watching the game this one, they definitely had the upper hand in a lot of the different fights that we saw. So you can see the stats reflect that. The damage output, like we talk about, still extremely high for Avidity, given the fact that they're playing that Bastion.
I mean, the fact that Ramatra Punch have such close damage when they have a May against a Bastion is kind of insane, actually. That means that obviously the rest of them are really dealing it. Also, Ryan doesn't necessarily lend themselves to like high damage numbers against like a comp that wants to poke you down and break your shield here. So great showing. I really think that, like, we saw the clip there earlier. The Blizzards coming down from Danny capitalized beautifully upon by Senna. Also managing, Bun. She goes in with a blade. There's like a rally shield bash being held for that ability.
Yeah.
Or like a Cassidy grenade to hinder her, to slow her up, force her into an early deflect. A lot of tools here to stop that Genji from running away with the game with just that naked Dragon Blade.
Yeah, and what do you think? I mean, what does Avidity even pick, right? So we do have Escorts gone from the pool and then push the moment. So hybrid, Flashpoint / Flash, still an option. What, you think like a New Junk Saravasa? Like, do we see like a New Junk City? Like,
so I do think that Saravasa offers you more of those straightaways and can make it a little bit harder for Ryan to play.
What about
corners?
What about Midtown? You could play Midtown or Blizzard World, right? Both of those pretty difficult to play a Reinhardt potentially on.
I don't know. I feel like it can be hard for Ryan to get that high ground. Also, like, because he sort of can get up there though. Also, like, Ryan attacking through that first choke is pretty scary for defenders because he obviously can just buy a lot of that space. You have to be more aggressive and make it harder for him to walk up for free. A New Junk City is also like a map to play against Ryan comps because they're pretty immobile by default, and you definitely get some stages like Ducts, for example, where like the Ryan comp has to just walk in through some of these chokes and try and gain high ground. Obviously, Blizzard World's a good option. I think even like the teams get frustrated on Orisa comps. I think flankers start to become a lot more important there. There might be a map where Bun can be definitely a little bit more dangerous. Anyway, we'll go to a break. When we come back with map number 4 here is Ramatra Punch has stayed alive in this series. Close one of Runasapi, but hey, they're here to play. Gotta be a reverse sweep now, though.
Flight. We're wondering why you haven't fired primary boosters yet. All systems appear optimal.
I just need a minute. It is so hard to say goodbye to the only home I've ever known.
I understand, but the colony isn't safe anymore, and our window of opportunity is closing. So let's get you on your way to your new home.
Next stop, Earth. Initiating boosters in 3, 2, 1. Control?
Our sensors indicate an external issue.
External?
Follow protocols and you'll be fine, but you have to hurry.
Careful. I'm going to find a way to save you. All of you. I think I see the problem.
Copy that.
Okay.
Don't panic. You're okay.
I am definitely not okay. Why did I think I could do this?
Juno, I believe in you. You've trained for this kind of thing your whole life. You have all the tools you need.
Okay. All right. I have all the tools I need. Control. Problem solved.
Hear that? We're all so proud of you. I want you to live a long, happy life on Earth, sweetheart. Always remember, I love you.
I love you too, Mom. Okay, Earth. Here I come.
Attention, unknown craft. Halt your approach and identify yourself.
It is too late to halt. I'm coming in very hot. Who is this?
This is Overwatch. I am tracking your trajectory and will have someone meet you. For my records, where did you come from?
I am from Mars, and my name is Juno.
Here we are, folks. Map number 4 on deck in this decider match between Red X Avidity and Ramatra Punch. The latter being able to fight back on Rudasapi. Hard-fought push map that honestly looked like it would be a 3-0 series at one point. But the Ryan comeback was real, and we're heading now over to Siravasa.
Yeah, and this is one of the maps that we had talked about briefly, where it's a flashpoint map that has some high ground capabilities, right? So you can play Orisa, you can play other different types of tanks here if you would like for Avidity. So see how, Ramatra Punch, they're just going to kind of cycle around these damage dealers, right? Everything else, I think Juno's a must pick. I think if you wanted to, right, you can play the Kiri, but I think you probably need the Brig with like Bun playing a lot of Genji throughout the series. So I think you're really just looking at the damage dealers here for Ramatra Punch to make some changes off of what we've seen.
5,
We talked about this in the break. Some of these flashpoints are a little ugly for Ryan to play out in. They're quite open. Makes it a little bit hard to get that shield value that you're looking for. This first one, no exception. It features a fairly long straightaway. Ramattra Punch really need to cross this gap entirely or kind of fight here if they want to contest it adequately. And there are corners here for Derpy to play on, but yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, I mean, once you get kind of pushier onto the point, that's actually, I believe, a stun that comes on through with a spear there on the Rhine as soon as the shield is gone. So then you're just a sitting target for all that Bastion damage. I was going to say, I do like the idea for Danny to play the Genji here, kind of get up on some of that high ground, can kind of circumvent the point a little bit easier as Danny, though, gets caught out and you're going to lose him. So going to even more free percentage here to Avidity as they want to push up, see if they can get some more kills.
Stagger on one more hero would be catastrophic here for Ramattra Punch, so they are very quickly going to try and pull everyone back towards their spawn. And this will buy another 10 to 15% for Radix Avidity. So Salmon's still building a pretty decent orbital ray here. It's just, hard to heal up a team that, well, frankly, are respawning. But here they come once more. Radix Avidity want to fight again. It's the Bastion play into the Rhine shield, and Cleopatra once more must concede this ground.
But like what? You just have like a brief window here, right, where the Bastion doesn't have all that damage.
Great block of the boss. Fortify keeps him stopped in his tracks. Okay, the healing for 12's not there, even with the orbital ray in play. Both teams pop that ultimate. Scarf, there's not much they can do about Danny as they drop down to fight them. Rally committed. That one is a head scratcher at that point in the fight. Radix Avidity really thought they could go for it.
Yeah, I'm shocked they end up putting the rally into that. I mean, they get to 99, right? But there's nobody really alive. I mean, you just had the Bunch. He was alive at that moment. Ends up having a blade, but no shot. You're gonna pop that in that type of scenario. Maybe they think the rally's on the other side. They can get it out doing that. But yeah, that rally, probably love to have that one back.
Okay. It's a rough. Radix Avidity hoping to end the round there, presumably. We like watching these ults. They've done nothing really over the course of the series, but that's some decent damage at least. Dare I use the word pressure for the umpteenth time? This is what it generates at least on the backline of Ramattra Punch. Danny has the high ground here. Forced though into deflect through much of this blade's duration, so they won't be getting value out of the Genji ult. Bun might be looking for her opportunity to do the same now. Danny was already dead, vaporized, and, well, buried. But the rest of Ramattra Punch are sitting ducks for this blade. Angelic looks like they've used the rally bash already. No, it was a neutral knockdown between Briggs, so didn't catch onto the Genji at all. And so Radix Avidity flipped the flashpoint back, and they'll have it for the first round.
Yes, the Shatter doesn't connect with anything there from Derby, and then the follow-off from Danny's blade, just non-existent. So now we'll see a change over to the Mei. The Mei was successful on Runasapi. We'll see it yet again.
A lot of high ground here for Genjis to occupy. This is definitely part of the map. It's a little bit annoying to unseat them. Juno can also perch up here as well. That's a lot of damage getting sent back towards Ramattra Punch. But they'll be fine. Gonna be an orbital ray fest again in this fight, though. And then when he gets set up straight away, Twals is stuck here and just able to get out. But they're very, very low. Scarf Down is going to be pumping that healing in, but Radix Avidity survived the Ramattra Punch orbital ray, and now they get it for themselves. It's like the waterfall training from Demon Slayer.
Yeah, and the point opens up during that as well, right? So with the orbital ray that Avidity uses, right, you're able to get control of the point.
Senna, nice little dynamite there. She doesn't want to fully commit to the fight, and why would she? But Derpy now, which is supposed to be the foothold for Ramattra Punch on that point, is down. Angelic going to be flanked, body blocked, surrounded. The Mei here for Danny, we just really haven't seen it make the difference yet. Now, Waldo really gives only one route of retreat for Radix Avidity, and they do fully disengage.
Yeah, it's difficult to kind of fight that Mei on the point, right? With that Mei wall just kind of splitting players off. He's just kind of run away. It's Avidity now looking across the table. What do they really have? I mean, the Terror Surge not really going to be able to open things up, but that is nice shots there from Senna as continues the awesome hit scan play. Make it 2.
And Blizzard is so good here. Ramattra Punch haven't had to use it yet, but it is dirty. The Mei wall's also really impactful. This is a tough point for Radix Avidity to fight for.
Yeah, at this moment, right? You're able to kind of circumvent some of the Bastion damage, right? Get the Rhine out of the way, and then if they're stuck on the point, you got the Rhine and the Mei. Great heroes to fight over that point.
Shadow, Blizzard, Orbital Ray. There's no reason for Ramatra Punch to lose this fight. I've tried a little bit of tech is there. Boost up with attack grenade to get high ground, but probably wouldn't have been a whole lot they could do with it. Blade from Bun has to be big. There's so many ultimates in play here they have to deal with. Honestly, getting out alive would be great. That's a stretch goal. No, the torpedoes do come on in. Danny is down. Went for the blizzard, apparently. And here's a Terror Surge that takes Derpy down to about half HP. They still have a shadow to work with, though. And yeah, this is played out the way we drew it up, folks. And Ramatra Punch didn't even have to use their orbital ray. I'd be very pleased with this.
Yeah, no, huge error for Ramatra Punch, right? And I think it starts with getting that kill onto Bun. They end up having to use the rally, but Bun able to just, put down some damage and live for a period of time. Actually kind of rolls off the side of the roof, so unfortunate for her there. That's the way it kind of ends, but no, Ramatra Punch, they do have the advantage. Pretty commanding one in that fight. This point, though, I think is going to be pretty tough for Ryan. I mean, you see how open it is. I don't know how you're going to approach this. Maybe try and take high ground control first.
I think you do want to against the Ryan, but they will opt to fight you right here. And Bob is... Okay, I like Bob to the point. I was worried it would go to the high ground because it's pretty avoidable there. Oh, cool. Good wall. That is a good wall. Tall's going to go very, very low. Orbital Ray here, though, eventually gets them through it. Getting a bit awkward now. Shadow, of course, not there for Derpy. And yeah, it's just a sheer weight of bodies for Radix Avidity.
Having the rally there for Radix Avidity is massive, right? No, okay, we're gonna go both orbital rays, but then one team having the rally and the Bastion damage, the other team not having that. It's a massive advantage there for Avidity.
Now we're in a situation we saw around that first flashpoint, where Ramatra Punch had to play a longer angle here. But they have a Cassidy for that, it's fine. Derpy knocks back briefly. Tries to go in with that charge, but it does force the fortify, just as they had planned. Senna's able to roll back away from those mortars. So no harm, no foul, as far as the Ramatra Punch are concerned. They've braved that Bastion ult again pretty comfortably. Then they'll look to get the high ground. Big staging ground here for Senna. What a... Oh, okay. Up in the chandelier, Bun. Now is draped. Yeah. She's had a stunning day. Ramatra Punch here now, poised to rest this point back at 80% and counting. They've got the Ryan on the point here. A little awkward again. They have to play out in the open. See some of that healing coming in from the Juno of Radix Avidity. That is a full charge there from Twirls. Again, it's to buy a bit of time. Create that space. Being able to get rid of the mate is big, but now can you handle the angry Ryan? Wubby's down, so that extra frontline damage isn't really there, but Orisa hits hard enough on her own. And Orbit Ray, pretty good at boosting damage. Scuff trying to stay above it there if they can, but Senna is, oh my goodness, the headshots getting doled out here, one after another. And now we'll have a little bit of stagger out.
Yeah, as Senna puts down some serious damage, even as the orbital ray from Avidity comes on out. That time though, it's Angelic with the rallies, so huge for Ramatra Punch there as they end up winning that fight. As Avidity now comes back, probably 2 more chances at this one.
They do have rally, big point of difference ult-wise, and now Bun doesn't really have much to tangle with in terms of defensive ults against her blade. Okay, Twirls gets some space here. She wants to check to see if anyone's left in reserve, but Derpy didn't abandon anyone. Early ice block though, that's huge, especially against a blade that's coming up here. Scary, Deadeye to relieve some of the pressure, but Senna is looking skyward apparently. Here's that blade, and as promised, it comes in hard, but the healing, just the pocketing of Senna means that Bun cannot finish off the Cassidy. Danny does fall. This should be a Radix Avidity fight here, but it's hard fought. It's close.
Yeah, I think that the Deadeye, I think Senna's looking up at the sky. I think she's just looking for Bun, right? As the blade, it's just coming over the top, just trying to find anything. As Avidity, they end up taking that point, put themselves 1 flash point away from taking the series here. Ramatra Punch will not go easy. I think they're starting to look much better here, playing this Rhine with the May and the Cassidy.
All right, this point, not the best for Ryan, but doable. Can play this corner. Can just feel frustrated and try and get up sometimes. All right, Stalk drops some babies. Ramatra Punch, though, again, it's really just a bit of a tickle. Look at this, the use of the javelin there to try and knock Derpy away from the wall out into the open. Orbital Ray wins fights. I don't know how many times I've said that. Good ultimate. Should use it.
Yeah, it's the orbital ray there from Ramatra Punch, and everybody for Avidity's back on the point, right? So there's no way you're going to get away from that. Like, you have to kind of fight in that type of scenario. And look, I mean, Avidity's going to force Ramatra Punch into that type of scenario now too, right? Where they're going to be able to come in, use their orbital ray. You have Genji Blade potentially as well, right? So it's going to be difficult for Ramatra Punch to fight through that. They do have Rally, right? You have Rally, Blizzard, and Shatter, so an opportunity to use some of those to stop Avidity in their tracks.
Yeah, that Rayo again will be important. Like the way that's been laid up there, but Tolls and Co get ahead of it. Wabi's taken down to the Blizzard. It's a great counter, like you mentioned. It stops them in their tracks. Bun can't do too much. Again, it's the Rally Shield Bash save for the Dragon Blade, and then a Shatter finishes the job. This is beautiful. Old economy, very nice for Ramatra Punch.
Yeah, I mean, now that's perfect, right? They end up using all of those ultimates I talked about, right? To be able to kind of survive through everything that comes in from Avidity, and Avidity now makes some changes for a bunch. She'll pick up the mace, so Farley feels like not getting a ton of value out of the Genji.
The next flash point too, man.
Time.
The next flash point is huge for that.
I think you give this up. Yeah, I don't think there's a reason to just kind of go in there and contest and like give them ultimates, right? As they'll give it up as we move to the final flashpoint here. As Ramatra Punch, I mean, who would have thought this, right? An opportunity for like a reverse sweep on the table. Obviously, they'd have to take the final map, but a chance to get us there at least.
Definitely. I mean, it's more than on the cards. But again, I mentioned that the main pick here is, you know, Bun is thinking about this flashpoint. The wall is wide enough to cover this expanse. Mei is just so powerful here. Can split up, catch off individuals. Obviously, Blizzard here is approximately the same size as this area as well. Yeah, just too good to go past, I think. Especially with the Bastion make comp. Almost had to catch there, but the wall gets broken awfully quick. It has been nerfed, so you can get through that a little easier now. Scuff does not want to be there at all. They're able to get away, but Senna gets caught in the meantime. Ooh, ugly, ugly. Blizzard comes down, but Wub is well clear of it now. Wall thrown up for Radix Avidity to disengage behind, and even the orbital ray might not be enough for Ramatra Punch here. That has now expired.
Man, it feels like a little bit of an overspin for Ramatra Punch, right? We'll see how it kind of pans out, but you know, Deadeye, Blizzard, orbital ray, no rally, all used there, and they get 30%. Where you know, Avidity, you just end up using your rally, coming on back in with that Bastion damage. And now you're going to have just about everything here for these next few fights.
I am a little scared for Ramatra Punch. You really only get 2.5 fights here. So now they have to deal with the orbital, right?
If you lose a fight fast here, you're in a lot of trouble, right? Because you're not going to build up towards any ultimates or anything.
But if you lose it slow, you don't have another chance to fight the flashpoint. That's the catch-22. Away we go. Cleopatra, the only ultimate in play. Do you have the time to try and generate ults? I guess you can attempt to, but you're in an awful spot economically. This is just free ults here, free real estate. No shatter connection there. Looks like a fortified 12's just basically tanked that. Wall there, broken instantly. Danny picked off by the Javelin, and this is tough for Ramatra Punch. You did not need that orbital ray, but Scuff throws it instead. Now it's about stagger. It's about making sure Ramatra Punch cannot get back to base. Oh, and the timing there for Senna means that, yep, they don't get to play the game. Ramatra Punch will eventually fall as Radix Avidity get to choose a map that really suits this Orisa style. While they struggle a little bit with the Mei comp from Ramatra Punch, they will punish this Ryan one-tricking.
Yeah, it took a little bit of a harder probably showing than maybe Avidity had thought, right? They thought they were just going to kind of 3-0 them and walk right through Ramatra Punch, but that was not the case. Ramatra Punch put up a really good fight, especially kind of committing to playing one different type of comp that a lot of others don't play, and they almost take us to a game 5. So I think a good showing from Ramatra Punch, doing what they like to do, but Avidity will move on.
Yeah. I think the biggest or one of the biggest things that Rad Avidity did really well was utilizing that Bastion, right? When it just came out, I think Rampage really like had a lot of trouble just like trying to deal with that Bastion, and they did sort of like figure out towards the end, but then at the end it was Rad Avidity taking the win. Great stuff from Rad Avidity.
They overspent so much on that last flashpoint, right? I think Matt mentioned there was like 3 ultimates like were committed. Well, let's dial it back a little bit. Let's talk about Lijiang Tower. It feels like an age ago now. This is where we like saw the countercom come out, Matt. And again, like especially on like maps like Lijiang, it was close, by the way. This is like a really very close map, pretty hyped towards the end. These two teams are really evenly matched, so great to see this depth, occurring out in NA. But yeah, I don't know. You're just playing at a disadvantage. It's like a 40 to 45% basically every fight with this Ryan.
And Orisa's survivability is so high. I mean, that's like how you really see it, right? Like a lot of these fights, you kind of look, everybody's health bar is kind of dwindling. I mean, Twal's like, still at like, at 80% HP, and the Reinhardt's basically dead, right? I know some of it obviously is due to, healing, and I know obviously you want to give the healers credit, but I think Orisa with the cooldowns is just so much easier to survive. Just a larger HP pool to kind of live on through, where Ryan has no, outside of the shield, there's no mitigation, right? So you lose the shield by virtue of the Bastion. You're just a bullet sponge.
I do think Ryan is reasonable. I think it's fine. It's just counterable. I think like in a vacuum, like if you're playing the Ryan into like a Genji Ashe or something like that, I'm fine with it. Like you can really take a lot of space. I think that obviously there are some issues, like Matt sort of mentioned about your damage mitigation, especially in terms of like your team utility outside of that shield being broken, and that's where Ryan sometimes has to make these like individual plays to slant team. I just feel like you have to do a lot to have the impact you need to against Orisa, who's consistent.
Well, yeah, I mean, you need to do a lot, right, to make it work, and then like typically, right, you kind of see some of these compositions as Twal, so be the player of the match for Avidity, had a great game on the Orisa, but you see like these comps and you're trying to like force something in and make it work, and playing around X hero, right, has such a benefit for X hero, right, that like it ends up working out. Playing around the Reinhardt doesn't necessarily like it just makes the Reinhardt like live a little bit longer. Like it doesn't exactly like benefit, it doesn't give you like a massive advantage, right, if you're able to make a Reinhardt per se work, right? It's just you can make a Reinhardt work. That's I think the downside of it, where some heroes in the past have been forced into metas, but when you can actually make it work with them, they can like dominate the game, right? If you play around that hero, the Ryan can't exactly do that.
I think that's why, like, for me, just watching if a team is like really utilizing the Ryan, that like gets me excited, because it's more difficult than using a meta, I guess, comp with Orisa, right? But it is definitely super hard to do. So if you could pull that off, that makes you look really good. But I mean, that is the difficult part, right?
Yeah, but if you don't pull it off, then you get eliminated.
Then you lose.
You get eliminated in groups, right? I mean, that's kind of the downside of it. I mean, that's why a lot of people will play something like the Orisa based setup, because it's better, it's safer, it's easier to play, right? Like you're not committing your whole life to do it. That's kind of why you see it happen.
Yeah, I agree. All right, it's time for our post-match interview, and for this one we got. Never mind. No interview.
Solo interview.
All right.
You're interviewing me. You can
interview your show. Yeah. We got Matt. Matt. What do you have to say about how'd you get this win?
I contributed a lot to this win. Wub, obviously we had him on the show the other day. Thought that this was going to be a 3-0.
Yeah.
We ended up, giving up a map because we didn't look that good on that map. But when they go Reinhardt, we go Bastion. We break the shield. Reinhardt die. And then we just win, and we made it look easy.
Solid, yeah. It almost feels like we actually had an interview.
Yeah, are you gonna 3-0 the Toronto to fight next, Matt? Is that what you feel is?
Yeah, absolutely. Those guys stink. There's no chance they win a match against me and the rest of Avidity.
Yeah, well. All right, we're taking a look at the Group C bracket. Of course, Nightmare was the first one to move on to the main stage, and with this win, the one that's moving up to the main event, it is going to be Radix Avidity. Great stuff.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, so this is Group C. So second seed from Group C has to play Citrus Nation in their first matchup. So, you know what? I will say that Radix Avidity have what it takes to give us a good game there. I'm looking forward to that immensely. I like it, of course. NRG Shock are playing Toronto to fight in their first game. We didn't talk about that previously, but yeah, look, I think that now we have like Shikigami and Radix Avidity making it through to the main event. I'm really glad to see that. We're seeing some teams that haven't really had the chance to show what they're capable of at that level. So bring them on.
Yeah, and Avidity's looked good. They have some really talented players, right? So I think an opportunity, obviously going up against any of the number one seeds going to be really difficult, but an opportunity to make some noise, maybe going a little bit deeper into this. What about it?
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a main event schedule later on at the end of the day. So we'll see which team plays, which teams will be playing which. But for now, we are going back to the the post-match interview, and for this one we got Twals for a quick check. Twals, hello.
Hello.
Hey, big congratulations, great job. I mean, I think that was a really exciting match to watch. How did you guys sort of prepare for your match against Rampage, like knowing that they were going to sort of utilize, lean heavily into that Ryan comp?
Well, we were just gonna play Ressa everywhere and Bastion, and then Bon was just gonna swap between like whatever felt good for her, and that was basically the game plan. Play our turns with Bastion and then kill them.
Tors, you're second in Group C, so you end up going up against Citrus Nation in the first round of the main event. First of all, congrats on making the main event. That's awesome. How are you feeling about that matchup? Obviously, Citrus Nation get out of their group even above TSM, so looking like they're a little dangerous. Have you thought at all about what you should expect from them?
From Citrus?
Yeah.
Orisa and Queen, like Zep likes to play those characters, I guess. Yeah. So, Tap is a strong Tracer player. For the rest, like we haven't really looked too much into Citrus Nation yet, so but we will now that we are top 8.
You got some time before that match kicks off, but I want to ask, really strong Risa play all throughout the series today. Around the ultimate Terror Surge, explain to me a little bit about what the decision making is on when you want to use that or hold on to it, as we saw you get some good value out of them.
I mean, it's a really clutch ult sometimes, but it's usually probably best used to set up the tempo, like when you're already using forcing cooldowns and you're winning trades. It's really good to close fights out. I had some really bad ults as well, I won't lie. So
and we won't highlight those. All right. Only
we already forgot.
Here.
All right, Tools, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much, and good luck in the main event.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I made it through that. I don't know how I made it through that, but I did. I wasn't ready for
that was interesting.
That
was a new one. That was interesting. But that was Tools from RadX Avidity. Great to hear from him. And now we're gonna move on to our Face It League CTA, guys. I know you guys all love Face It, so we got season 3 of Face It League to look forward to. Signups are unfortunately closed, so actions are officially on the way. Follow at FaceIt_Overwatch on X to keep up to date on everything that's going down.
Yeah, no, obviously the signups closed around my birthday, so thank you all the people who signed up for my birthday and Zoe's birthday as well. Yep. So now season 3 will get underway. The finals probably wrap up sometime around the holidays, so it'll be fun to see who comes out there.
Heck yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I really enjoyed getting to cover our Face It Master last season. We got Juno early, which was kind of a nice treat, but yeah, it's been good competition.
All right. Break, and then when we come back, last match of the day, and it's going to be between TSM and Team Z. It's Mitch's favorite one, so stick around. Welcome back, everybody. Our final match, our final decider match is going to be in Group D. TSM versus Team Z. On paper, TSM should get this win, right? All right, Mitch?
Yeah, I mean, yes. Look, I mean, it was a bit of a struggle, I think, for TSM up against Citrus Nation. That's the only reason why they're in this position. But it was like a competitive series, like all the way through. Close Lijiang, Throne of Anubis, I mean, went to 9 as it always tends to do. The push map was pretty close. And Gibraltar, I mean, maybe a little bit of a fall off there. But this team should be good right now. Riker, King, Vision. You have your Genji, you have your Cassidy player, you have Lyra in the back line. You know, there's no reason why you can't do work. If IC that can sub in, you got Renka that can come in, Rockets there as well. Please qualify for the main event, TSM. I'm begging you.
Well, we want them to do more than qualify, right? I think we want them to qualify and then play well. As I know, the winner of this match would play against Nightmare, right? So not an easy matchup. But we'll take a look at the Team Z lineup. We saw X10 the other day, some really nice hit scan play.
Yes. I think the DPS of this team is so good. They are so good. X10 on the, I think obviously like Peace on the Genji, X10 on like the Cassidy, I think it was, really solid. I was very, very impressed by this team, especially like seeing how they had like, you know, emerged from the groups and obviously like the way that they had to fight through. And that Absolution team, I also thought were pretty solid. I don't know, like this whole group, I'm pretty happy with it. So again, for a team that only managed to take the one map off Citrus Nation, I'm going somewhere with this, trust me. And they won it on Control.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I do want to see them get out of the gate strong. Take a Control map win. Let's see what TSM do when you make them sweat.
All right. Well, I mean, we're going to find out right now because the players are ready. That means I'm going to leave. It's time for you guys to start talking even more. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, let's jump in. TSM versus Team Z. A lot of black and white out here. That's fine.
A rare non-Lijiang tower.
Okay, Nepal sighting. Interesting. Not the least. I think Ilios is probably even less common than that, maybe. But again, we will see Nepal played out between these two. Again, so much room for that Farah play. That's sometimes why teams like to go here. Although, like, you can do much the same on, on a map like Lijiang Tower. I think it's marginal. I think it might just be a very mild preference. Lijiang offers many of the same sort of compositions, opportunities to play particular heroes as Nepal does at times. Maybe you're hoping for like a village high roll or something similar. Either way, X10 and Peace look great. We hyped them up a little bit, but we are looking at King and Vision alongside Riker. Incredibly experienced players, especially through contenders for many years. I want to see TSM just come out of the gates and, show some momentum.
TSM, what do you think about them potentially not playing the Orisa? Gonna play some D.Va here, D.Va with Squid on the Zen. So see how this plays out into the Queen, where the Queen's gonna have it feels like a great time here fighting over the point against that D.Va.
I definitely feel you'd probably rather have the Orisa here. Teams here have like a composition that, I don't know. I mean, you do not want to get caught with the Discord as Queen, but I think the Zen was intended for Orisa, honestly. So we'll see what the plan is now for TSM. They've seen this little change. They've definitely lost priority just based on the tank matchup here. Poking down that Junker Queen, though, might let them start to take liberties here, get a bit more aggressive towards the point. Painkiller here. You see that Discord on them, but they're getting a lot of healing. Peace low, very, very low, and really susceptible to the Discord themselves here. So eventually, Peace overextends, and the deflect from King is enough to get the player advantage.
Yeah, you do find that kill off of a lot of the extra damage there provided by that Discord orb, like you mentioned. Going to be difficult to kind of collapse onto Squid, and as I say that, Painkiller with a shout just gets right up in the Zen space and takes him out. As Team Z still in control of the point, that's going to be a D-Mech here as well, so Team Z getting off to a nice start.
You have to imagine you want to bring a bit more against the Junker Queen here, as the whip shots and just being able to displace the Queen slightly. Probably a little bit more desirable. And yeah, Riker very quickly going back over to the Orisa saying, well, if you're not going to play her, we will.
So it'll be control for Team Z off the rip. So this will have Riker going over to Orisa here. So still not, some extra damage with the Zen, but it feels like, between rally and everything else that the Brig can provide, even with some extra help there for the Genji, right? That the Brig obviously provides. So, the extra damage output kind of gets negated.
All right, here we go. Orbital Ray from Len. Interesting little off angle here, straight to the Deadeye of Vision. Well, a little bit unfortunate, but still, Team Z able to run up on this one, catch Vision out with a knife, and then that Orbital Ray is heading in the wrong direction from TSM. Rampage pretty good against Transcendence, by the way, but even with anti-heal active, getting rid of Painkiller at Hanmei was huge.
Yeah, we talked about the other day, right? The use of the Queen ult, the Rampage against Orbital Ray, right? Denying a lot of the healing benefits of Orbital Ray, all the healing benefits of it. Same type of deal against the Transcendence, right? So that should be a little bit of an advantage there for Team Z as TSM, they use everything in that fight. Now Peace will be able to come back in with a Blade. Could be huge, right? Because there's no Brig on the other side, obviously with like a Rally Bash or anything like along those lines. So potentially a free big Blade here for Peace.
All right, extend it with a little bit of that dynamite, but in they come anyway. Blade for Peace. Yep, getting Liar in the end. They can't quite get away. Right, a little snipe out. There's still only 3 up for TSM. Can they get value out of the Ashe on that high ground still? Vision is in a good spot. King being able to deflect, find that Hanbei pick off is good, but I don't see Team Z giving this one up either. Great dynamite, so Vision is actually churning out damage from this high ground, and Riker has been very hard to shift at every javelin hitting Painkiller. This is a great way to stall the point, and there'll be reinforcements here in no time too.
Yes, Axton gets quite low, as I believe he just had Len there to heal, so not enough healing output to keep the players on Team Z alive. So that's a huge fight win there for TSM, as Riker just staying on the point takes some damage. You can get the heal onto Squid to get another Transcendence, so that's a massive fight win there for TSM. Probably keeps them in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been game winning, but we'll see if that holds. As Vision gets taken down, perhaps they were still perched on that high ground. Painkiller wants to push up, and here's the Transcendence. Yeah, no Junker Queen ultimate available quite yet. Len dicing with death and a Discord orb on the Juno. They're able to get away. Blade from King, can it break the deadlock? They do get that Juno down finally, and just whips around, dealing with the Cassidy. I don't think TSM might have this. They've got that player advantage now to work with. Flip back onto the point, deal with the Junker Queen.
Oh, yeah,
they might be there.
The rally used too. The rally used by Hanbei that they try and use there. They do flip the point, so may give themselves an opportunity to get a touch here as X10 goes over to Tracer.
Maybe the Genji touches here. Yes, overtime secured. Peace takes a big hit for that. Can't quite get away. Riker pursues doggedly. Bob here defensive just to cover the point. And Painkiller just blown to smithereens before they can move up. That's the risk against this poke style. Bob also lending his firepower to the mix. Looks like he's actually able to fire off the point there. TSM, bring it back.
Yeah, it looks like Vision actually just tries to like move the Bob, just like knocks him around the corner there, so Abel can get some shots down. But really competitive round number 1 here between TSM and Team Z. So TSM has enough in the end. They have to make some changes off their original comp, right? They end up coming out with a Diva base composition, but they'll continue to run this Zen.
I think, I mean, it's fine. I definitely think it's a confident pick. It feels a bit scary against, you know, any anti-heal effects, excuse me. And do we just, I mean, this comp is like a big, sorry, excuse my vernacular, a big FU to Zen if they're gonna play Sigma on Sanctum, okay.
I think obviously the Zen is like probably going after like the Queen, right? The Discord. So like now you play behind this Sigma shield, which Sigma obviously very good on this point. On Nepal, you can really negate any of the effects that Zen would have. And then you're also going to play a Zen of your own.
I just want to point out, Sigma is more than fine right now. Like I think again, got like a light balance pass, but it's still super viable. All the tanks like feel like pretty even footing. It's just not a comp that like, you know, uses the Juno ultimate as well as others because they want to poke and not hard engage. Obviously, you know, Juno ultimate wants you to walk up with the beam. Harmony though picked off early, despite the Sigma shield. And we're able to keep the Zen in the fight here, so this will be, yeah, Painkiller being forced back over towards Spawn, and Riker gets to take up this right side of the point now. Now this gets a bit annoying for Sigma.
Yes, now once you have control of this area, right, it's difficult for Sigma to move up. That's where you can definitely see the Orisa start to come together, where, you know, you would potentially even think that you would play a little bit further up there if you're TSM, as now they actually start to move on in.
Riker just ignoring Painkiller, do not care. Where's your DPS, brother? I'm trying to get into the cookie jar here. Again, when you're fortified, not even the accretion can get your attention. So that is a problem for the Sigma comp. They do not want to be run up on, which is exactly what TSM are trying to do.
Yeah, just you use that orbital ray and you see Riker just run straight on through, past the opponents. You know, as that spear spin, just putting down that extra damage. There's no fear that you know, he's gonna get taken out there. So huge start here this round. TSM, they'll move up past the halfway point. So Peace trying to make this far work from the side here. Hasn't really been able to find anything in terms of kills. Just kind of just damage.
Yeah, damage that hasn't really been capitalized on either, Matt. That's kind of been the issue here. Team Z have not factored in this round very much. Again, Sigma who? Don't care. Gonna push past you. Painkiller with the Discord all there, so that Terror Surge hits a little harder. They do have okay. They do have ult. Riker's also used their Fortify already, so they can't just drop out of that easily, and there's Peace with a barrage. Nice. Bob's traded out. Layer at least able to get rid of it now, but Team Z have that player advantage. And also, of course, that Gravitic Flux.
I mean, they should be able to get the point now, right? I mean, flip the point here, everybody's dead, and this is where Team Z, Mitch, I think you can actually start to make some, like, serious progress in terms of bouncing back, right? You have this Flux here at the choke. They're gonna have double support ult on the side of TSM. What? Do they not know Vision's here? I guess not.
They do not have the awareness. What is the play here? Oh, see the Sigma skin, you can't see his feet. Like, why have they done that? Just realized that. He's got boat shoes or something? Sacrilegious. Oh, okay. Vision inside the orbital. Ray still dies. Yeah, that's X10's obviously headshot pressure. There's the Flux. Okay. Bye, Dr. Van de Kuiper, whatever they call you. That's tough, yeah. Getting displaced there by Riker pretty comfortably. TSM should be able to move back for a flip here. X10 is still scary. Hanbei too, apparently. But the point should be getting flipped up behind Riker. Now they can pull off of it probably, or just play inside this small room.
Yeah, as TSM will get very close here to taking the round. You're probably going to be able to get a touch here from Team Z. Looks like one player kind of steps up onto the point. X10 trying to put some pressure on in the back line. That's going to be a dynamite that connects.
Oh my goodness! The shots across the map for Squid are huge. X10 taken low, and then Riker just moves up to finish the job. Switch to the Orisa comes a little late in the day for Painkiller. And Team Z concede Nepal.
So pretty close Nepal, I would say, all things considered. I think TSM comes out, plays some characters that I think probably tries to counter what Team Z was going to do on the other side, right? Specifically looking at that Zen pick for maybe Team Z wanting to play the Queen. The Team Z, they kind of try and go with a Sigma comp in round number 2. Doesn't exactly work, but pretty back and forth, though, I would say.
Yeah, look, first round, absolutely. I don't think the TSM are expecting to see Junker Queen out of the gate. The Diva looks
probably not
pretty bad against that. You don't want to be there. The defense actually doesn't do a whole lot. You're not mitigating like all this poke damage here. They keep the Zen though. I always feel like Team Z having Zen on Sanctum is more reasonable of a pick given the rest of the comp to play around. But Squid is nasty with it, able to get value out of Transcendence even with the threat of Junker Queen's Rampage. So a lot to work with, I think, and I'd be pretty happy with this outcome if you're TSM. You can kind of play whatever and still get the dub here in the first map.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of the highlights here from the first round is King, I mean, had some 2 kills here. That's when they use the rally kind of at the end there, and you see this little Bob, he's just kind of moving him, just edging him around the corner there. Is finally able to put some damage down. Not more of a defensive stance from Bob, pushes him around the corner.
Yeah, I can see here this. Yeah, orbital ray. I think we saw a couple of players even die within that, so burst damage will still get you there. But for the most part, right, Riker is ignoring Painkiller. This was, I think, the one moment where Team Z are actually able to get back in here. So there's a barrage, there's Riker overextends, but the game gets a bit complicated because there's 2 Bobs in play. So maintaining LOS to the Orisa there is a little bit hard. This is sad. Very sad.
I mean,
you can't actually do anything about that against Orisa. That's why it's so annoying to get run up on by this comp.
Well,
you can't really like reliably.
Doctor what?
Well, his last name is De Kuiper because he's Dutch, right?
Yeah.
I think I added a couple extra words.
First name. Yeah.
No, I said Dr. Van de Kuiper because I just assumed being Dutch he has Van in his last name. I don't think that's true, but it's fine. I reckon I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids and Matt bringing it up.
Lore experts, check him out. Fact check him. We get the lore experts.
Yeah, I thought we weren't fact checking. Sorry, I thought fact checking was banned in this debate.
Nah, here on this show we do that. Here we do that.
Why is my mic being muted?
Yeah, muted his mic. TSM, they won't get a map selection here coming up. It'll be Team Z, where like, do you go like if you wanted to play Queen, let's say, right, and that was kind of what you wanted to do, probably look at like a New Junk City, right? Like I don't think you really get play a Zen on maps like that.
Yep. We've seen our own New Queen Street as well.
What you want to do?
You can go there.
New Queen Street as well. So there's definitely some options for Team Z.
Honestly, I've seen her on Esperanza. I've seen her on Runasapi as well. Options there. I just don't think you want to deal with maps that have this like really oppressive level of high ground, unless you have like really reliable ways to get your queen where she needs to be. Control is like a reasonable map for it, especially Shrine, because she can block LOS in the middle of the point, so you can contest and also, you know, LOS those projectiles. King's Row here picked for Team Z. TSM like, I think we know how to play this one. Let's see what we've got.
This is an absolute must-win though map for Team Z. Like you know, you lose here, you go down 0-2. I think it is pretty tough to be able to try and bounce back at that point. So we'll see now. Team Z can kind of even up the odds. So, King's Row obviously gives you a lot of different flexibility in terms of what you want to play.
Look, absolutely. I think that like that tried and true Orisa star for TSM is going to be great. We've seen Diva here. Fine. I mean, could do so much with that high ground control. Especially in terms of trying to get your hit scan up there, pave the way for them. We've seen even Orisa comps try and do that. So I'm happy to see this here from Team Z. Again, we talked about this in the previous series and you felt like, why are we picking King's Row against a team that we feel like might pound for pound be better than me? But this again is just the last stand for so many of these teams, trying to put their best foot forward. I have no issues with Team Z. I think they look great at DPS here. Hanzo out of the gates will be fun. Again, Hanzo can now one-shot 250 HP heroes. Not that there's that many of those left in the game, but still be quite effective.
What do you think about this though for TSM? Obviously on defense, they'll be playing the Alari, a hero that's kind of fallen out of the meta, deeply out of the meta, right? She was like pretty picked often in our previous stage, even like in Face It a little bit. We saw, you know, some Alari from the NA region now playing the Juno. This could be another little interesting wrinkle on defense, as it'll be Team Z actually playing the Orisa here off the rip.
All right, have a look. Not much to be seen there though. And the Hanzo, of course, will be switched off. So May Cassidy here. TSM love a little bit of this Diva look, and they're happy enough to try it against the Orisa. Okay, so annoying on the high ground, oppressive, also denies people trying to perch up there. Squid just playing whatever they like here, which I am very much here for. But Rika did get desuited there, and they have no May left.
Well, I mean, you have no May, and then your tank is also out of mech. So essentially, you don't have really a tank either. I mean, if they would have been able to get that kill there onto Rika, that would have been huge. But they actually ramped through the hotel instead of putting pressure on the Diva.
That's allowed Rika to back up here. High ground reassumed by Vision. Extended Vision's training at the moment. Don't really know what Painkiller does from there. He probably wishes he had the Halt ability, the old Orisa. Not likely, fam. I won't be happy.
Yoink them down.
Exactly. That was pretty busto. King's back in the fight here, of course, so May set up. And TSM playing a good neutral here, not overcommitting. They have slowly let Painkiller get this ledge control now. And I think Rika was hoping to unseat them there, but that doesn't work, so... But who's joining Painkiller? What are they doing with this high ground? It's unclear what the plan is from here on out for Team Z.
Yeah, Painkiller's not going to just run through this high ground alone, right? You know, what is... I mean, you're denying this, like, perch, right? But is the plan just run through and try and, 1v1 a Cassidy there? Is Peace will get King?
There's nothing to see here. For Extend, and Vision finds him from the high ground. Painkiller low, Rally might not be enough to save them here. Fan that bloody hammer, son. Painkiller does fall.
Benefits of the rally. I mean, they're up on the high ground. The rally's down there by the hotel. I mean, they're not even... that's got to be a new rally tech, right? If it's cross map, but not even able to get anything there. I mean, that's like you mentioned though, Mitch. Like, what is the goal of Painkiller taking that position? Like, if you had a Genji that can get up there and maybe play from the opposite side, or you're playing afar and poking, right? You take that position, great. But like, and everybody else on the ground, what's the goal?
Yeah, what is the plan? That pylon's in a super annoying spot, by the way. I don't remember that one. Very hard to see. So Vision here can sort of poke with a level of confidence now. Still no ticks yet. Peace has found King though, so that far has finally been grounded. Rika's low, but can get a remake here if they're left alive. Captive some for Squid, but the follow-up opportunities don't really seem to be there. They did get Peace though. And now, poke this Orisa down. Painkiller getting a little bit low, but orbital rays available here for Laya. Is going to let them go straight away. Len also has one of their own, and Laya gets caught out there. Vision has to go to work, but Orisa's so healthy, benefiting from all that healing from the Juno, and now there's a rally up for Hanbei. Team Z can't lose this fight.
Yeah, I mean, you have Squid still alive, somehow makes it to the high ground here with Vision. They're trying to get healed all up. That's going to be getting closer towards that second checkpoint here, but Squid finds peace, so you may not even get second checkpoint out of this. It gets contested here. It's going to be a rally from Hanbei as we're below a minute.
Okay, Painkiller still needs to be shifted here, right? Of course, returning on the Orisa. Vision still getting healed by that bloody pylon. It's just not stopped. Squid has almost built yet another captive sun here. So much freedom. Looks like Peace has gone up there. Can they get rid of Vision? They need the pylon gone first, I think. Here comes Riker back on. He does allow at least Team Z to get some more capture progress, but now the fight is really on, and Vision again wants to try and explode from the high ground. Hindrance there, Captive Sun debuff on Peace as well, and eventually Squid gets the job done. Yeah, Iliari, such a nice adjustment here for TSM. And Team Z, they're almost out of time.
Yeah, I mean, the spot that they have the pylon in, like you mentioned, that is some filthy stuff, is not really able to get any type of angle to take it out, and Team Z, they've tried a bunch of different things, right? Lots of changes across their DPS line. They have found nothing that works thus far. They're gonna have an orbital array probably for both sides, but TSM ends up with double DPS ultimate, right? So they're in a pretty decent spot.
Peace is gonna try it again. It's just a Sisyphean task to try and unseat Vision, who's dropped down to the high ground anyway, and there's two! Oh, the perfect kills too! Orisa and Juno dead to the Deadeye, and nothing they could do about it. That was nasty from TSM. Man, guys, it's gonna be such a close game. TZ, you're gonna make it really interesting. Shut up! Shut up! I knew this is gonna happen. No one ever listens to me.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we have there's reason why we don't. You know, usually highly inaccurate.
No, you got.
we just said we had to fact check you in the last break, but
what was the result of that fact check? His name was Seabird or something like that. I don't know.
Seabird.
Yeah. Sigma's first name
is Seabird.
Yeah. You've never spoken to a Dutch person?
Bird. Okay.
Not spelled the same way. His name is.
I've never spoken to somebody called Seabird.
Yeah, I mean you should. I read it's Sebrin rather.
Oh, I mean that's completely different.
Oh yeah, I'm talking. Of course, I'm talking to someone named Sebrin. Yeah.
I mean that sounds like a real name. I mean Seabird is like
Seabird. Seabird.
Type of bird.
SIEBERT is 100% a name, by the way. I didn't say Seabird. Come on.
Yeah, you said SEA bird.
Also,
BIRD.
I've literally met people from the United States of America whose first name is Bird.
Oh, well, the producer just came in here and said that he has no idea what you're doing.
No, because if he'd done that, I would have heard it too.
Correct. Nah, I mean, you're just making things up at this point. Team Z on defense in a world of hurt here at the moment. They got 90% right on the point, so I guess I know you don't have to get, it's a little bit harder than getting that one checkpoint. They got to be careful of King.
Yeah.
Trying to line up some of those shots. The Widow is they'll go to that Pharah Widow? No, okay, it'll be a Widow Genji look.
Okay, we've seen that this generates so much pressure. Team Z don't really have a great option for answering this. They have the Genji, but I mean, Zen got the pick. It's like a Violet got money moment.
Now you have to play over the point, right? This is going to allow you to just get that Discord orbed out on whoever. Now this is going to be like 2 for Squid in the fight. It's, who steps up to contest here? I mean, there's a Pharah here above the point. You got to deal with the Orisa on it. You're going to get discorded. Is Painkiller comes out of his lair there after getting the Mega Health Pack. Is going to get onto the point. Not going to last long, though.
Yeah, this one should be over in a couple moments here. Discord Orb on Peace. Trying to find the Pharah. Should have chosen War instead at this rate. Oh, Tracer recall away. And that'll be that. TSM close up King's Row. And what a sick, honestly, what a sick full hold on defense. They first show us like a diva-based comp, and they're basically asking Team Z to have a plan. Like, what are you guys here to do? You want to take some high ground? We'll give you some, but how are you going to like translate that into point control? You have to drop and contest at some point. Eventually, Team Z do. They figure it out. They start to put pressure on that point down. Reich is back on the Orisa, and all of a sudden, you're in a whole different situation. It's a whole other kettle of fish to manage.
I mean, map 1, I was still high on Team Z. They look pretty good. Map number 2, not as much, right? As I think the Alari for TSM was an awesome addition on defense, right? It was making a big impact, you saw. being able to kind of like sit up on the high ground, keep the players alive up there, and then can just focus on damage. Is you take a look at some of the highlights, probably all going to be TSM clips here.
Yeah, I mean, look, a couple moments here. Actually, we did at least get to see some Team Z stuff, but I mean, the Iliari comp is really good. The pylons being ignored here, of course, is kind of something you have to do, but the fact that like Vision gets to play that like very aggressive spot on the high ground and never really has to be like actively attended to by one of his teammates, just like babysit the pylon and just never die. His Captive Sunny was really nice. Follow-up was good. So the outburst as well to make sure that Hanbei would be caught in the line of sight of Vision. I love that. I love that look from from TSM. It's very clear to see what they're trying to do with this composition. And Riker just realizes that it's better to switch the Orisa so you can really just stand and fight, because you know that high grounds are really no threat. Like, how many times did Peace try and go up there and fight the Cassidy? You're basically 1v2ing with the pylon in play. I mean, it's just definitely more effective than a lot of players in my game. So it's very, very hard to get past that high ground hit scan pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, I like the idea, you know, to get up towards that high ground, right, and make the play like you were talking about, but not with the Orisa. You probably need, or if you're gonna have the Orisa go there, you need another hero to kind of come from that opposite side, right, and end up getting there in like a pinch. Just doing it solo is not gonna work, as you see some of the stats there. Quite ugly for Team Z.
Obviously, I invoked the name of Violet there because we used to see this from the old Houston team. Like, they would like play Zen on King's Road, right? One of the few teams that would do it against Dive, and Violet would just end up randomly killing like 1 or 2 people, and would really change the texture of the game. And again, when you have like this really commanding high ground presence, you can play something that's maybe a little bit more squishy. The Widow switch as well to claim it. Nicely done by TSM. Yeah. So, map 3. Coming just around the corner. Do Team Z have a curveball to throw? It'll be a Hail Mary if that. So stick around. Map 3 of this last match of the day is coming up. Welcome back, folks. It's Team Z here in a position where they are teetering on the edge of being eliminated and seeing TSM advance to the main event here, OWCS Stage 4. It's up here, X10 out, XCal in. Looking to make the change now, as it must have something up their sleeve. Am I getting Gibraltar vibes? No.
No, you're getting Throne of Anubis vibes. That's a little bit of a. You were like, hey, maybe they got a curveball. Well, here it is, right? Throne of Anubis. Formerly the artist formerly known as Temple of Anubis. Now in new form. We'll see what Team Z has, right? X10 plays a lot of the hit scan for this team. We'll see what they bring in XCal to play.
A Tracer player, maybe? We do sometimes see some of that when you can play Tracer Venture, Tracer Genji. You can try that style, of course, on these kind of maps. Now, we've seen a lot of our Clash maps end up being fairly close to the end, and quite often, actually, somehow you sort of tend to be advantaged by losing the first point. It can really depend how the game breaks here, but we are fighting it back and forth across this map, and the first team for 5-point captures will win. We've seen a lot of 5-4, so expect this one to be messy. But hey, we did mention, like, you know, I think it was maybe in a previous series that Junker Queen does have legs here, can definitely get some work done. And XCal, what will it be? The Sim switched to Tracer. Yep, there you go.
Yep. Okay, so like you were right. It's Team Z coming out. Tracer, Genji, Queen set up. I mean, it's gotta happen, you know, once every 7 years, right? How long we do this now?
It's such an arbitrary number. About 8, I think. Yeah, too long.
8? Yeah. I mean,
about 8 years too long, but
I probably need about a year or two before that. So once every 10 years, no. You get it right.
Okay. All right. Oh, hey, this is hectic. This is frenzied fighting. I mean, the hyper ring's being used by both sides here. I think getting rid of the Junker Queen though is a big deal. Raya able to stay alive. XCal just pulls up short there. And these grenades are going to be important. There are so many people that could really be muted by that hindrance.
Yeah, Peace gets a few nice kills there on the Genji. I just don't think it's going to be enough, right? They do a nice job for TSM keeping Vision alive, and like you mentioned, right? You get that Queen out of the way. You can definitely survive a little bit longer. So XCal just one spawn on the Tracer. Now we're going to go over the cast right away.
All right. Here they come forward, TSM on the point, Peace close to a blade, though it's going to be Painkiller falling first again, though. Not what you want to see, and Peace is already headed for the hills. This one, cooked. He was a bit of a long shot for Team Z to try and have a chance of taking C first, but no, TSM get the first point on the board.
I feel like you're going to see this, though, like Team Z, right, with the way they want to play with this comp, maybe a little bit less with the Cassie in the mix, but playing it with the Tracer, like, you need to take fights. Like, as you know, there's no reason for them to stand there and poke in the neutral, right? So you're going to see them kind of go all in on TSM. You just hope if you're Team Z, it doesn't look like how it did on that first point.
All right. So far, not so bad for TSM. Already want to start this fight off early. Going to be a rally from Hanbei, though. Painkiller gets a nice axe connection, though. Hey, no one walking away from that one. Not even White Geo. Rikey here as well. Going to have that Terror Surge. Oh, yeah, no point using it here, as the rally really seems to be enough for TSM to have to give this up.
Yeah, I mean, everybody falls there for TSM. See, I don't even know if they're going to be able to get a touch. It looks like probably just going to play back for point C, get a setup there. So Team Z takes our second point of the game. We'll go back to point C, fight over this mid-map.
Painkiller did hit a knife there. Caught by a javelin instantly, though. So there's always this awkwardness for Junker Queen. Knocked back by javelins, by whip shots. Taking a lot of damage to advance. Doesn't mean Len gets a lot of ult charge, in fairness. It's really about getting teams these pieces in position. They got double DPS ultimate, but King's gonna pop his blade first, and in we go. Command and shout used there by Painkiller, but those torpedoes are gonna get the job done. Squid throws them out. Now XCal's falls backwards, tries to throw a grenade rather to cover the retreat. The TSM wanted more, and they're looking at having C for themselves yet again.
Yeah, and just can you get this second fight in a row, right? So that'll be the second point there for TSM. Can you just win back-to-back fights, right? That's what you're looking to do here, because Team Z not really able to build up towards anything in that previous fight, right? They're going to come in here, though, with a little bit of damage and healing. They'll poke around. They're going to get Rampage and Orbital Ray. But high ground control here for TSM. Maybe Vision can pick one off early. Squid also, with the damage being put down, going to build up towards an Orbital Ray.
Painkiller might be aiming a Rampage here, but everyone's on the high ground. It's terrible for the Queen. Vision drops. Deflect expires, but Peace gets out of the way. Oh no! Painkiller lost to the Deadeye. Devastating for Team Z now to have to play with 4. Orbital Ray, really unnecessary. They're given what they were able to do in that fight. Key pick, and this will give them D Team Z should be able to come back in and stop this map from ending prematurely.
And Painkiller, I mean, that's a tough one right there. And I mean, they get around the corner, right? And they know that the Deadeye is coming. And I think players all have, internal clocks, right? Knew the Deadeye was kind of coming up soon. Yes. But obviously doesn't have the knowledge that Vision has gone through speed ring on the opposite side, right? And then just turns the corner.
Nice Rampage. 5 players in by the Rampage. Everyone bleeding out. Beautiful. I mean, point is hard to take as it is. But that was impossible after TSM get hit by a fat ultimate from Painkiller. Very, very nice. And that'll get them back now in a fighting position for D.
I mean, 5-player Rampage there. I mean, not much else you can do about that if you're TSM. So Team Z, they kind of hold serve on their defensive spawn in their base. As now we'll go back to fight over point B, where TSM will try and get control of some of this high ground yet again. So no 2 fight wins in a row. TSM did try and put some pressure on the Team Z base, but those base checkpoints like A and E are very difficult to get.
Riker wants to step up here. There's a rally though that TSM will have to contend with. Excal? No, couldn't get the Deadeye off, but pieces there with the blade. Liar does get pummeled here by the other Brig. That kill for King might be big. Okay, Terror Surge, good damage though on Len. Now that blade, King picks the perfect time to go for it here, and TSM might get in this point back here. They haven't begun to cap it. Painkiller is still very healthy, but reinforcement should be close for, honestly, both teams.
Yeah, it was like a 2v1 there with Peace being taken out there. The blade from King was huge. As it was Riker in King alive against Painkiller, and it's going to be a little bit earlier here for the people of TSM getting on back. It'll be a Deadeye that comes through here with the speed ring yet again.
All right, that one's went straight into the shield of Hanbei, but Laia was there with some revenge shield bash kill. Now TSM would win the map either way if they took this point, so don't get too excited. Tough to take this one, but already Excal's gone down. Painkiller though there with the axe. This is where Junker Queen definitely can thrive. Orbital Ray though, TSM what they've done now. Rally also going to get popped. Point is not unlocked yet, that's the problem. It doesn't unlock for another 10 seconds. They bang these massive ults out.
Yes, Hanbei goes over to the Zen, just I think from that upside perch there in the back, just trying to put down some damage there. So now point E is unlocked. It looks like TSM going to be pushed back off the point here. So I wonder if they just decide, hey, you know what, let's just fall back and fight over D again. That's what it looks like they're going to do at the moment.
It's a little dangerous because if they get snowballed to the next 2 points, they've lost the map. But obviously they have a plan. They feel like they can fight when the fighting is fair. It is not at E. The defender's advantage is ridiculous. So here we go. Match point for TSM still. He's hoping to chase here. A little ways away from a blade, though. Vision forced to concede that high ground away. It's King falling, though. Excal found them. Looks like they got really snarled up here, and this is... Oh dear, this is looking like it might be a double match point at this rate. Fighting over C to end the map. Riker's having to deal with Hanbei, though. There's no Zen in play.
Yeah, this is the scary part about giving it up, right? It's highly unlikely. I mean, we haven't seen, at least in NA, any of the games that we've done, where a home point, whether A or E, has been taken. But just giving it up at that point, right, allows Excal to build up for some of these ults and maybe not giving it up.
Rampage comes out, though. 3 players going to be hit by the anti-heal. Liar down. Excal did fall in the meantime. Squid needs this orbital ray up as soon as possible. Somehow Riker was able to find peace, but the Zen's a problem. The Discord orb here really making Riker concerned. Still, they've stopped the cap. That's at least something TSM can hang their hats on. They can come back into the next fight. Len might not still have that orbital ray to work with.
I mean, do you orbital right now? I mean, you're going to get Riker back out onto the point.
Oh, let's do it again! King got into the spawn, went to spawn camp, the Juno. Here's the Deadeye from Excal, managed to find Squid. That is going to be the ray already used though by the Juno. Can they get in there? Can they make use of it? Peace is forced to stop blocking, move away. Deadeye there made a lot of space by Vision, but you still need to finish the job if you're TSM. Peace sees Liar, sees Vision here with the Discord orb, wants to go in for the kill. Dangerous stuff though, as Riker turns 180 and throws the javelin at the defending Genji. Liar also discorded. Painkiller has to give this ground though. Halfway to the cap for Team C, and now their orbital ray is online. This is getting pretty feverish. Now Riker drops again with another Terror Surge, trying to force the Junker Queen away from her optimal range, but in with the Discord Orb now comes the Ray. Team Z throws it down, it's going to be Painkiller with a Rampage now. Riker's already fallen though, and the way is open for Team Z to clean this fight up and hold on to the Queen ultimate.
Yeah, oh man, just back and forth there. Team Z finally comes out on top. Some changes for both sides just to get back make it interesting as it'll be Vision going back to the Cassidy here. We will end things where we started. Checkpoint C opens on up. As I think probably the biggest thing there, Mitch, is Len has to use that orbital ray towards the end there, so not going to have it back for a bit here, as Liar's going to open things up here with a rally.
Terra Surge for Riker still held in reserve. Play on that low ground there, but Peace has gone low. Commanding Shout's going to keep them alive, and Vision goes down to a torpedo of all things. Liar with the rally now. TSM have priority on the point, and Painkiller is already out of the fight. We might see a stall from Team Z by a little bit of time. This is it for both teams. Double map point. But Peace is down. Team Z have to give it up for now, but can they get a touch? Can they get there? I think this is done. Nobody close enough. Yep, Excal eventually going to get mowed down by Liar. And that will be the series. TSM close it out in a swift 3-0.
Yeah, I thought it may have potentially been a close one, but it is not. TSM, they cement their spot at the main event. I believe it's a first-round matchup against Nightmare. That'll be a really awesome one to see, as Team Z not strong enough in the end.
Whew, that was fun. Clash is good for those fights. Good.
Yeah, Clash is chaos. I mean, there is just a lot of just fighting. Just it feels like an all-out brawl the entire time.
It was, but I mean, TSM definitely, it was 3-0 victory. They looked a lot stronger than Team Z. A lot of great, I think all the players just looked fantastic on TSM.
Yeah, absolutely. I also was quite happy to see TSM still try for the Diva. I thought the King's Row Diva defense should be studied, especially in a meta that features Orisa so strongly. Yeah. Maybe against a higher caliber team, it's harder to get away with that. But the Iliari defense, I was a really big fan of that. Also, a little Zen play on Nepal. Zen? I'm kind of vibing. It's a flavor win at least.
Yeah, they did a lot of different things, interesting things that we haven't seen a lot of other teams do, right? Talking about TSM, that definitely ended up paying off, right? We saw Squid play some Zen, we saw the Ilari, which on King's Row we definitely liked. So a lot of different types of compositions here out of TSM to get the win.
Give me more of this Iliari. This is so troll. The turret that shook the world, basically. I don't know. Yeah, look, I'm very happy to see some variety from TSM and no generational chokes this time. They are going to be making a course into the main event, which is frankly where they belong. And also because they can keep breathing down the neck of NRG Shock as well. And make sure we keep them honest, make sure they really earn that spot, heading into Stockholm. Because they're a bit behind, but they're only 140 points or so behind Nightmare. They can make up that gap. Anything could happen. Still in the air, so I'm here for it.
How do you guys feel like TSM is going to do against Nightmare? Because you guys were saying that was going to be the next match in the main event, right? TSM versus Nightmare?
Yeah, I believe, the second out of Group D would play first out of Group C, right? So that would set up a Nightmare versus TSM matchup. Oof. That is...
I do not know. That one
is tough.
That is anyone's game.
Seeker versus
I tell you what, though. So you talked, Mitch, about TSM needing a lot of points to kind of make their way into the real major.
Yeah, that and
Stockholm,
NRG
right?
Shock kind of choking in the main event.
So we see Squid here, player of the match, well deserved, played a lot of different heroes, able to do so. So you mentioned that you need both those things to happen. Toronto plays Shock in round 1. And then on the bottom side of the bracket, the other match with Nightmare and TSM is Fluffy Dreamland Shikigami. So you think that maybe, hey, we win that round 1, we get either Fluffy Dreamland or Shikigami, maybe make a little bit of a run, right? That would get
Honestly,
you a winner. That would get you a winner final. That would get you top 3 guarantee, right? It's not inconceivable, especially Shock. What you play, Toronto in round 1 there for the Shock. That's a tough one. I mean, it's possible.
I'm hyped for this main event. I still think Toronto are above and beyond, just such a good team. But honestly, that second place that's anyone's. And remember, if Toronto, it's important because the Toronto already qualify. The qualification falls down, right? They obviously can't qualify in 2 slots. There's a qualification for top circuit points and then top of stage 4. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, I think main event is shaping up to be really exciting for NA, both NA and EMEA. Well, for now, I think we're gonna do a quick post-match interview. We have a special one for you guys. It's going to be Cap, the coach of TSM, waiting in line for a quick chat.
Yo.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. All right. Hey, first of all, congratulations on getting the win. I mean, you guys really needed this win in order for you to move on to the main event. So, as a coach, how did you prepare your players heading into the match today?
Well, I mean, we kind of assumed that most of the teams with the Korea matches happening, we're just going to copy that comp, and we're pretty good at that comp and playing against it. They did come out with a little bit of unorthodox stuff with the Queen, but it was still all within the realm of, what we're prepped for, and the fundamentals are basically the same, and we just came in and 3-0'd.
We see Squid roll out on Nepal just on the Zen straight away. Is that because you're expecting to see Orisa and maybe a little surprised to see the Queen? You still stick to it, and obviously you get a ton of value from it over the course. So even against the Sig, I think you keep playing the Zen there. What's the thinking bringing that in?
Yeah, well, we do need to strat save a tiny bit, but it's something we've been experimenting with. We think it's pretty strong, and yeah, like you said, especially against the Orisa, it's really, really difficult, especially for a lot of these tanks that really didn't play Overwatch 1 as much and aren't as used to the Zen. It's been catching a lot of people off guard, and yeah.
Yeah, Zen's been a little bit dormant here in Overwatch 2, I think, for a while. But, obviously, congrats, you get a big win here today. That would match you guys up against Nightmare there in the main event in that first round. Early impressions, thoughts, and potentially on what to look out for in that match.
Well, Nightmare, that is like the match that we've really been preparing for the whole time, obviously, because that third spot is kind of, I think, mostly between us and them. So getting to face them early on it's actually kind of nice for us, just because being able to prep directly for that match and just like, kind of get that out of the way as early as possible. The loser of that is going to have to really run the gauntlet in lower bracket probably, because NRG and Toronto play each other almost immediately, which means one of them is going to be your match in lower bracket probably right after that. So I think if we really lock in for that match, which I think we're confident for it, and send them to that lower bracket, it's going to be really hard to claw your way back from that. So we're excited for it.
All right, Coach, we're going to end the interview here. Thank you so much for your insight, and good luck, best of luck going into the main event.
Thank you.
All right, Coach Cap. I think this was our first coach interview.
I think we've spoken to Cap before, but I want to say it was.
I don't think
it's been a bit.
I mean, Cap's had a great run. I think on that. I was coaching the Timeless roster initially, so obviously there's a little experience with Riker and quite a few of these players has sort of come up with them. So I'm really glad to see them sort of finish the year strong, because after getting picked up by TSM, we had a lot of hopes for them, and they just bombed out immediately in that sort of main event, sort of straight after. So they're in the running. They are in the running. They need a couple things to go right, and they themselves need to really.
Maybe this time.
Those two first round matchups, the ones we'll take a look. Obviously, this is TSM advancing, beating Team Z, but because Citrus Nation and Fluffy Dreamland end up getting #1 seeds out of groups. That top of the bracket match of Toronto Defiant against Shock is when we take a look at the overall standing groups, and then the loser of Nightmare versus TSM probably play each other because brackets flip and whatnot. One of those teams out of those four is going to get first round, and that's crazy, because that ends that's a scenario that if Nightmare win, right, and then Shock knockout TSM, right, it definitely changes and shakes things up in NA.
We're on the topic of main event brackets. Here's a visual for you guys of all the matches that will be happening on the main event in about 4 days. A lot of exciting matches. I think all of us could agree that Nightmare TSM is going to be good. Energy Shock, can they beat Toronto? That's another big question.
They always do it. They always do it in the upper bracket.
Yeah, didn't they do it? Didn't they do it in last stage 3, right?
They did. They reverse swept them, or they won in 5 against them, and then Toronto came back and absolutely well, they were bad. So I just, yeah, it's times like that where I still wondering like what the gap is between Toronto and the rest of like NA. It would almost be good for the region to see Toronto like get fairly beaten by some of these like TSM's nightmares and stuff like that. I'm sorry, I just don't see it happening.
It's
exciting.
It's hard to see.
But I want Toronto to get good practice regionally because I'm looking at these Asia teams and I'm like, holy crap, it's like a tsunami that is heading towards us. Like it is going to come down. Like how do you get in hyperbolic time chain because Perfect Cell is coming and he's organizing the fighting tournament and you need to be ready. Otherwise the world is going to be destroyed.
NA is fine. NA is fine. Don't worry about it. We're doing fine.
You need to go beyond. Plus Ultra, my guys. We need to see. Yeah. We need to see NA.
Let's be honest. I think NA and both NA and EMEA have to brace themselves for what's to come at in Stockholm. Well,
we need land dragons.
Right.
That's what we need.
Land dragons.
We need land dragons. We need people that on land are just like twice as good. Like we need that atmosphere.
You call
to
them
just
land dragons.
Yeah, land dragons.
Who the hell says that?
I think it's a land dragons.
COD 4. What's it on Aussie COD 4 term? But yeah, land dragons. Yep.
Anyways, guys, best NA plays. Let's take a look at the first one.
Okay. What do you think it is?
Oh, tree. A little tree Deadeye. Little tree
is this the Deadeye? Yeah.
We like
that.
And
they got the orbital ray rolling here too. I mean, this is that can't be fun.
A lot of lights.
A lot of particle effects. That's my Overwatch poggers. But yeah, I mean, look, this is like we talked about this a lot over the course of the day. I think I've said orbital ray about 472 times, but there aren't many ways to lose a fight when you have that orbital ray advantage. Yeah. That's one of them.
Yep. The ultimate is so strong. We take a look.
It is.
Fun with another sick Genji. I mean, she had a clip the other day, right? That was the 5K. And now today, I mean, coming up with even more impressive Genji play. Man, dude, that orbital ray though, there was like, I know sometimes like a hero comes out and you like take a look at the ultimate, you're like, no way, this isn't gonna do anything. I think that's how people felt about orbital ray.
Yep.
Another Deadeye. Yep. Boom. Okay. Hey, here's the orbital ray.
Seal the deal.
It's always
a lot of rays.
It's always
a lot of rays.
Again, like there's nothing that subverts our expectations like these because we're tracking like whether or not, honestly, like it sucks we boil it down to this sometimes, but we really track a team's odds of winning based on if they have Juno ultimate or not. And like in the long term, I don't think that's healthy for the game. We probably will see orbital ray get a bit of a look at. But for now, like that is a metric that we are using. And so when we get those expectations subverted by seeing a Deadeye or something happen that allows a team without the ray to win the fight, that's fun. I mean, they're those spots where you can really start to snowball the game if you win a rayless fight.
Danny thinks they should double the width of the ray.
Hey,
same.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna see a lot more rays, and on October 10th, that's the day that we're gonna see a lot more rays because that's when the main event is happening. So everybody, stay tuned. Stage 4 main event is going to be on Thursday, October 10th. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Tune in. And with that being said, everybody, that is it for today. Mitch and Matt, any last words?
I'm excited for this main event. Just taking a look at that bracket, those early matches, sometimes, you kind of have those already in pen, who's going to win those, but a lot of really close early round matches, and those matches are going to heavily impact who makes it to Sweden, so you definitely don't want to miss that first day.
The storylines are sick, Danny. We've got a Shikigami team who geared up in a massive way to get real serious about giving their squad the chance to win. We've got a Citrus Nation who people just seem to overlook over and over again and seem to surprise us coming out of this group first. TSM always on choke watch, and then of course
Fluffy Dreamland.
Fluffy yeah, that team, that's legit. They've also they've got some really talented players. It's going to be the best main event yet. I can't wait.
Yep. And then they have to beat Toronto Defiant. Can a team beat Toronto Defiant? I think that is the biggest question. I think it's always been a question. Maybe this time around, someone could beat them. We'll have to wait and see. That is coming October 10th, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you guys on Thursday, I guess. Thank you.
See you then. Bye.
Bye.
There's the Terra Surge as well. These satellite vectors are coming in. These orbital rays crossing on at the point, and everybody trying to make good use of it. Five-man rampage from Krogs. That should be the end of it. A 5-man rampage through the orbital ray, Scott. How much damage is that per second? Probably like 2 billion or something?
Yeah, no, I think 3 billion.
Monkey one. Juno, Juno inside, nigga.
Thank you, Juno.
So they're going to be matched at the very least. Attack. Basking in the rays himself, but Tree comes in. What a nasty Deadeye.
That's ultimate, right? So they're in a pretty decent spot.
Peace is going to try it again. A Sisyphean task to try and unseat Vision. Who's dropped down to the high ground anyway, and there's two. Oh, the perfect kills too.
Time for the reckoning.
Oh, like fucking green all over.